There were a total of 11 people in that living room. Thunder God, Hong, and the other 9, who no one recognized, were all sitting at the long table. 30. Third brother. Thunder God and Hong stood up, the other 9 turned to look, and simultaneously 8 of them stood up. Only one old man in the center, with long silver hair, remained seated as he turned to carefully examine Luo Feng, revealing a smile. Luo Feng, I, Buddha Osaka, am here on behalf of the Black Dragon Mountain Empire's Emperor. My respects, Lord Osaka. Luo Feng quickly bowed. Having been to the Ganwu auction and seen too many sector lords, Luo Feng could tell with one look that this silver-haired old man was a sector lord. All sit, the silver-haired old man smiled. Luo Feng, too, walked over and sat beside Hong and Thunder God. Luo Feng, there are 2 reasons behind my visit. 1, I really wanted to see this outstanding genius from our Black Dragon Mountain Empire, this silver-haired old man, even his beard was white, his entire being seemed amicable and kind, giving off a feeling of friendliness. 2, because His Majesty, yes, His Majesty is paying very close attention to you, he values you, and wants to handsomely reward you. Luo Feng was shocked. That emperor probably didn't know about his past incident with the 9th prince. Lord Buddha Osaka, actually I didn't do anything, I just did some of my own things only, Luo Feng said. No. The silver-haired old man shook his head. Luo Feng, this endeavor of yours has brought huge honor to our Black Dragon Mountain Empire. The countless citizens of the empire are all proud because of you. You have given us immense contributions. Immense contributions. Luo Feng could only sit there and listen intently. Originally, the emperor wanted to give you a reward. The silver-haired old man looked at Luo Feng, however, he stopped when I advised him to not give you one temporarily. Luo Feng looked to the sector lord before him, even more clueless than before. I advised His Majesty, if Luo Feng is able to make it into the top 1,000 of the Ganwu universe country, then he'll give you a galaxy, the silver-haired man said. A galaxy. Luo Feng, Hong, and Thunder God were all shocked. From what I know, your first planet territory is Earth, hence, as long as you are able to make it into the Ganwu universe top 1,000, then Milky Way galaxy under the Silver Blue Empire will be yours. The silver-haired old man carefully examined Luo Feng and his brother's reaction as he expected. Luo Feng and his brothers all revealed incredible shocked expressions. The Milky Way, that was the territory of the Silver Blue Empire. Relax, this is the Silver Blue Empire's Emperor Iwei. This matter is something the imperial family of the Silver Blue Empire has agreed upon. The silver-haired old man looked beside him. A handsome white-clothed man not too far away from him smiled and nodded at Luo Feng. I too have been wanting to meet Mr. Luo Feng. If Mr. Luo Feng can manage the Milky Way galaxy, that would be our Silver Blue Empire's honor. Luo Feng was stunned. Suddenly he realized and understood. Ganwu Universe, top 1,000. One had to know that the Ganwu Universe country had over 100 million galaxies, on average, to be able to make it into the Ganwu Universe top 1,000. The warriors would probably all at least have domains of level 9, some even had comprehension of the origin laws in the star level, and being so terrifying. These sort of geniuses, as long as they didn't die halfway and continued to grow, reaching the sector lord level was almost no problem, and these sort of geniuses who receive extra nurturing, they would become the strongest within the sector lord level. A sector lord would easily get a galaxy as a territory. Right now, it was akin to giving a future sector lord a galaxy as territory. Even if Luo Feng died along the way of becoming a sector lord, the Black Dragon, Mountain Empire and the Silver Blue Empire naturally had their own ways to reclaim the Milky Way. This reward is too huge at the same time, making it into the top 1,000 is incredibly difficult as well. Luo Feng's expression went ugly. Right. The silver-haired old man Asuka nodded and sighed. It is very difficult. Our country's martial strength is indeed weaker than the universe country's other starfields. In the previous competitions, we didn't even make it into the top 10,000. As for the top 1,000, it's been even longer since we even stepped into it. However, Luo Feng, you have hope. Here is some information that our empire has collected. The silver-haired old man pulled out a screen before him. He gently tapped it. I'll send these to you. Information. Luo Feng was suspicious. Simultaneously, Babata alerted him that he received mail and there was an attachment on it. Even though the eliminations weren't broadcasted according to the names of the rankers, along with the already reputable strong star levels, we've collected quite a bit of information. The silver-haired old man smiled as he looked at Luo Feng. We've made a record of a total of 827 of the absolute geniuses that made it through this elimination round. They are all very well known and reputable absolute geniuses in the Ganwu universe country. Take a look. This information may prove useful to you during the arena fights. Oh, Luo Feng's eyes gleamed. Good stuff. If you know the enemy and know yourself, you need not fear the result of 100 battles. After knowing the opponent's trump cards and being prepared for the battle, his chances of victory were much better. Thanks. Luo Feng thanked him. No need. The silver-haired old man smiled and looked back. If you can make it into the top 1,000, Ada Asuka will in fact have to thank you. I'll work hard. Luo Feng nodded. Right, this is one of the hopes of our Black Dragon Mountain Empire. Make it into the top 1,000 as you fight against the many geniuses from the other universe countries. At least, our Black Dragon Mountain Empire will have someone who's made it onto the universe human's big stage. The silver-haired old man's eyes gleamed with a sense of hope. He was a sector lord, and a very strong one at that. However, even amongst sector lords there were differences. This sector lord, compared to Jiang Tianchen, his position and power was much lower. And Jiang Tianchen, if compared to the virtual universe company Leviathans, specially nurtured from young absolute geniuses, his position would be much lower. For the virtual universe company to have that level of Leviathan there, specially nurtured geniuses, they were nurtured to not only become undying, but the strongest among the undying. Naturally, these were all too far away from the star level to undying. It was too far and difficult. Many absolute geniuses have been stuck in the sector lord pinnacle for tens of millions of years before finally dying from old age. Work hard. In the Ganwu universe arena, you represent the Black Dragon Mountain Empire, even more so when you battle against the peak of the other universe countries. The silver-haired old man anticipated. Right. Luo Feng nodded. Luo Feng, Hong, and Thunder God gathered and spent 3 days going through the information of the many warriors. 8th world ranked 3rd stronger than me. Hong's expression was serious. The screen before them was displaying footage, and it was a golden-haired tall and sturdy man with a golden scale on his forehead. He used 2 huge blades And when he waved them, they would become blurry and the surroundings warped. Even though the blades were obviously there, when the opponent tried to block, they would block only air. One slash and the opponents would die. This person's light domain seemed even more terrifying than Hong's. This is savage, he is indeed very strong. Luo Feng squinted, his eyes filled with excitement. Right, that's him, Thunder God nodded. Indeed very strong. Hong's expression grew even heavier. Footage played continuously, many with words and information below. These were all the absolute geniuses' information the Black Dragon Mountain Empire had gathered. These geniuses, many of them were already well reputable even before the genius battle. They were already vied for and snatched up by many super organizations. This punk, Thunder God stared. A similarly bald strong-looking man in the footage actually used his fists as weapons, as every punch was incredibly brutal and powerful. Using 3 days to finish watching everything made both participants of the arena fights, Hong and Luo Feng, begin to feel the pressure. There were indeed many strong warriors, as many as the clouds. They were only at star level, yet they were able to comprehend the origin laws. This was akin to a step to heaven. However, with the size and population of the entire Ganwu universe country, there were actually a few hundred such people. Time passed, and in the blink of an eye, the date of the arena fights had approached. Qian time, year 2066, July 16th, the day before the arena fights, virtual universe. On one of the floating continents above the Ganwu continent, there was an enormous meeting hall. The hall was extremely huge, with rows and rows of seating. This hall is really huge, it actually seats 100,000. Hong laughed as he exclaimed, the seats are very spacious too. This is still average. In the Ganwu auction, the seating space for each person was incredible, and there were 3 million seats. You couldn't even see the end of the meeting hall. Luo Feng said softly to Hong. Silence. A thick booming voice resounded immediately. The entire hall went silent. All that could be seen was a man dressed in a silver long robe who appeared at the highest podium at the front of the hall. His gaze swept past the 100,100 people below him. These were all the geniuses that made it through the elimination. The people that made it through the Ganwu universe country's elimination. 100,100 of you. The man in the silver long robe pointed beside him, and immediately a screen appeared with images of people. These 100 are the first of each world, hence, they immediately get awarded a spot in the final name list, and are eligible to represent the Ganwu universe country and go take part in the pinnacle fights against other countries. For the remaining 100,000, there are only 900 slots left on the list. The arena battles are separated into the arena war and the 1v1 battles. The silver-robed man continued to speak. We'll first eliminate 90,000 people. Through arena war, the 100,000 will break into 1,000 groups, and every group will have 100. Each group will engage in mass battles on the arena, and the final remaining 10 are the ones that will be considered to have passed the arena war. Once you pass the arena war, there will be only 10,000 of you left. These 900 slots will be filled from these 10,000. After the war, the 1v1 battles will begin. The silver long-robed man's gaze swept past the 100,100 geniuses below him, as discussions were rampant. The arena war, actually eliminating 90,000 people at one go. Too vicious. I heard, Hong said softly, that last time the Black Dragon Mountain Empire was completely eliminated in the arena war, without anyone making it into the top 10,000. Luo Feng nodded. During the elimination I barely made it into the top 1001, this arena wars. Elimination efficiency is extremely high, Hong said softly. Luo Feng replied. Big brother, in a war it's really hard to say, you still have hopes of making it through the war, then it'll come down to the 1v1 battles. Who? Suddenly a screen appeared before every genius in the meeting hall. On it were numbers from 1 to 1000, etc. See the number before you, that is your group, the silver long-robed man roared. Tomorrow will mark the beginning of the arena war, the first 200 groups will start tomorrow, and the entire war will last for 5 days and end after that. Luo Feng looked at the number before him, 382, while his big brother Hong beside was in group 161. I wish all of you will be able to make it through the arena wars, the silver long-robed man's voice resounded throughout the entire meeting hall. We'll now send everybody off, go get prepared. Wang. The 100,100 geniuses within the meeting hall all suddenly vanished. China year 2066, July 17th, the date of the arena fights. In the previous stage within the 100 worlds, there was no live broadcast. This led to the Ganwu universe countries over 1.3 trillion star fields, with countless universe citizens being completely anxious and nervous. After all, they could only see the rankings, and not the battle itself. The start of the arena fights, however, was open for people to actually watch and spectate. This led to the sale of the arena tickets being extremely competitive, as they were selling like hot cakes. The arena wars were separated into 1,000 groups, and 200 groups would battle every day. The first day was the first group to group 200. The 3 Black Dragon Mountain Empire participants that made it through the first round of elimination, Nabaini, Hong and Luo Feng, of which Nabaini was in group 32, Hong was in group 161 and Luo Feng in group 382. Hence both Nabaini and Hong were in the arena wars on the first day, while Luo Feng's group was scheduled for the second day. The virtual universe specially opened up a space with a vast endless river coursing through it, this extremely wide river that flowed through the entire space filled with islands. Every island had a dojo. These arena fights were to be held in these dojos. Island 01932. Within the dojo, there were countless spectators, and it was impossible to see the end of them. Amongst the spectators were Luo Feng, Hong, Thunder God, and their families. There's way too many people, Daddy. This dojo is huge. Ping Ping, who had his hair combed neatly as it parted down the middle, exclaimed. The area of the dojo is about 100 square kilometers. Luo Feng smiled. It can hold a maximum of 1 billion spectators. 1 billion. Ping Ping and Little Hai, the 2 children, were shocked. Actually, just a football stadium on Earth could hold up to 100,000 people in this kind of space created just by the virtual universe, with huge dojos on every island, while accommodating 1 billion people was an easy thing to do. Compared to a football stadium on Earth, its area was at least 100 to a few hundreds of times bigger in length and width. Sister-in-law sitting behind, Su Gang laughed. This arena battle has just begun and we rushed to get the tickets, however we still failed to get any. Luckily you have tickets, otherwise we'd have to watch the broadcast. It is very competitive. My office workers too haven't been able to get tickets. Luo Hua nodded. There's over 100 million galaxies in the entire Ganwu universe country. From each and every galaxy, even if just 10 people bought the tickets, it is more than enough for the tickets to become sold out, Luo Feng said. Naturally, the sale will be intense, Big Brother, and I made it through the elimination, hence we have the privilege to buy first. This is the only reason. We got a few tens of tickets. Just one ticket alone was hard to get. The atmosphere in the dojo was incredibly passionate, a billion people from over 100 million galaxies all gathered together. Just what kind of scene was it? Fortunately it was in the virtual universe. If this was in the real world, just the number of staff members required to manage them would be troublesome. Attention all. A sweet and clear voice resounded throughout the billion spectators' ears. The humans from Earth in the stands turned to look. Standing in the center of the dojo was a smoking hot brown-haired young lady dressed in a tight armor. As the distance was too far, the spectators couldn't even see her clearly. Hence, in mid-air, a huge virtual image appeared, allowing the spectators to see clearly. The battle that's about to begin will be the 32nd group in the Arena Wars. Let me introduce the 100 geniuses from the 32nd group. First, Long Sua, from the Boya Empire. Previously, in the 82nd world, he was ranked 12. The beautiful brown-haired young lady's clear voice resounded in the 1 billion spectators' ears. Beside the current screen, a second screen floated in mid-air, and the image as well as simple information regarding the genius Long Sua was displayed. Long Sua. Long Sua. The entire dojo suddenly burst out in cheers. All that could be seen was a large portion of the dojo was filled with people going crazy and cheering, shouting out loudly Long Sua's name. Their cheers resounded like thunder. Second. Third. The geniuses were all introduced one by one. Finally, that brown-haired lady smiled and said, Number 86, Nabini, from the Black Dragon Mountain Empire. Previously, in the 21st world, he was ranked 860. Beside the screen displayed Nabini's image and information. Rumble. Luo Feng felt as though his surroundings had exploded or something. Cheers that rumbled even the mountains and seas were heard as a large portion of the spectators around him were excitedly cheering. Nabini. Nabini. The cheers sounded as loud as thunder. Immersed in such an environment, it caused many to be unable to help but cheer and shout along. Ping Ping and Little Hai beside were waving their fists too, shouting till their faces turned red. Nabini, Nabini. Everybody's cheering like crazy. Luo Feng, Hong, and Thunder God all laughed. The arrangement of the spectators was in accordance to the starfield they came from. Hence, Luo Feng's surroundings were all spectators from the Black Dragon Mountain star field and the participant geniuses and the various star fields they came from would all get special privileges when they bought the tickets. According to theory, with 1 billion tickets sold among the many star fields, every star field would not even get 100,000 tickets. However, if the star field had an active participant, then that star field was allowed 1 million tickets. Because of Nabini's participation, the Black Dragon Mountain Star Field was awarded 1 million tickets. This was the reason why there were 1 million citizens from the Black Dragon Mountain Empire in the audience. The previous cheers belonged to the other star fields, but now that the participant from the Black Dragon Mountain Star Field was announced, these 1 million people all excitedly shouted and roared. 1 million people cheering, it was like an ocean altogether. "This Nabini is quite handsome," Thunder God said softly and laughed. Nabini had a pigtail, and his entire person seemed like a leopard. "I've checked his background, it's not bad." Hong lifted his wrist and the screen on it displayed a bit of Nabini's background. Oh, Luo Feng looked at it. Nabini was originally from an aboriginal planet, leading a savage life of eat or be eaten and battled against wild beasts from a young age. Actually, this planet was one of the territories of the palace family, and it was specially used to cultivate special beasts that were used for training and war. Secretly monitoring this planet, the family discovered that there was a child who actually had shocking power. They immediately knew he was a treasure. They immediately sent people to take this Nabini aboriginal away. Since then, Nabini had stepped into the civilized ways of society and very quickly became a citizen of the empire. Somehow, he also became somewhat of a young master within the palace family. The palace family, a business family that owned a few tens of life planet territory, was not much in the vast universe. Ironically, the palace family had offended a few enemies and aggravated a few large and powerful families to attack them, and the enemies actually had universe-level warriors in a galaxy. A universe-level warrior was considered the land's emperor. The palace family thus began to crumble. This battle, however, attracted the attention of a wandering sector lord. During the battle, that sector lord had noticed that Nabini had amazing talent and immediately stepped in to stop the slaughter. The sector lord's intervention made it so that the enemy family were too terrified to even resist, hence the palace family survived. The sector lord took in Nabini as his disciple and brought him to the Black Dragon Mountain sacred land. Since then, Nabini lived in the sacred land, and the rate of his strength increase grew even faster. He was the Black Dragon Mountain sacred land's most exceptional genius. Aboriginal Luo Feng exclaimed, "Actually, we too are aboriginals." "Right," Hong nodded. "I realized that I have a good feeling about this." Nabini Thunder God chuckled. During Luo Feng and his brother's conversation, that beautiful lady in the center of the dojo was revving up the crowd and atmosphere excitedly, shouting, attention, all the arena wars will begin immediately. Everybody, please count down together with me for those in anticipation of this pinnacle genius battle. 10, 9, 8, 3, 2, 1. Rumble. The entire dojo erupted, and in the center human silhouettes appeared. It was the 100 geniuses that were introduced to everyone before from the different star fields. Nabini, Chite La Ku, Long Sua. Different cheers immediately erupted within the dojo. The cheers and roars of the dojo were almost like a shockwave. Luo Feng took one look and noticed Nabini amidst the 100 with a pigtail. His gaze was fierce, almost like a hunting cheetah. He carried 2 long and narrow blades on his back. He was also cautious and prudent as he paid attention to everybody. Let the war begin. A low voice resounded within the 1 billion spectators and the participants' minds. Silence. The dojo was suddenly silent, and the 100 geniuses in the center too made their moves immediately. Chi. Xiao. Beams of lights lit up as the geniuses all dodged and moved swiftly. The unleashed domains too caused the entire dojo to be covered in multicolored radiance. The colorful energy waves revolved about, and the geniuses were all either dodging and fleeing or exchanging blows. Everything was as fast as lightning. The war was very dangerous, because one had to defend against sneak attacks. That Nabini is sly indeed. From the spectators, Thunder God's eyes gleamed. It doesn't matter, every single one of them are just as clever. Luo Feng's eyebrows creased. The space in which the geniuses were battling in was constantly shrinking, forcing those on flying spirit weapons to have no way to flee far enough. The geniuses were constantly dying off. The number of deaths rose constantly. 8, 14, 29, 36. This caused the 1 billion audience members of many star fields to watch with bated breaths, some even with long sighs. However, the intense battle still caused everybody to hold their breaths and not make any loud noises. Nabini held his two blades, and his entire person became a gust of wind as he madly defended against the enemy's spirit weapon. When Nabini was engaged with this other spirit reader, from the distance another genius flew over, simultaneously controlling a cone spirit weapon to become a beam of lightning and shooting over. Humph. With the lightning shooting over, Nabini dodged while using his left blade to block. Pa. The lightning caused Nabini's left blade to be knocked away, and he revealed a look of shock. That strength, it's too strong. That lightning followed closely and pierced through his forehead. Nabini died. The number of deaths swiftly continued to rise, 73, 78, 82, 89, 90. The 32nd group arena war has ended. The number of dead and eliminated is 90. The remaining 10 have the right to enter the 900 slots name list. A low voice resounded within the 10 survivors and 1 billion spectators. All the spectators in the stands finally let out all sorts of noises, be it sighs, rage, or even excited cheers. Nabini has been eliminated. Thunder God shook his head. His strength belonged to the lowest of the 100. The only reason why he survived past the first half was because he was sly and clever. Hong shook his head. Being eliminated too is normal. I'm afraid I wouldn't do much better than him. Big brother, do you think I still don't know anything about you? Thunder God smiled. I still remember back during the Great Nirvana, you and I both were young, and we met with danger time and time again. Even in the most dire of situations, you always made the impossible possible. Don't flatter me, Hong said. Let it go, big brother, let them see the skills of us humans from Earth. Thunder God said. Luo Feng too was anticipating, watching Hong. Hong looked at Thunder God, before turning to look at Luo Feng. I can only try my best, Hong revealed a smile. The 3 from Black Dragon Mountain Empire that made it through the elimination were able to participate in the arena war. Nabini, however, had already been eliminated. One had to know that this arena war was broadcasted live among the trillions of people in the Black Dragon Mountain starfield that had watched this battle. Many were enraged and broke wine glasses or bottles, and many more were angry and unsatisfied. That punk from the Buluo star field is too treacherous. He actually snuck an attack on Nabini. That bastard. Nabini shouldn't have lost. He should have been able to make it into the top 10,000. In today's arena war, our Black Dragon Mountain Empire still has Hong Hong. Will definitely win. He'll definitely be able to make it into the Ganwu Universe countries top 10,000. Brother, that Hong was among the lowest of the ranks that made it through the first elimination. For him to survive in the arena, that's going to be very hard. I think Luo Feng has the biggest chance. That Luo Feng will definitely make it through. As for Hong, he too will be able to do it. Who knows, maybe he purposely hid his true powers during the elimination. Virtual Universe, Dojo number 10389. About 3 hours after watching Nabini's arena war, the 161st group battle in Dojo 10,389 was about to begin. The entire dojo was filled with cheers and roars, and the beautiful commentator was introducing every genius one by one, with a small description. Number 93, Hong, from the Black Dragon Mountain Empire, ranked 982 in the 72nd Elimination World. The beautiful lady introduced Hong, Hong, Hong. In a particular region among the spectators, over 1 million people from the Black Dragon Mountain Empire shouted loudly, almost as though they were declaring this genius Hong was from the Black Dragon Mountain Empire. And amongst the cheering crowd, Luo Feng and Thunder God creased their eyebrows. Big trouble, Thunder God said softly. I didn't expect that Savage would be there. Right, Luo Feng too held his breath and waited, as he worried for his big brother. Everyone was powerful, having been able to make it into the arena battles, especially the group in which Hong was in, with the Savage that had killed his second brother before. Very quickly, the countdown began and the dojo roared as 100 absolute geniuses appeared in the center. Big brother Luo Feng picked him out with a single glance. Within the dojo, Hong carried in his hand the long pike, his gaze cautious as it swept his surroundings. The circular arena spanned a diameter of about 30 kilometers. During the course of the battle, the space would constantly shrink, forcing the faster flying people to have nowhere to dodge. After about 15 minutes, the area would shrink to a diameter of only 1 m. Hence, every arena war battle would at most last for 15 minutes. Amongst these 100, the strongest should be Savage. Hong swept his gaze past the 99 others, his mind swiftly picturing the information he had seen before. Also, there are 3 others that are very strong. First, engage with the weaker ones and survive. Then fight and risk it all after. Hong quickly remembered the information. He was very clear that if he fled far at the start, he would definitely become the targets of the absolute geniuses. It would be better for him to mix in the crowd at the start. As for surviving in this war, Hong was pretty confident. Let the battle begin. A low booming voice resounded within everyone in the dojo's minds. With a shrinking area of 30 kilometers, the arena would only have a diameter of 1 m. Left in 15 minutes. Rumble. Rumble. Mad amounts of energy flows erupted. The 100 geniuses within the dojo swiftly began their battles. Receive my blow. That messy-haired, tall and sturdy youth roared. His bare feet only took 1 step, and yet he managed to close a 100 m distance. That fierce slash sliced towards a spirit reader, who didn't seem to expect such speed from the opponent. He was shocked as he tried to dodge while using his spirit weapon to block. Clang. The short blade cut down. His power couldn't be blocked. It was akin to a mountain crushing down on one. That spirit weapon was knocked aside, and the short blade immediately sliced through that spirit reader's head, causing it to split open into 2. Ha 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 ha, the tall and sturdy man laughed, walking barefoot. Every step he took allowed him to travel a large distance. His instant increase in speed was very fast, faster than even most flying spirit readers. Surround and kill him. Everybody team up and kill him first, someone shouted. Show show. 2 spirit weapons shot over. Dang dang, the short blade moved in a waving motion, easily blocking the 2 spirit weapons and knocking them far away. Surround and kill me. The tall and sturdy youth was like a monster, actually traveling amidst the crowd, making the 10 or so that wanted to kill him unable to surround him on the contrary, that youth very quickly settled half of that group. This savage's path was simply a slaughter, even though these 100 were all absolute geniuses. No one could actually match up against this savage. This battle, there was no doubt the most outstanding was Savage. Other than Savage, there was a lady whose performance was also extraordinary. She was dressed in armor and was incomparably valiant. One could tell just from her figure that this was an extremely sexy and hot beauty. However, her aura and her gaze were filled with brutality. Also, her kills were all clean, making it so that no one could tell that she was a lady. Chi-Chi wielding the long pike, Hong was engaged in battles amongst a group of geniuses. One could only see geniuses falling down dead one after another. Hong, however, was still alive. Ong. His pike was like lightning, swiftly and suddenly piercing through a genius's forehead from the back. Hong's expression after killing someone didn't waver at all. He still remained amidst the crowd, as his pike danced around, seemingly normal. However, multiple attempts from many spirit weapons were unable to pierce his defense. Time passed and the deaths rose to 60, 61, 62. As the numbers shrank, the group battles too lessened. That valiant lady stared straight at Hong. In the universe, there were many that used such pike weapons. However, those that used pike weapons normally picked the hard and sturdy ones. The one Hong used, however, seemed more flexible the moment it began to dance around. It was like a huge snake, extremely peculiar. Interesting. The valiant lady wielded her 2 blades and flew straight at Hong. Not good. Hong's expression changed. During the group battles, he had long observed and come to the conclusion that within this group, that lady warrior was definitely one of the top 3 only. Savage was a little stronger than her. He didn't expect her to start rushing towards him. However, since the enemy was rushing over, there was no way to dodge. He could only invite the battle. Ong. The pike revolved, just like a loach in water, swift and nimble as it immediately pierced towards that lady warrior that was rushing over. Interesting. The lady warrior's eyes were filled with excitement as her body emanated a green energy. The waves wrapped around the 2 arc blades. She began to wave them and the blades danced about, slashing towards the tip of the pike, causing a formless revolving energy to be transmitted onto the pike. Hong's expression changed abruptly, and he immediately retracted his pike fiercely. As soon as he did that, with an explosive sound, he raised the pike with his hand, and almost like an axe, he fiercely chopped down at the lady warrior. Pung. The lady's entire being became a fierce torrent of water flow, as an arc blade fiercely received that strong attacking force from the pike, following which she stuck closely to Hong and continued her attack. In an instant, Hong felt like he was almost sucked into a whirlpool, and unable to escape. This lady warrior already has some comprehension of the water origin laws. I'm in big trouble. Hong was panicking. The ancient Chinese culture had always heavily emphasized the 5 elements of gold, wood, water, fire, and earth. Even though Hong walked the path of the light domain, he had a very clear understanding about the laws of water. However, understanding it was one thing, whether he could actually outmatch her was another. If she's like water, I'll become like stone. Hong didn't have a choice. He grit his teeth, and the surrounding light warped, and his entire being became extremely glaring. The pike's speed immediately raised another gear. Once the pike was fully unleashed, it was like a tortoise shell, without any openings at all. Dang dang dang, the Lady Warrior's water origin law infused slashes were all extremely heavy and powerful, giving off tremors that Hong felt as though they were impossible to block. If one had not stepped through the gateway of origin laws, one is useless. After all, Hong suddenly understood this logic. Hong. In the 1 billion filled dojo, many Black Dragon Mountain Starfield people were very nervous. And there were even more people watching through the broadcast. Virtual universe, Black Dragon Mountain Island above, floating island, those that lived in the floating island were all at least a universe level. On a particularly large, but simple-looking villa, within one of its living rooms, a man sat there who was dressed in a dark red robe. There was a lightning mark on his forehead. This person was one of the Black Dragon Mountain Empire's most powerful sector lords, Jiang Tianchen, and beside him, there was a kind-looking old man with a head full of white. This black-cloaked punk is from our Black Dragon Mountain Empire, the old man seemed interested. His light domain, from the looks of it, seems to be level 6 or so. However, he is really a genius at battle. His flexible, but strong pike is actually able to allow him to unleash his domain to this level. This is even comparable to those domain level 8 punks. Domain level 8 was not necessarily stronger than domain level 7. It all relied on one's ability to unleash its strength. One theory. Maybe one had a comprehension of the origin laws. However, what determined the strength in a battle was the knowledge of how to actually use the laws in battle. For example, Luo Feng, using the soaring shuttle, when compared to the Nanshan armament, the power was completely different. That was because through the Nanshan armament he was able to actually let his comprehension of the origin laws explode. Yes, Head General, he is from our empire. Jiang Tianchen said respectfully. The old man smiled. Head General. That title, if any other sector lord from the Black Dragon Mountain Empire heard that, they would be shocked. In the 3-Axe Mountain organization, a sector lord's rank was that of General. And the 3-Axe Mountain organization had 3 original founders. Only these 3 founders had the right to be called Head General. 3-Axe Mountain, as a leader of the 4 large organizations within the Black Dragon Mountain Star Field, even the Sacred Land Black Dragon Mountain and Ice Leviathan Sacred Land wouldn't be willing to mess with it, because of the 3 founding members of the 3-Axe Mountain. The 3 founding members were all awarded the Domain Lord Huge Axe title when they were young. A Domain Lord Huge Axe warrior, when compared to the Universe level Huge Axe title, was much rarer, at least 1,000 to 10,000 times rarer. Although the 3 of them came from different star fields, they got along extremely well, even becoming bosom friends in life and death. Because the 3 of them had the title of Huge Axe Warrior, they decided to build the organization 3-Axe Mountain. They were made of 2 men and 1 woman. Their names were Lament, Molly, and Luo. Of the group, Lament and Molly both became undying. Only Luo, this legendary warrior from the Black Dragon Mountain Empire, remained stuck at the pinnacle of sector lords. However, he was known to be invincible amongst the sector lords ever since about 100,000 years ago. He vanished within the Black Dragon Mountain Star Field, and no one ever saw him again. No one knew whether this 3rd founder was alive or dead. He's from our Black Dragon Mountain Starfield. This question revealed this Head General, the founding member from the Black Dragon Mountain Empire. The 3 founding members all came from different starfields. And the one from the Black Dragon Mountain Empire was Luo. "Do you have this punk's information?" the old man said. "Yes." Jiang Tianchen replied respectfully, very quickly sourcing out the information and said softly, "His name is Hong, he is close to the other 2. Use Luo Feng and Thunder God, their rough information they should be Earth's aboriginals from our empire's Milky Way galaxy." Aboriginals, the old man's eyebrows creased slightly. "Right, however, this is a conjecture from our 3X mountain information department," Jiang Tianchen said. "Also, Hong, Luo Feng and Thunder God all took part in this time's genius battle, and the most outstanding isn't even Hong, it's Luo Feng. There's one even more outstanding," the old man revealed a shocked expression. "Yes, that Thunder God ranked 5,128 in the elimination, Hong was ranked 982. Luo Feng was ranked 51, Jiang Tianchen said respectfully. The old man slightly nodded, looking at the screen before him that was broadcasting the arena war. He said shocked, "This Hong, in this critical time. He actually broke through, his domain actually rose from level 6 to 7.0 that lady unleashed her strength, what powerful blade techniques, continuous and unrelenting, heavy and powerful, that Hong cannot withstand it anymore. Oh. What a pity, he still died, there's no way around it, the difference in power was simply too much." Jiang Tianchen was quite shocked. Head General Luo rarely ever spoke so much, right now it seemed as though he really cared for this Hong. Luo. There was a legend in the Black Dragon Mountain Empire, even the 2 sacred lands, Black Dragon Mountain and Ice Leviathan, the 2 god leaders would show respect to Luo. Firstly, Luo's 2 life or death buddies were undying. Secondly, Luo was indeed very strong. Jiang Tianchen's reputation was mostly only within the Black Dragon Mountain Empire. Luo, however, had a reputation enough to even make the Million Sector Lords in the Ganwu Universe country respect him. If not for him getting distracted and working on the time origin laws, he probably would have become an undying long ago. Sighed Jiang Tianchen looked at the old man before him, the elder Luo that led him by hand before, was sighing endlessly. "Is this life?" The head general has changed his mind, not being overambitious like before, wanting to perfect his light origin laws and breakthrough to the undying. However, he met with that unexpected calamity, getting stuck for over 800,000 years, wasting the final most important bit of time. There's only 20,000 years until he reaches the limit. Lord, how can you punish the head general this way? Jiang Tianchen had a bitter taste in his mouth. Of the 3 founders, Luo was the most exceptional back then, and also the most ambitious. Man was helpless to the hands of fate. The 161st group of the 1,000 arena war groups, the battle was over. The spectators let sighs. Sitting in the stands with the other Earth people, watching Hong's body within the arena, they felt helpless. He still lost. Thunder God shook his head helplessly. The opponent was indeed too strong. Luo Feng shook his head, feeling some of the origin laws. One's strength will have an absolute change even though Big Brother lost rightfully. It's still a pity. Yes, a pity. Hong had indeed done very well, even to the point of staying to the last 20 or so. However, he was killed by that lady warrior's ultimate move. Let's go, return home. Luo Feng stood up. 30, it's all up to you now. of the three from the Black Dragon Mountain Empire that made it through the elimination, only you are left, Thunder God. Stood up, saying softly. Just me. Luo Feng's ears moved. He could hear the discussions around him. This region was filled with over 1 million from the Black Dragon Mountain starfield. Obviously, Nabini's and Hong's straight failures had left the trillions of citizens in the Black Dragon Mountain star field sullen right now. All their hopes were transferred to Luo Feng. Luo Feng will definitely win. Right, he made it to rank 51 in the elimination. This arena war will definitely be an easy win. Luo Feng is our empire's most powerful genius. Luo Feng is definitely hiding his true strength. His true strength must be even more powerful than his ranking. His sudden jump in the later parts of the first stage proves that he wasn't even giving it his all, only towards the back. Did he begin to gain points? If he had started right from the beginning, he definitely had the possibility of rushing to the top 10 in his world, even the top 3. Well said, just like that. Tomorrow Luo Feng will take part in the arena war. I've already bought my tickets. Luo Feng will definitely wipe them all out. Wipe them out. Many Black Dragon Mountain Empire citizens who wouldn't accept the losses were discussing. After all, the one they had the most hopes on from the beginning had always been Luo Feng. Third brother, I've lost, you have to work hard, Hong said so. 30, do as you deem fit, Thunder God said. Even I can make it to such high ranks in the virtual games. My daddy is the strongest. He's definitely the strongest in the Ganwu universe. Little Hai said. Luo Feng, work hard. Our entire Black Dragon Mountain Empire's countless citizens are watching you. This was what the Black Dragon Mountain Empire's emperor had said to him over the phone. Luo Feng, Luo Feng, Luo Feng. Luo Feng will definitely succeed. He'll definitely win. Definitely win. The entire Black Dragon Mountain Island, almost all of its citizens, the over 1 trillion citizens on the island cheered and roared through the night, some in bars, while others in plazas and public gatherings, hundreds of thousands to even millions of people gathering to watch the broadcasts. Luo Feng, the only Black Dragon Mountain Empire citizen left within the genius battle. If he won, he would become the pride of the Black Dragon Mountain Empire. Madness. Luo Feng felt a stifling atmosphere. Daddy, the virtual games I play even have country wars. Our Black Dragon Mountain Empire against the other empires. Little Hai, that's a virtual game. Su Xian laughed and said, your dad is doing the real thing. To rank number 1 in a star field, even in the virtual game I am still an absolute warrior. Little Hai said. A silent Luo Feng finally looked shocked at his son. What game are you playing? A war-related game. Little Hai chuckled. Night passed and the day began. Even though countless from the Black Dragon Mountain star field were about to come to the arena and begin the madness, Luo Feng himself was standing alone in the wilderness of Earth, on a skyscraper's balcony in a dilapidated city. Quietly sitting there. Ka. A group of flying-type beasts, the blood crows, flew high above in this dilapidated city. Beast sightings were common, only occasionally seeing human fighter tracks. However, Luo Feng didn't suppress and naturally unleashed all of his willpower and aura. Naturally, all the beasts and human fighters didn't even dare to get close to him. Quietly sitting on the balcony for a while, Luo Feng was controlling his mental state according to the teachings of his first and second brother, whether it was yoga or martial arts, they both heavily emphasized one's mental state. Training of the mind was very important. However, in the universe there wasn't anyone who talked about training the mind. One's mental state may seem very trivial without much effect on one's battle ability at all, no matter how strong a normal human of Earth's mental state was. A universe-level warrior could easily turn him to dust. Exploding in rage, at times it allowed one to break past his limits and unleash more strength. However, they may also cause one to lose his form. This was mental state. According to his brothers, from what they saw, the reason why both of them could have their domains at Star Traveler level was linked to their mental states. Thunder God could in an instant enter absolute peace, becoming one with nature, fusing with the elements. Hong too could in an instant become completely void, blending with his surroundings, combining all his senses, domains, and other things together to unleash his greatest strength. Thunder God and Hong took decades of training to reach that level of mental calmness. Luo Feng couldn't do it. Emptying the mind and soul, I can't do it because I'm under the influence of the golden horned beast's bloodline. I'm constantly filled with killing intent. This is something deep in my bones. However, second brother is right. Whether it's rage, hurt, happiness, excitement, killing intent, they are all natural reactions. Maintaining a pure mind, everything will happen naturally. When it's time to laugh, I'll laugh. When it's time to rage, I'll rage. Luo Feng thought, wanting to kill too is a naturally thing. With a pure mind, I'll face it and accept it. Naturally, I'll be able to reach a point of pureness where all the elements will blend together. Luo Feng understood the theory. However, when the killings really happen, Luo Feng could at most maintain an ice-cold state, without any rippling. As for pureness, blending with nature, that was very difficult, very difficult indeed. Luo Feng, the arena war is about to start. You should enter the virtual universe. Fu Luo Feng opened his eyes, his gaze cold. Not suppressing his killing intent anymore, naturally releasing it. Looks like you are different. Has the meditation helped? Luo Feng didn't answer, saying directly, connect to the virtual universe. Virtual universe, in the space where there were many dojos located, island number 29109, there was a dojo, and in its preparation room, geniuses sat in chairs, all ready to slaughter. All of them were absolute warriors. Who? A black-haired man in a dark gray armor appeared from thin air. In the preparation room, the geniuses all turned to look. This black-haired man surveyed his surroundings, and glanced at them, not speaking a word. Immediately finding a seat and sitting down, closing his eyes, calming his mind, awaiting the battle to begin. Geniuses appeared one by one out of thin air, within the preparation room. These were all geniuses from the different starfields in the Ganwu universe. Country. Their appearances were completely different, and some even looked strange. Pushkin. That's Pushkin, and beside him is Janelli. The originally quiet room suddenly had a bit of a commotion, causing Luo Feng to open his eyes and look at the two humans that had just appeared. One of them was tall and sturdy, and his face was filled with golden fur. This 6 m tall participant looked like a giant ape man, and his terrifying eyes glowed green in color. His two huge fists especially were comparable to the size of two giant metal hammers. Pushkin. Luo Feng's mind swiftly recalled through the data the Black Dragon Mountain Empire had given him. Pushkin, an absolute genius that the Ganwu universe country imperial family Had nurtured, he favored using his fists, and had the power to break into the universe country's top 1,000 in the elimination. He was ranked 9th in the 89th world. Janelle Luo Feng's eyes shifted from the golden ape-man to the short man beside him. Even though he was referred to as being short, in truth, this Janelle still had a height of 19 m, which is still taller than Luo Feng. However, standing beside a 2-story tall ape-man, Pushkin naturally looked like a short person. Luo Feng didn't have any information on Janelle, because even the Black Dragon Mountain Empire didn't have any information on Janelle. Pushkin, sit here. Janelle's expression was thin and frail, his eyes cold. Almost like a venomous scorpion, he gave off a feeling similar to Newell and Sean. Good. A thick, powerful voice came from Pushkin's throat, even echoing about. Janelle and Pushkin walked directly towards Luo Feng and sat beside him. Pung, the chair Pushkin sat and wobbled. Luckily, every preparation room had a huge amount of space, otherwise, with his large structure, Pushkin would take up to 6 or 7 seats. Pushkin and Janelle sat down in the same row of seats that Luo Feng was sitting at. Janelle turned towards Luo Feng beside him and said coldly, "Sit further away, I don't like people close to me." "You must be crazy." Luo Feng shot a glance at Janelle and said coldly, following which he closed his eyes and never looked at him again. Janelle's cold eyes suddenly burned with rage, staring hard at Luo Feng. Almost like a snake eyeing its prey. However, in this preparation room, it was absolutely forbidden for anyone to make a move as such. Janelle could only scoff coldly and close his eyes. Suddenly the noise from the dojo outside could be heard within. "Attention all, the 382nd group of the Arena Wars is about to begin. Let me first introduce this group's 100 participants." A clear, crisp voice resounded not only throughout the entire dojo, but could also be heard clearly within the preparation room, following which a wave of cheers followed. First, Pushkin, from the Ganwu Universe country, ranked 9th in the 89th world of the elimination stage. Thunderous cheers erupted, causing the entire preparation room to tremble. "That's Pushkin." "Right, that's him. His fists are extremely terrifying. Don't ever get close to him." There was soft discussion within the room. Number 2, Janelle, from the Ganwu Universe country, ranked 21 in the 13th world of the elimination stage. The commentator's voice, every genius within the room could hear very clearly. Only then did Luo Feng open his eyes, and glanced at the gold-armored, cold-looking youth beside him. This Janelle, who was actually able to be ranked number 2 within this 100 people, he was very strong. 3rd, 4th, 5th, Luo Feng, from the Black Dragon Mountain Empire, ranked 51st in the first world of the elimination stage. The cheers were thunderous, as over 1 million supporters from the Black Dragon Mountain Empire roared. Black Dragon Mountain Island, over 1,000 people gathered in a luxurious palace. Dressed in a dark golden imperial robe, the emperor sat high above. Below him was the entire Black Dragon Mountain Empire's many imperial subjects. Because of the everlasting reign of the imperial family, the numbers of subjects within the empire were up to 100 million. Hence, to be able to enter this level of imperial gathering, they were definitely the imperial family's most elite. They were either sector lords or domain lords. There were even queens that governed and managed different sectors, or that group of princes that would someday succeed the throne or some other high positioned females in the imperial family. It's Luo Feng. There was silence in the palace. Over 1,000 of the imperial family watched. That floating large screen, and on it was the live broadcast. All that could be seen was that beautiful commentator smiling as she introduced, 5th, Luo Feng. From the Black Dragon Mountain Empire, ranked 51st in the first world of the elimination stage. Simultaneously, the screen also had information and an image of Luo Feng. It's Luo Feng. Haha, Luo Feng will easily pass the arena wars battle. Looking at his image, this Luo Feng isn't some ordinary person. His gaze is filled with killing intent. There was discussions rampant throughout the palace, as all of them were speaking highly of Luo Feng. Who would dare to speak ill of him? This was the highest of imperial gatherings, this genius battle. The geniuses of the Black Dragon Mountain Empire were only left with this one seedling, Luo Feng. If he lost too, then the Black Dragon Mountain Empire would really lose all its honor and face. With successive outs from the previous 2 participants who did not make it into the top 10,000, while other middle-level civilization countries had participants that had made it through, it obviously made them fall behind by quite a bit. Haha, the emperor's laugh was clear and bright. With all his subjects complimenting Luo Feng, there was however one prince out of the many whose eyes were filled with shock. This was none other than the 9th Prince, Brolin. Out of the over 1,000 subjects there, Brolin looked happy on the outside, but he could barely hold it in, as he had already realized the perilous situation he was in. This Luo Feng, it's actually him. Even though the reputation of Luo Feng was huge, as the elimination stage wasn't broadcasted, there was much information about these geniuses that the outside world didn't know. Only some large powers were able to dig up these details. For example, the Black Dragon Mountain Empire had sent a special envoy team. Just like how some large organizations had also sent some people over to pay Luo Feng a visit. These were all because these powers had methods to find Luo Feng through the virtual universe company, and thus his address within the virtual universe. However, Brolin, who was only a prince, was forbidden from any of the empire's information systems and mail systems. Hence, he didn't even know Luo Feng's appearance. Luo Feng, he is Luo Feng. Brolin grit his teeth. Big trouble. Finding trouble with Luo Feng. He no longer any such ideas, because he was very clear that with Luo Feng's reputation, he could easily join some super organizations that could cause even the Black Dragon Mountain Empire to fear. He didn't want to mess with Luo Feng anymore. However, he was worried that Luo Feng would remember how back then he had sent people to use the laser guns to kill the 12 targets, and also send a team to chase and kill Luo Feng. Would he remember these incidents and hold a grudge? I'll temporarily not mess with him as long as I am within the Imperial City. He doesn't have the ability to mess with me. Brolin grit his teeth. Above the palace, the emperor was sitting beside the 2 sector lords and chatting. Butte Osaka, what chance does this Luo Feng have? The emperor couldn't help but say softly. Pretty big chance, but there's still danger. Beside him the silver long bearded old man creased his eyebrows. Your Majesty should know that of the 100,100 that made it through the elimination, close to a half of them are the special elites, specially nurtured by the different imperial families of the universe country. The emperor nodded. The country leader of the Ganwu universe country had sent over 100 million elite geniuses. To participate, there were a total of over 800 million. People in the first stage. This group didn't stand out much, however, among those that made it through the elimination stage. Over 40,000 of them were from the group that the Ganwu Universe country leader sent. It was very obvious that the Universe country's imperial family had powerful geniuses and inside information. The top ranker within Luo Feng's group right now is Pushkin, followed by Janelli. Of the top 10 in this group, 6 of them are all elites specially nurtured by the Ganwu Universe country's imperial family. The old man shook his head. The worst-case scenario would be for Luo Feng to get surrounded and ganged up on. Royal uncle, do you see? The emperor looked at the other sector lord beside him, also dressed in a dark golden imperial robe. The uncle smiled. Your Majesty, worrying right now is useless, and we are not even clear about this Luo Feng's true power. Just watch, the fights will begin very shortly. Just watch. The emperor could only nod. On island number 29109, the dojo was already filled with a sea of people. Daddy is number 5. Mommy, are the 4 before Daddy stronger than him? Ping asked curiously. That's the ranking. Su Xian smiled. The 4 before him are ranked higher, but their strengths may not be more powerful than your daddy. Oh, Ping nodded. Beside Little Hai was muttering, Daddy is the strongest, the strongest. Around him sat many people from Earth, such as Hong and Thunder God with their families, along with Luo Feng's parents, etc. Third brother will definitely win. Hong stared at the center of the dojo. Thunder God stared too. Right now, of the 3 brothers, only Luo Feng was left in this genius battle. 6 5 4 3 2 1, the beautiful commentator shouted excitedly, as the entire atmosphere in the dojo reached its peak. Rumble. The entire dojo roared and tremored. The beautiful commentator immediately vanished, and at the same time 100 human silhouettes appeared within the center at different positions. It was the 100 geniuses that were being introduced. Some were really tall and fit, while others were filled with fur or had horns. It seemed like their appearances all differed. However, the similarity was they stood at the peak of humanity. Pushkin, Kuan, Luo Feng. The cheering alone could split the mountains and earth. The roars from a billion spectators seemed like it could shake and crumble the entire dojo itself. Within the dojo, including Luo Feng, the 100 geniuses all heard the cheers of the 1 billion people and couldn't help but feel a surge of adrenaline. Looking around, there was no end to these spectators, who were all from different starfields, and Luo Feng was able to pick out those shouting his name and look towards the direction. That way, that's the people from the Black Dragon Mountain Empire. Luo Feng looked in that direction. It was a blur of people. Silence. Within the battle arena, there was nothing but silence. The 100 geniuses all gathered their focus, as this battle would last only 15 minutes. Within these 15 minutes, the battle space would constantly shrink until there was only 1 m left. Let the battle begin. A low voice immediately resounded within the minds of the 1 billion spectators, along with the 100 geniuses in the dojo. Pushkin, Pushkin. The spectators within the dojo all shouted different names excitedly, amongst which the name Pushkin was the loudest. Amidst these spectators, there was an enormous group of strong-looking ape men that were roaring at the top of their lungs. Their voices were thick and booming, a group that couldn't be seen from end to end with one glance, as over 1,000,008 men were waving their fists and roaring. It was almost as though the heavens was cheering along compared to the over 1,000,000 people from Black Dragon Mountain Empire. Their voices seemed to be drowned out. Rumble, 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 rumble. All sorts of colorful energy flow exploded within the dojo of these 100 geniuses. 48 of them were from the Gonwu Universe Imperial family side. However, only 10 survivors were destined to make it out of this battle even. Though the battle within the arena seemed chaotic, there were always participants who had a mutual understanding to team up, especially amongst the strongest like Pushkin and Janelli, who were definitely helping each other. Aofe Shosi, Kazan, you two go and kill that black-haired punk. Janelli was surrounded by a black energy flow. He communicated via genetic energy, simultaneously brandishing 2 long arc blades. Understood. No problem, leave it up to us. Aofe Shosi and Kazan immediately headed towards Luo Feng. At this time, the mass battles within the dojo of geniuses had already begun. A bolt of lightning shot towards Aofe Shosi. Bastard Aofe Shosi and Kazan could only stop and first deal with the punks that provoked them. Pushkin, who was dressed in a genetic energy armor, was tall and sturdy like a war god. His 2 fists that were even bigger than hammers were covered in malevolent gloves. His surroundings were filled with a yellow energy flow. With one step, he rushed into the group of geniuses, and his huge fist pummeled towards a weak and frail-looking warrior. Pung! With just one punch the enemy's blades flew away, while the second fist was landing straight on the enemy's forehead. Death. The war god like Pushkin waved his fists, with one swing after another. They were not only as heavy as mountains, but fast and unpredictable as well. They sometimes became pointy claws, and the moment he drew close to a person it was simply a nightmare. Pushkin, within the blink of an eye, he had killed 2 geniuses, causing all the other geniuses around to increase their distance from him. However, his movements were swift. Every single step allowed him to lunge forward and close a large distance. At this time it wasn't just Pushkin, even Janelli and the others were all making their moves in the distance. Stepping on the soaring shuttle, Luo Feng was carrying a thick, dark, golden long rod on his back. Amongst the many geniuses, he was considered skinny. However, he had an aura that made the others' hearts palpitate. Luo Feng's gaze was cold and filled with killing intent. Right now, there are still many opponents. There's no time to waste. I have to end this battle fast. Kill them all directly. Kill a youth surrounded by a green energy flow, carrying a shield and an axe, rushed straight towards the closest opponent, Luo Feng. Courting death. Floating in midair, the dark golden long rod on Luo Feng's back suddenly shot out a golden beam of light. At the same time the light shot out, a large amount of complex golden patterns followed along its trail, infused with peculiar golden law origin ripples. A dreamy golden blade was suddenly formed. The large amount of golden energy surrounded Luo Feng, wrapping itself around that golden blade, and finally shooting out. Illusion blade technique. Luo Feng controlled it with all his willpower, using his full strength to unleash its greatest power. The first move he made at the arena war, Luo Feng had already taken out his full strength. Rumble. A golden rainbow immediately clashed into that youth's shield, which was put up last minute. With a loud clang, the youth's bones in his arm cracked and broke just from the impact. How the youth's eyes were filled with shock and fear. However, that golden rainbow suddenly curved slightly and shot towards his forehead. Chi. The golden rainbow shot right through his forehead, its strength and speed, infused with terrifying piercing power, didn't seem to slow down at all as it followed a pattern and rushed towards the next genius. What that beautiful bewitching lady with purple hair had a surprised look on her face and almost couldn't react in time. She hurriedly controlled her spirit weapon to block. Dang. Chi. The golden rainbow was extremely powerful and strong as it forced its way through the defenses, hitting straight into the flying weapons, after which it pierced through that purple-haired lady's forehead. The golden rainbow finally arced and returned to Luo Feng's side. This golden rainbow was actually a blurry illusionary golden blade. My God! So powerful, the surrounding geniuses were all filled with shock and fear as their expressions changing greatly. With just one move, he killed two geniuses back to back. One had to know that these were all powerful geniuses that had made it through the first elimination. Every one of them was considered to be at the pinnacle of strength at their levels, and definitely not some random cannon fodder. Even Pushkin had to focus all his strength on one opponent before actually heading on to the next. But the black-haired youth before them, with just one golden beam of light, he was immediately able to kill two people. This was extremely tyrannical. He's that strong. Origin laws. He definitely has some comprehension of the origin laws. Janelli, that bastard, he actually wants us to kill him. How can we kill him? Aofei Xiaoxi and Kazan, who were originally flying towards Luo Feng but got distracted by others attacking them, just managed to kill their opponents. However, after watching Luo Feng kill the two geniuses consecutively with one golden light, the both of them quickly stopped. Let's go. The two of them turned to leave. Who would dare mess with Luo Feng? It was obvious. This black-haired youth was a warrior that had stepped through the entrance of the origin laws, and his power was probably even crazier than Pushkin. Those two. Luo Feng's gaze swept around after killing the two geniuses, and discovered the two closest geniuses, Aofei Xiaoxi and Kazan. He immediately stepped on his soaring shuttle and swiftly flew towards them. As a warrior who stepped through the entrance of the origin laws, his speed at controlling the soaring shuttle was extremely shocking. He's coming. Aofei Xiaoxi and Kazan's expressions changed. A resplendent golden rainbow immediately shot towards them. Kazan, who was flying behind, quickly waved the huge axe in his hand. Clatter. Kazan could only feel an immensely incomparable amount of energy transfer over from his axe. The right handle immediately bent and broke. Simultaneously his right hand grew numb and unable to hold on to the axe. That golden rainbow simply shot like a bullet right through his forehead, and continued to chase after the fleeing Aofei Xiaoxi. The golden illusion blade was too fast. He couldn't even get far. It's over. Aofei Xiaoxi's eyes revealed shock and unwillingness, after which it was filled with hate as he stared at the distant Janelli's shocked face, communicating hatefully, Janelli. Chi. The golden illusion blade that was infused with the golden origin laws was as strong and piercing as the sun. Even though Aofei Xiaoxi was ranked extremely high in his world during the elimination stage, he was still easily killed. The spectators were all silent. Pushkin massacring was within everyone's predictions. After all, he was ranked the highest in his group. However, the 1 billion spectators from the various starfields had never expected this. Luo Feng, who was ranked number 5 in his group, was actually so intrepid even more so than that war god like Pushkin. Luo Feng. Luo Feng. Over 1 million spectators from the Black Dragon Mountain Empire all stared, wide-eyed with glee, many roaring with excitement as their eyes filled with madness. Daddy Daddy Little Hai and Ping Ping both stood up on their chairs, shouting with all their might. Third brother Hong and Thunder God stood up too. Big brother sure is powerful. Luo Hua couldn't help but mutter softly. Your brother-in-law Su Gang stared wide-eyed. Beside him Su Xian too was filled with excitement, her eyes glued to the center of the arena. And around then the over 1 million people from the Black Dragon Mountain Empire too had lost it. This was the unexpected surprise Luo Feng had given to countless from the Black Dragon Mountain Empire. They all shouted for Luo Feng's victory as they were mesmerized by Luo Feng's strength. In the past, they didn't have anything to back up their words after all the results of the battles from the Black Dragon Mountain Empire from the past had always been poor. They had nothing to support them. However, now they had the right to roar, they had the right to boast proudly. Luo Feng. Luo Feng, they all madly roared, excitedly cheering, shaking the entire earth and heavens. Within that luxurious palace on Black Dragon Mountain Island, the Black Dragon Mountain Empire's imperial family were all staring hard at the screen. They saw Luo Feng unleash his strength, killing the two geniuses in an instant, and chasing and killing the other two right after as they watched. The other geniuses, who were all scared silly, all fleeing far and not daring to approach Luo Feng. The entire palace erupted. The emperor fiercely slapped the throne, shouting out, "Good! Congratulations, Your Majesty! Congratulations!" Immediately the people below shouted, "Royal Father, this Luo Feng is obviously the strongest one there. After this battle, who would dare call our Black Dragon Mountain Empire weak?" The third prince was the first to stand, shouting proudly. "Nanshan Armament," the silver-haired old man, Buddha Osaka said. "Right, it's the Nanshan Armament." Beside him the royal uncle nodded too. Nanshan Armament, the emperor was shocked, one of the 9 god weapons of the controller, that Nanshan Armament, that dark golden long rod. I initially thought it was a close combat rod-like weapon. The silver-haired old man Buddha Osaka said, just now what Luo Feng used was the first move, the illusion blade of the Nanshan Armament. Looking at how he used it, he obviously has a good grasp of the first level to be able to unleash it like that. At the star level, he could be said to be invincible. Within the entire star level, even within the Ganwu universe, the number of people who are able to match up to Luo Feng are extremely rare. Right, to be able to unleash the first level, one has to have a comprehension of the golden origin laws, the royal uncle besides said, meaning Luo Feng is a genius that has stepped through the gateway of the origin laws, and according to the estimate of the genius battle, within the Ganwu universe, the number of geniuses that have stepped through the origin laws gateway is only about 100. And the arena wars are split into 1,000 a group. The chances of another with origin laws comprehension appearing is extremely rare. Unless there's another absolute warrior like Luo Feng who didn't reveal his true strength in the first elimination stage, just like the last time when Hong took the stage. That lady warrior was definitely one who stepped through the gateway of the origin laws. However, her rank was still only in the tens, creating a chance for both the warriors who had comprehended the laws to meet. The royal uncle emphasized. Indeed. Back during the 100-world elimination stage, every world had a few with origin law comprehension, like Luo Feng and Windmill. However they confined themselves to their own city. The two had wandered about into other cities and defeated the absolute warriors. From there, with their strengths, these two could have easily rushed into their world's top 10. The moment they made it into the top 10. According to their ranking, Luo Feng and Pushkin would definitely not have been in the same group. Within the arena, Janelli could only hear that rage-filled roar from Aofei resound within his ears. Janelli didn't even have time to think about his death. His gaze fixed on the distant Luo Feng. Within he was filled with shock and rage. This insolent punk, he actually. After killing both of them, Luo Feng turned and his cold gaze fixed on Janelli. These geniuses were all scared away by Luo Feng's unreasonable and powerful strength. Hence, he was left with nobody around him as they all avoided him at great lengths, causing Luo Feng to have to look for his own prey. His gaze immediately landed on the distant cold-demeanored gold-cloaked youth Janelli. Janelli too was looking over at the time. Sit further away in the preparation room that Janelli had coldly berated Luo Feng. That scene immediately popped up in Luo Feng's mind. Since it was that way, the next prey will be him. Kill. Luo Feng's eyes were filled with killing intent. So, the soaring shuttle became a beam of light and shot towards Janelli. Bastard, how could I randomly meet such a powerful one? Janelli grit his teeth and thought as he was filled with hatred. However, as one of the elites, nurtured by the Ganwu Universe imperial family, he was very clear of the difference between a warrior who had stepped through the gateway of the origin laws compared to one who hadn't. Hence he clenched his teeth and turned around to flee. Pushkin. Like a war god slaughtering his way through the crowd, Pushkin creased his eyebrows. That black-haired punk wants to kill me. Janelli communicated. Help me block him. You really know how to stir up trouble, Pushkin said with a thick low voice resounding within Janelli's ear. According to power and rank in this group, Pushkin was number 1 while Janelli was number 2. Since they came from the same group, Janelli had long ago roped Pushkin in and made a deal with him. With the two of them working together, they would easily pass the arena wars. Originally, a team made up of the top 2 within a group would have been able to automatically pass the arena wars. This was almost something set in stone. It couldn't be helped that Janelli had messed with Luo Feng. If Janelli hadn't riled him up earlier, even though Luo Feng was strong, he still wouldn't willingly go pick a fight with both the number 1 and 2 of the group. After all, you only needed to make it till the top 10 of the group. He didn't need to risk it all. However now, rumble. Pushkin took one step and rushed straight before Janello, his huge eyes glowing green as he stared at Luo Feng, communicating, Janelli was wrong. However, we don't have to fight it out. If you spare Janelli's life, we can all pass the arena wars. Luo Feng stood on the soaring shuttle and looked at the giant before him. Pushkin, who was 2 stories tall, stood before him like a building, and compared to that, Luo Feng seemed like a small child. Pushkin. Luo Feng stared coldly at his opponent and roared, "Make way!" Pushkin, however, seemed enraged, as though prepared to say something. Humph! Luo Feng's eyes gleamed and flashed. Rumble. The gold rainbow immediately shot directly towards him, and Pushkin's expression changed greatly, roaring while waving his right fists, which was Wrapped in an earthing yellow energy flow, the movement of his hand was almost like moving a mountain, seemingly slow, yet it actually managed to block Luo Feng's golden rainbow. All that could be heard was a earth-shattering rumble and clash. Pushkin was forced back closed to 10 as he grit his teeth and stared at Luo Feng. Luo Feng was taken aback. The data on this Pushkin said he hadn't stepped through the gateway of the origin laws. Looking at him right now, that seems to be true. However, with a domain level 9, he's actually able to produce such strong power. Even at domain level 6, Hong could still kill an enemy with a domain of level 7. The factors that determine a victor in a battle were not only because of genetic energy, boundaries, and origin laws, but also willpower, mental state, experience, etc. If one simply didn't have any willpower or heart to resist, he wouldn't be able to unleash even half of his strength, while if one has a strong battle spirit and is extremely passionate along with a powerful willpower, he could exceed his standards and unleash more than his actual power. And Pushkin's, who had a domain level 9, was able to reach rank 9 in the 89th world. Considering this, his battle strength alone was indeed shocking. However, there was still a huge difference between one who had stepped through the gateway of the origin laws and one who hadn't. Pushkin, you are not my match. Make way, otherwise you won't even be able to make it through the arena wars. Luo Feng stood on the soaring shuttle, coldly looking down at Pushkin, and spoke to him. To actually kill Pushkin, he estimated it would take quite a bit of time. By that time more people would have died in the arena, and the moment only 10 were left, the battle would be over. It could very likely result in Janelli escaping and surviving. Pushkin clenched his fists and stared hard at Luo Feng once with his big green eyes, before biting down fiercely and heading away towards the distant group of geniuses who were still battling. Pushkin hiding in the back, Janelli roared urgently via genetic energy. Arg arg arg. Pushkin roared madly while waving his fists about and killing the geniuses one by one. Luo Feng looked at Janelli. Everything was going according to his plan. Within this group of 100, he was the only one who had stepped through the gateway of the origin laws, as he was also using the Nanshan armament. With just one move, Luo Feng could tell that Pushkin was already injured. If he had continued to fight on, Pushkin would definitely die without doubt. Luo Feng didn't want to waste any more time on Pushkin. Pushkin didn't want to let himself die because of Janelli either, hence he chose not to fight as it was the best option for him. Bastard, that Janelli cursed under his breath while fleeing as fast as he could. Fleeing. Luo Feng quickly chased after him with the soaring shuttle. So fast Janelli's expression changed drastically. Once one comprehended the origin laws, whether it was based on attack, defense, flight, or movement, these areas would all have great improvements. Luo Feng had caught up with Janelli in the blink of an eye. Scum two long arc blades. He had a complicated, struggling expression as he shouted, "Go and die." Who? With a step, the space itself seemed to warp around him as Janelli suddenly rushed towards Luo Feng. Light domain. Luo Feng scorned, coldly, swiftly retreating. First technique. Luo Feng's gaze was cold. Compared to some who had stepped through the gateway of the origin laws, Luo Feng was even more intrepid. That was because the laws that he had comprehension of could be completely unleashed through the Nanshan armament. Rumble. The golden rainbow shot like a beam of golden light and attacked Janelli in an instant. Clang. Janelli crossed his blades and pushed them forward following that one clash. His entire body and throat trembled from the shock as he spit out fresh blood. That was rising up his throat just like the absolute geniuses in the Gonwu secret areas. Once one had a comprehension of the gold origin laws, they would indeed have a crazy amount of power. He actually blocked it. Luo Feng creased his eyebrows. Rumbled a golden rainbow shot once again towards him. I can't block it head-on, however I have no other choice at the same time. It's too fast and I have no time to dodge it. Janelli thought hard to come up with a solution. He could only use his two blades to block it again. However, this time his arms had already weakened and he was already injured from the first blow. Pung. The two blades were immediately knocked away, while the golden rainbow slightly arced and pierced right through the pale-looking Janelli, right through his forehead. His head exploded. Janelli died, completely eliminated from the tournament. This scene caused the distant Pushkin, whose face filled with golden fur, to twitch his facial muscles. That Janelle actually only managed to block it one time and died the moment Luo Feng's second attack was unleashed, and Ao Fei Xiuxi couldn't even block it once. It's 2-2. I'm afraid I would only be able to block it 4 or 5 times at most. This bastard is too strong. Gold was as bright and strong as the sun, incomparably sharp. In terms of force matching force, the people with the gold origin laws were the most valiant. The entire battle lasted only about 5 minutes and the number of survivors had already reduced to 10. The battle was over. This madman, that bastard is a madman. That black-haired punk, just who is he? The surviving geniuses all looked at Luo Feng with hidden fear. However, many of them didn't even know Luo Feng's name, because, during the introduction, they were all in the preparation room and did not get the chance to see Luo Feng's image. Actually, Luo Feng too didn't know most of the participant's name. It is more accurate to say that he only knew Pushkin and Janelli's name. Their reputation was huge, and Luo Feng's fame, compared to theirs, was very small. The 382nd group of the Arena Wars, 90 have been eliminated and the remaining 10 will have the right to contend for the spot in the 900 slots of the name list. A low voice resounded with the minds of everyone in the dojo. The other 9 survivors, including Pushkin, all looked at the black-haired youth carrying the dark golden long rod filled with killing intent. If one said that the most fearless in Hong's group was Savage, then this group's most fearless person was undoubtedly the madman Luo Feng. Luo Feng. Luo Feng. Luo Feng. The over 1 million Black Dragon Mountain Star Field spectators roared with a lot of passion and enthusiasm. All of them were shouting with strength and hysteria, their expressions seemingly mad, and not even caring at all about their throats. The entire dojo, the ones who had the most right to roar like that, were the people from the Black Dragon Mountain Star Field. Their roar shook the earth and heavens. He is Luo Feng. As they were being teleported out, the 9 other survivors began to discuss and guess. Eruption. The Black Dragon Mountain Imperial Palace had erupted. The entire Black Dragon Mountain Island's trillion citizens all erupted. The entire starfield's over 8,000 galaxies, countless people watching the broadcast, all erupted. Too brutal, too powerful. Luo Feng is too fearless. Thrilling, thrilling. Strong, he is a genius, from our Black Dragon Mountain starfield, yes, from our Black Dragon Mountain starfield. The countless people from the Empire were incomparably excited. In the past 100,000 to 1,000,000 years, there were indeed several times the Black Dragon Mountain Empire had people rush into the top 10,000, which was worthy of their excitement and pride. However, after making it into the top 10,000, it was mostly based on luck. It had been a long time since the Black Dragon Mountain Empire had such a tyrannical display of power from its warriors in such an elite battleground. Yes, brutal savage. In this arena wars, I'm the #1 man. I'll kill whomever I want. I will create a path of slaughter. Even the war god like Pushkin had to lower his head and cower away. In the arena, Luo Feng was the king, the emperor. The others all had to lower their heads. Too thrilling. Luo Feng's power is too dominating. It was a total decimation with no resistance at all. Those weaker ones were simply cleared away with one move. I heard Luo Feng uses the Nanshan armament. Don't you know what that is? That's one of the 9 godly weapons for the spirit reader controllers. After the arena wars comes the 1v1 battles. Luo Feng's strength will definitely be able to make it into that 900 name list. Luo Feng will definitely be able to represent the Ganwu universe country and compete with the other geniuses from the other universe countries. Haha, Luo Feng is from our Black Dragon Mountain Empire. Madness. Much news regarding Luo Feng began to circulate, including many fan clubs that swiftly began to form in order to support him in many virtual universe games. There were many "I love you Luo Feng," or Luo Feng the Master, or Luo Feng's wife, or I am Luo Feng Sr., even I am Luo Feng's master. Such nicknames surfaced all over. During this battle, Luo Feng's strength had won over 1 trillion people. Black Dragon Mountain Island, within a luxurious palace. Endless possibilities in his future, the silver-haired old man exclaimed. This Luo Feng's future is very hard to predict. Right, that royal uncle also nodded his head. Is there no way for us to get him into the sacred land? Sitting in the center, the emperor asked softly. The 2 sector lords, who sat beside him, shook their heads, of which the silver-haired old man, Buddha Asaka, explained. Your Majesty, stepping through the gateway of the origin laws at only star level, these sort of absolute geniuses aren't for our Black Dragon Mountain sacred land. Ah, the emperor was shocked. Unlike the Ganwu universe country's leader who had built the universe country over 1 trillion years ago and had been their one and only one leader, the Black Dragon Mountain Empire's emperor would always change after a period of time. Hence, there were many secrets that this emperor was clueless about. Hasn't your Majesty already seen that in the entire universe country, there's only one Ganwu dojo, and it's forbidden for dojos of any other sort to open? The silver-haired old man asked. Ganwu universe country indeed respects the lowest of talents and absorbs them. The emperor nodded. It's because of this that a genius like Luo Feng, even if we discover him, he'll still finally end up in the hands of the Ganwu universe country. The silver-haired old man shook his head, and we can't even make any complaint about it. Of course, no matter what happens, he is still considered to have been from our Black Dragon Mountain starfield. Whatever accomplishments he has in the future will still have benefits for our Black Dragon Mountain starfield. Such a genius, it's better to be on good terms with, be it 10,000 years or 100,000 years later. Who knows what he'll become and what he'll have Accomplished, the silver-haired old man emphasized. I understand, the emperor nodded. Such talent, as long as he didn't die along the way, it was set in stone for him to become a sector lord, and these sorts of star levels who have stepped through the gateway of the origin laws, once they reach the sector lord level, they would be an absolute warrior amongst the others. The moment he breaks through to the undying level, that would be a step towards the heaven-shaking undying being. An undying being. In the entire Black Dragon Mountain Empire currently, there were only two. Undying one was the god leader of the Black Dragon Mountain sacred land, and the other was the god leader of the Ice Leviathan god country, hence the Black Dragon Mountain didn't dare easily offend any undying. In a vast god country, within the continuous mountain range, volcanoes were dispersed throughout this large continent, with some spitting fire. Occasionally the entire god country was entirely dark red in color, and the smell of sulfur emanated throughout it. The peak of a tall mountain that reached the clouds, an ancient palace was built there. Its entire surface walls had complex engravings all over. Within the palace, in the throne, sat a red-eyed man, dressed in a dark red long robe. Black flames were burning about his surroundings. His eyes seemed to be looking from another dimension altogether, giving off a terrifying heart-palpitating chill. Below him on both the right and left were 4 thrones. Currently there were 3 people sitting below him. All of them were giving off energy waves that shook the earth and skies, almost as though just lifting their hands could split the earth and heavens. God leader, this punk called Luo Feng has some comprehension of the origin laws. Even though he's only at the star level, he's most suitable to become my disciple, said a warrior wrapped in golden armor. Emanating from his entire body was a heart-palpitating ripple, which was the gold origin law's ripple of energy. Compared to Luo Feng, this was a trillion times stronger. Watay, my brother, the dark red-eyed man said with a hoarse voice softly, I know that right now you are desperately searching for a disciple. However, we cannot fight with the Ganwu Universe country. Watay. The other 2 looked at the golden-armored man. My lifespan is reaching its end, the gold-armored man said calmly, and the current disciples, even though they have talent, for them to actually succeed, my techniques would be extremely difficult. I cannot change my demise, hence I only want to look for someone to pass my legacy on to before I die. I hope to be able to see the techniques that I have created over these hundreds of millions of years to once again be unleashed. Only then can I die in peace. This is my current greatest hope. The others were silent. Undying, they were indeed an eternal being. But that doesn't mean that an undying couldn't die, like the UNMO planet master or the many powerful undying in history. They still died. The life force of an undying was extremely strong. Even if their physical body was ripped into shreds, they could still regenerate. There were very few injuries that cannot be healed, like the UNMO planet master, who could only watch himself die. Watay, my brother, I will do my best to help you find an exceptional disciple, the red-eyed man emphasized. As for that punk Luo Feng, as long as he's not stupid, he will definitely choose the Ganwu Universe country, maybe even the stronger and more powerful virtual universe company. Even after so many years, things haven't changed much at all. The pinnacle of geniuses also require them to make the best choices and have the best environment to learn, before they can have the most outstanding achievements in terms of power or environment. We indeed cannot compare to the Ganwu Universe country. The golden-armored man didn't make a sound. His proudest achievements over hundreds of millions of years was the techniques he had created during the time he was alive. He treated these as though they were treasures, and not even teaching it to his disciples, or displaying it anywhere else. He would only teach his disciples very little of it. Now that he knew that his death was certain and imminent, his thinking had changed completely. He really wanted to watch a disciple complete his technique. If that was impossible, then he could only leave his techniques to his friends and brothers, allowing them to teach the disciple in his place, just like the Yunmo planet master allowing Babata to teach in his place. God leader, the golden-armored man, stood up. Watay, the red-eyed man, stood up too. The other two followed. I'm tired, I want to return to my home, the gold-armored man sighed. Before I die, I want to take a good look at my home grounds. Finishing his words, he turned and flew out of the palace as an undying. His relatives had long vanished over the course of time. After all, even a sector lord at most lived 10 million years. The other three were silent. Watay, my disciple, I will help you with your search, the red-eyed man communicated into the gold-armored man's mind a million li away. Within the palace, the three exchanged glances. It was fake, we were deceived. Kuan Shallow, that bastard, we will definitely find him and make him pay. Watay's death is because of him. He actually dared to sell us a fake secret area map. The red-eyed man's angry whisper turned into a roar, and the surrounding space trembled. Kuan Shallow is one of the subjects of the Ganwu universe country leader. It'll be hard for us to find a chance. Wait. Even if I have to wait over 100 million years, 1 billion years, or even 10 billion years, as long as there's a chance, I Menghua will definitely personally kill him. He actually dared to use a fake secret area map and take away my money, also taking away the life of one of my brothers dead. I will definitely kill him. If he knows what's good for him, he will hide under the Ganwu universe country leader's protection for the rest of his life. The red-eyed man roared angrily. Black flames rose fiercely from the ground, and the entire palace began to burn within and was reduced to nothing. His roar resounded throughout the vast trillion li in the God country. Black Dragon Mountain Island. Becoming famous after one battle. Luo Feng had really became famous through that one battle. This one battle not only shook the entire Black Dragon Mountain Empire, but also the entire Ganwu universe country. Daddy, everybody in the Black Dragon Mountain Island now knows how you look. The moment you go out, you'll be recognized very quickly. Little Hai clapped his hands and jumped around beside Luo Feng, as he was obviously very proud. I'll have to disguise myself next time I go out. Luo Feng rubbed his head. It's kind of weird though. Beside, Su Xian stood up and poured some tea for Luo Feng, smiling. After the elimination the last time, many organizations sent people over after this arena war battle. However, your performance was definitely the most eye-catching. I thought even more organizations and powers will come. However, up till now, no one has come at all. It is kind of weird. Luo Feng nodded. Suddenly, haha, Luo Feng, a clear carefree voice resounded. Ah, we were just saying no one came, and now someone has come. Su Xian turned to look, speaking softly. It's people from the Three-Axe Mountain organization. Luo Feng looked. Indeed. There were three men walking over from the distance. In the middle was a kind-looking, smiling old man with a head full of white. On the left was a man dressed in dark red battle robes, and the one on the right was the tall and sturdy Mingyu. With experience from the Ganwu auction, he could easily deduce From looking, that dark red battle-robed man was definitely a sector lord. And there was a thunder mark on his forehead. Obviously, he was a sector lord recognized by the thunder origin laws, a sector lord that belonged to the pinnacle of other sector lords as for that kind. Looking old man Luo Feng couldn't tell, but since he walked in the center, he estimated that the old man's position was the highest. Lord Mingyu Luo Feng quickly stood up. Haha, I'm no lord here Luo Feng, let me introduce you all. Mingyu smiled and pointed at the dark red battle-robed man. This is our 3-acts Mountains General Jiang Tianchen, amongst the sector lords in the Black Dragon Mountain Starfield, he's definitely at the peak. My respects, General Luo Feng paid his respects. Jiang Tianchen nodded. This Mingyu began introducing the white-haired old man, his voice changing slightly in tone. Is our 3-acts Mountains one of the 3 great founders, the head general? Head General Luo Feng quickly bowed. However, his mind was in a flurry of emotions. Head General. Of the 3 great founders of the 3-acts Mountain, 2 of them were undying, and the final one had vanished, which was this one. The old man slightly nodded. Where's Hong? Mingyu said. The head general wishes to see him. No problem, I'll look for him. Luo Feng nodded. Luo Feng, Thunder God, Mingyu, and Jineg Tianchen all stood outside, while inside the house only the head general and Hong stayed. 30. Why has the head general come looking for Big Brother Thunder God? Asked. No idea. Luo Feng shook his head. It's a good thing, beside them. Mingyu smiled. Let's hope he doesn't disappoint the head general. Besides him, the sector Lord Jiang Tianchen said coldly. Within the house, there were only 2 people present, Hong and the head General Luo. What? Hong looked shocked at the old white-haired man before him. Head General, you. This legendary being spoke only a few words, but this had already given Hong a shock. Your talent is not bad, your character is also similar to myself back then. As for teaching you, even though I haven't become an undying, when it comes to the light origin laws and domain, I am definitely sufficient and capable of becoming your teacher. The old man shook his head. However, there's one thing I have to warn you about. My lifespan is reaching its end. I only have about 20,000 more years to live. You only have about 20,000 years left in your lifespan. Hong was shocked. A sector lord's lifespan was very long, up to 10 million years, yet before him, this legendary head general's was reaching its end. Hi. The old man shook his head and sighed. That voice was filled with endless bitterness. Hong, you and I really have an affinity. Your name is Hong, mine is Luo, both one syllable. You had your domain in the Star Traveler level, me too. I do not fear death. I have taken the path of becoming the strongest and wanting to scale the pinnacle of life's greatest. Even in the huge axe dojo I have won 1,000 continuous matches, acquiring the domain Lord Huge Axe Fighter title, the old man exclaimed, and later on, along with my good friends, too. Similar domain lords who acquired the Huge Axe Dojo Fighter title, Emolia and Lai Meng Tua, we founded the 3-Axe Mountain organization together. Back then, I was the leader and the 2 assisted me. Later on they both became undying, yet I remained a sector lord. Ambition. If my plan had succeeded, the moment I became an undying, I would have become an absolute warrior amongst the undying. The old man's eyes gleamed. It burned an incomparably strong sense of longing. Even if I joined the Ganwu Universe country, I would have immediately become the ultimate undying at the Peek under the country leader. An undying under the Ganwu universe country leader Hong was shocked. Within Black Dragon Mountain Starfield, do you know how many undying there are? The old man asked. Two, Hong replied. The god country leader of Ice Neptune and Sacred Land, Black Dragon Mountain leader, both were undying. Luo Feng, Hong, and Thunder God all knew this. How many starfields are there in the Ganwu universe country? The old man asked. Over 13,000, Hong was shocked. If every star field had 2 undyings, with all of them added together, that would be shocking. Haha, the old man laughed. The number of undying under the Ganwu country leader exceeds 10,000, and there are many more that belong to the virtual Universe Company, Huge Axe Dojo, Universe First Bank, Universe Galaxy Bank, and Universe Mercenary Alliance, these 5 great leviathans. Over 10,000, Hong held his breath. Don't be surprised. Why don't you take a look at just how vast a universe country is? The old man exclaimed. It may look like a lot, but it is the result of countless years of work in terms of probability for a sector lord to break through to the undying. The probability is simply too low. A sector lord's life span barely exceeds 10 million years. The number of sector lords in the Ganwu universe country exceeds 1 million. With their lifespan ending every 10 million years, although countless years had gone by, there are only so many undying. I've seen the light. We have to have our feet firmly planted on the ground. We cannot be over ambitious, the old man exclaimed and shook his head. For a sector lord to break through to the undying, that alone is extremely difficult. I wasted millions of years. Wasn't it simply suicide? Who would have thought fate would be playing with me even when I've finally seen the light? Let's not talk about anything else. The old man looked at Hong and smiled. My affairs, I've told you most of it. Light and time, these 2 major origin laws, I can teach you and try my best to help you. The old man looked at Hong. I dare say even amongst millions of sector lords within the Ganwu universe country, even though I can't say I am the number 1, however I can definitely say without any doubt that I am in the top 3. Even against an undying, I have a certain guarantee of escaping alive. Hong looked with shock at the old man. I was considered a legend in the Ganwu universe country. Even undying had to show me respect. If you are willing to accept me as a teacher, then you must be prepared to roam around the endless universe. The old man emphasized. I've just left my isolation with only 20,000 years or so of my lifespan left. I would like to see many places before I die. If you are willing to accept me as your teacher, then once you become my disciple, you naturally will have to follow me. At the same time, I will not give up on my training. In my final 20,000 years, I will still risk it all and fight to break through to become an undying, even though the end of my lifespan is right before me. The old man looked at Hong. Hence I could enter isolation at any time without any means to look after you, but when that time does come, I will arrange for a bodyguard for you. The moment you accept me, you need to be prepared for all this. Hong creased his eyebrows. Roam around for 20,000 years. Right? The old man nodded. You don't have to rush to come up with an answer right away. Think carefully about your decision. I'll give you 10 days to ponder over it. You can answer me after 10 days. The old man finished his sentence and immediately began to head out. As one who's able to become an absolute warrior, these people all chase to reach the pinnacle of life itself. And along this path, many of them would create their own secret techniques that belonged to only them. These techniques were the result of all their blood and sweat, especially in the face of death. These absolute warriors couldn't bear to watch their countless years of work, creating these techniques, to all go to waste without someone to inherit them, to find an outstanding disciple. This was the mindset of many facing death. 9-star Bay Little District. Luo Feng and Thunder God watched as the old man, Jiang Tianshen and Mingyu, left. Big Brother Thunder God asked, "What did that head general find you for?" Luo Feng too looked at Hong. "He wants to accept me as his disciple." Hong laughed, thinking about it. "I'm considered a pioneer of the first generation on Earth, yet, as someone else accepting me as a disciple, I can't help but say the strong of the universe are indeed plenty, with many of them from other places, and are much stronger than us. They do have the rights to be our teachers." I was actually prepared to accept him earlier. It didn't happen. Luo Feng was shocked. "Right." Hong nodded. "If I do take him as my teacher, I will have to follow him and wander around, leaving Earth, leaving the Black Dragon Mountain starfield, and wandering the universe for 20,000 years. 20,000 years, Thunder God stared. I was hesitating whether or not to take him as my teacher. Hong creased his eyebrows. "Actually, even if I wander the universe with him, I can still contact my family through the virtual universe network and meet you guys there as well. However, leaving Earth for 20,000 years, it still feels." China's culture was only 5,000 years old. Hong has to wander about in the universe for 20,000 years. To Hong, who wasn't even 100 years old, this was indeed an extravagant number. "Of course you have to take him as your teacher." The little virtual assistant on Luo Feng's shoulder, Babata, raised his tiny hand and pointed at Hong. "You idiot, that is Luo, the founder of the 3-Axe Mountain. Luo, the one people deem as the Time Sector Lord, many undying. Stay on good terms with him, and treat him on equal grounds. Many Sector Lords are willing to listen to his pointers. This is a truly respectable and big figure in the Black Dragon Mountain starfield." Time Sector Lord Luo Feng and Thunder God were shocked by that name. Time Sector Lord, what a bombastic name. The virtual assistant on Thunder God's shoulder, Lord Wu, glared at Babata. "Only a spoiled wimpy brat will brag like that. That old man earlier dares to call himself the Time Sector Lord. You sick pervert, who was locked in isolation for 10 million years, what do you know?" Babata pointed at Lord Wu. "Luo is a top-notch figure of these 10 million years. During that time you were locked away in the world within a world. You don't know anything. You have no right at all to talk crap. You better listen to this demon lord here." "You wimpy brat," Lord Wu roared. "I've followed my owner for over 10 million years. I've lived longer than you." Babata pointed at Lord Wu and roared. Luo Feng and Thunder God rubbed their heads. My God. These two living AIs, every time they met, they would engage in a squabble. "I will think well about it." Hong went silent. "Listen to me, there's no wrong in it," Babata repeated. The arrival of the legendary head General Luo from the 3-Axe Mountain had indeed led to Hong thinking. In the meantime, the groups in the arena wars engaged in their battle swiftly, very quickly. After 5 days' worth of time, the 1,000 groups had finished all their battles, with 90,000 being eliminated, and only 10,000 left. These 10,000 had the chance to enter the name list with only 900 slots. After entering the name list, one could represent the Ganwu Universe country and compete against the pinnacle of geniuses from the other universe countries. Once the arena wars had ended, the Black Dragon Mountain Island 9-star Bay once again received 2 guests. Luo Feng, a familiar voice resounded. Luo Feng turned to look. It was that old man with a head full of white, Buddha. Osaka Sector Lord, this silver-haired old man was standing beside a pale and expressionless man with purple eyes on his forehead. This man had one more vertical eye. It was looking casually at Luo Feng. A formless force of energy transmitted over. Luo Feng grit his teeth. This person's aura was extremely strong. Not bad, the purple-eyed man slightly nodded. Luo Feng, let me introduce you. This is a great undying being from the Ganwu Universe country, the god leader, Kuan Shallow, the silver-haired old man introduced. Luo Feng stared at the expressionless purple-eyed man before him, whose aura was extremely powerful, and he felt extremely shocked by this aura. After so many years, he had never come face to face with an actual undying. Undying, that level of being, maybe in places like the Ganwu Universe country, which is a high-level civilization, an undying still had to lower his head. However, in other empires, no one dared provoke an undying, an eternal being, one who could split the land and skies. He actually came to visit him. My respects, god leader. Luo Feng bowed respectfully. Kuan Shallow slightly nodded. Even though this Kuan Shallow was a man, he gave Luo Feng a feeling, a very peculiar feeling. His aura was peculiar. It was almost like an aura of an extremely gentle lady. Only that vertical eye would occasionally give off a bone-chilling, heart-palpitating feeling. Luo Feng, the reason for my arrival here is to give an order from the country leader, Kuan Shallow muttered. Luo Feng was shocked. Ganwu country leader. He personally sent me here. This should represent how much he values you. Kuan Shallow continued to mutter. This genius battle, after all, our Ganwu Universe country will finally send out the top 1,000 strongest to compete in the pinnacle fights with the other universe countries, the entire universes. 1,008 human universe countries. 1,008 universe countries, the number of pinnacle geniuses representatives will only be a little more than 1 million. And the virtual universe company will finally absorb the top 1,000 among the winners. 1,008 universe countries will each send 1,000 geniuses, yet only the final 1,000 from all the participants will be absorbed. Kuan Shallow looked at Luo Feng. This means to say, on estimate, there's about only 1 spot from each universe country. Our universe country will send out 1,000 people, yet it's still not guaranteed that we will get a spot. Luo Feng nodded. The universe's top 1,000, that was extremely difficult to achieve. Even Babata had said that Luo Feng had no hopes at all. Over 1,000 vast and huge universe countries, the final 1,000 will be absorbed. The conditions for the virtual universe company were extremely brutal and strict. Indeed. As one of the pinnacle leviathans of the universe, humans, the virtual universe company who nurtures geniuses, they have the best conditions and overall facilities, such as the primal universe, many secret areas, different types of treasures, the best teachers, and so on. Kuan Shallow looked at Luo Feng. Alas, there will still only be 1,000 of them who will actually get the right to have the virtual universe company spend countless amounts of resources to train them according to the country leader's order. If you can make it into the entire universe's top 1,000 and enter the virtual universe company, becoming one of their internal core member, that will be a good thing. Not only will it be beneficial for you, our Ganwu universe country will also receive huge rewards. However, if you fail, you can enter our Ganwu universe country instead with your current talent. You have the qualifications to enter our secret land of our universe country, the Ganwu secret area, Kuan Shallow said. Within the Ganwu secret area, you too will receive the best nurturing and training. Kuan Shallow glanced at Luo Feng. Little punk, to achieve the top 1,000 of the entire universe, I'd advise you to not get your hopes up to be able to enter the universe country's Ganwu secret area is already countless people's dream. Finishing up, Kuan Shallow immediately vanished. Luo Feng, congratulations, the silver-haired old man said. Right, Undyings, most of them are eccentric, don't mind him too much. The silver-haired man laughed. I don't mind, Luo Feng smiled, would I dare to actually receive an undying messenger? This states just how much the Ganwu country leader values your talent, the silver-haired old man smiled. From what I know from this batch of geniuses, the ones that got the same notification to be able to enter the Ganwu secret area, are only those who've stepped through the gateway of the origin laws. Luo Feng nodded. Very quickly, the silver-haired old man left too. Luo Feng quietly sat within his own house, pondering. Two paths. One of them was to enter the Ganwu universe country core. The other one was to enter the core of the virtual universe company. On Luo Feng's shoulder, Babata yawned and muttered, don't think about it, the virtual universe company, that sort of super leviathan, its wealth and resources will shock you to be trained by them with countless amount of valuable resources. One would have to be at the level of elites of the entire universe, as their natural talents are absolute to be trained and nurtured, while receiving only the best resources, as long as they don't die along the way in the elimination stages. Their achievements would all be amazing in the future. Dai Luo Feng was shocked. These are the absolute pinnacle of geniuses from the 1008 human universe countries. Will they die so easily? To nurture and produce the best process is death by elimination. Isn't that very normal? Babata shook his head. No matter who it is, without experiencing the fear of life and death, how will one improve? And during these life or death experiences, how can one not get injured? Luo Feng couldn't help but nod his head. Don't think about it. People have different paths from you. Babata shook his head. That Kuan Shallow said the right thing. The most realistic path is to enter the Ganwu universe secret area. This Ganwu universe country is also considered a huge power within the universe. The Ganwu country leader, that is an even bigger power, a super existence that can shake the entire universe. By entering the Ganwu secret area and receiving the best nurture, your achievements will be extremely high in the future. Babata said, back then your teacher lost out as he was a lone wolf. If your teacher had a backing like the Ganwu country leader, that sort of existence, how would that bastard dare come kill your teacher? Ganwu country leader, is he much more powerful than my teacher? Luo Feng was shocked. You must be joking. That's an invincible being that not only created a universe country, but also one that commanded that universe country for 1 trillion years, Babata said. Of course, compared to the super leviathan, such as the virtual universe country, there's no comparison at all. I heard the primal universe is something the virtual universe company owns internally. Whoever they wish to let in, they can do so without any problem. Luo Feng blinked a couple of times. Hence, Luo Feng, within this universe, there will always be someone stronger. A genius above others, a mountain higher than others. Even if you enter within the core of the virtual universe company, The competition will be incomparably intense, a genius battle that happens once every 10,000 years, yet absorbing only 1,000 absolute geniuses. Calculate yourself, after all these years, just how many geniuses will there be within that virtual universe company? Babada asked. Hence, if you enter the virtual universe company, the number of strong people are like the clouds. If you are not strong enough, you will be trampled upon. Naturally, you cannot enter. Realistically speaking, you should just stay within the Ganwu secret area. Babada said, the Ganwu secret area is already a sacred land that countless people will drool over just to hear about it. I am speaking so much because I want you to realize that entering Ganwu secret area is the best option for you. You are considered exceptional within that area. At the same time, don't get proud, because in the virtual universe company there are 1,000,000 people even more outstanding than you. Luo Feng blinked hard. This was a psychological blow for Luo Feng. This Babada really knew how to knock a person down. Sitting in the chair, Luo Feng poured himself a cup of tea as it flowed into the cup. A thought occurred to him. Babada is right, my current strength is far from that of an absolute genius. If I want to make it into the universe top 1,000, it is indeed hard. My skills, control of spirit weapon, battle experience, amplifier, and mental state, these may all be not bad, however, compared to all the geniuses of the entire universe, it definitely ain't at the top. A few powerful warriors, like my teacher, or that Luo, towards the later stages in life, have all created their own secret techniques. Of course, no matter what I do, I have to do it step by step. I first have to learn the techniques created by others first before slowly creating my own. And the current me, I've just begun. In a group of sheep, even if I become the strongest, I'd still only be a stronger sheep. And compared to a group of lions, even if I'm not the strongest, I'd still be an intrepid lion. To improve, I have to get into the core of the virtual universe company. I am weak. But the main reason is because my training time is too short. This genius battle stretches on for quite some time. I still have time to get stronger. Luo Feng pondered, his eyebrows creased. The Leviathan of the human universe, the virtual universe company's core, it only absorbs 1,000 geniuses every 10,000 years. After generations, there should be millions of geniuses within, and after countless years of toil, the number of undying within would far exceed that of the Ganwu universe country. Within there, that was where the true outstanding and pinnacle of strengths were. If I want to compete, I have to compete with the strongest. My training time is short, but, as time goes on, I will be able to catch up to them. Hard work. Hard work. Right now, the first goal is to get into the 1,000 slots of the Ganwu universe country internal name list. Luo Feng made the decision without discussing more with Babada. Growing up, Luo Feng had never admitted defeat before. Even against the incomparably powerful and seemingly invincible golden-horned beast before, Luo Feng never stepped back. If it was said that his younger brother Luo Hua enjoyed the battle in the universe financial market, every time going in to compete and slaughter, earning and making fortunes, then Luo Feng enjoyed chasing after the pinnacle of life itself, constantly breaking through and improving himself time and again, defeating the opponents one by one, even with difficulty, setbacks, competition, and opponents. He had no fear. The only fear would be that of no difficulty at all when that day finally arrives where he stands at the peak, without any opponents, he would fear the loneliness. The strong are lonely. On Earth, Luo Feng had tasted that feeling. He didn't like the feeling of loneliness. I'll push myself and give it a shot. We'll see just how far Luo Feng, can push till Luo Feng's eyes gleamed. It was a light of anticipation of his path of the strong. The arena wars lasted for a total of 5 days. When it ended, the 10,000 participants that made it through had 1 day of rest, and within that 1 day, the organizing party, the Virtual Universe Company, also gave out information on the upcoming battles and informed every participant. China Time Year 2066, July 22nd, night. Virtual Universe, Black Dragon Mountain Island, 9-Star Bay District, Luo Feng's living room. Luo Feng, Hong, and Thunder God were gathered there with 10 other people. How are the arena fights going to be distributed? Brother-in-law, who are you fighting against in the first match? Only 900 slots, yet 10,000 people are competing. How do you even compete? A group of people were discussing. Quiet. Luo Feng pointed to mid-air. Immediately a screen appeared above the dining table. On it were a blur of words with descriptions. This is the list for the 10,000 participants of the arena fights. Ah! The words are too small. The whole family ran over to take a closer look. Enlarge it. Luo Feng pointed at the corner of the screen, and immediately a portion of the screen began to enlarge. There was Luo Feng's name there. Big brother, you are up against Sai Weiluo first. After winning that, you'll battle against the winner of the next group. Luo Hua examined it carefully. Right. Luo Feng nodded, looking at the people who surrounded him. Among them were his brother-in-law, Su Gang, and others, even Hong and his children and families. Thunder God's daughter and his own family, with a large group of people. Together, it was indeed bustling. This arena battle, the process itself is very simple. 1v1, the winner will advance, while the loser will enter the loser's circle. These 10,000 people will be split into a total of 5,000 groups, of which, after the first battle, there will be 5,000 winners and 5,000 losers. The 5,000 winners will continue to fight it out, and after the second battle, there'll remain 2,500 winners. Moving on. After the third battle, there'll remain 1,250 winners. After the fourth, there'll only be 625 winners left. After the fourth battle, the 625 winners will immediately take up 625 slots of the name list. Luo Feng said. The rules were simple. 1v1, they only need to fight 4 battles, and there'll be 625 left. I say, my brother-in-law, within these 900 slots, after taking out the 625. Wouldn't that only leave 275 slots? Su Gang said curiously. Beside him Luo Hua laughed. Su Gang, didn't you realize from what my brother said before the losers enter a loser's circle? I estimate the remaining 275 slots will come from there. Thunder God laughed. Right, Luo Hua is smart. One has to know that the victor of a 1v1 battle is usually decided very quickly. However, there's a huge loophole, that is there might very likely be 2 absolute warriors battling against each other, and one of them will end up getting eliminated. This loophole results in the company very easily eliminating a true genius. Right. Luo Feng nodded. Hence the loser's circle. From the 10,000 people, there will be 625 winners, and the loser's circle will have 9,375 people. These 9375 will engage in a cruel and long competition, which will finally result in the final 275 being picking out. Luo Feng said. Cruel and long competition. Why cruel? Long, how long? A group of people turned to Luo Feng. This competition is for the loser's circle of 9,375 people. Every person has to battle with the other 9,374 others in 1v1 matches, meaning the loser's circle. Every 9,375 of them has to battle 9,374 times. Winning a match gains 1 point. Should both parties die together in a draw, that would mean 0 points. Finally, it will go by how high the points a person has. The top 275 will get into the final 275 slots, Luo Feng said. My God, Su Gang stared wide-eyed. Wow, Little Hai exclaimed, 9374 matches, when will this battle end? Right, just how much time is spent on this? With these over 9,000 matches, it will definitely take forever. A group of them all sighed. One must know that in life or death battles, to battle continuously, one's entire mental state, spirit and strength would be fatigued and focus would drop. Hence, even though each battle time was short, it was still impossible to hold multiple matches a day. What the Virtual Universe Company announced was that this competition itself will probably go on for close to 3 years, as each person will battle 10 matches a day. Luo Feng said, the entire genius battle from the initial world elimination battle of the Ganwu Universe country, the longest time consuming item is this. Close to 3 years. That's long. The arena fights were very quick. Every battle eliminated half of its people, requiring only 4 successive wins to get a slot. On a balcony in Luo Feng's villa in 9-Star Bay District, late night, Luo Feng, Hong, and Thunder God sat by a round table. Third brother, your situation isn't looking good, Hong emphasized. Among these 10,000 participants, there's a total of 521 who've stepped through the gateway of the origin laws, and from 4 matches they will pick the final 625. Theoretically speaking, these 521 should all get a slot. Thunder God muttered, however, I don't know just how this virtual universe company distributed the teams. They actually let origin law geniuses meet each other. Right. Even though according to the footage of the arena wars before, they concluded that there was a total of 521 who've stepped through the origin law's gateway. If they distributed it properly, the Virtual Universe Company could have left these 521 not ever meet and get a slot. However, the Virtual Universe Company didn't do it that way. A large portion of these origin laws geniuses didn't have to ever meet in their 4 matches, but a small group of them, close to 100 of them, did have to meet each other. Like Luo Feng himself. According to the distribution, for his first, second, and third battles, he had a certain guarantee to win. However, the 4th match, according to his list, as long as that origin law genius didn't lose along the way, then his 4th opponent would be another who had stepped through the gateway. His name was Rong Jun, his nickname was Savage. Savage Rong Jun. Back then, he was the absolute warrior that killed his second brother Thunder God, a powerful being that massacred his Arena Wars group. According to this distribution, there'll be close to 100 origin law warriors who will meet in the 4th match. Hong nodded, and these close to 100 people were the top most intrepid performers of the Arena Wars. Whether it was Savage Rong Jun or Madman Luo Feng, they were the most powerful and massacred their Arena Wars group, they were just invincible. In terms of strength, this close to 100 people should belong to the upper echelon of the strong. Hong emphasized, right now the virtual universe company is obviously wanting them to meet to test them out. After all, the loser still has a chance in the loser's circle. In the circle, there will be less than 50 origin law warriors. And there are 275 slots for the loser's circle. These origin law warriors, even if they lose their fourth match through the loser's circle, they can still get a slot. From the virtual universe company's point of view, it's probably to test this group of geniuses, the most elite, meeting one another and engaging in 9,374 matches thereafter. This is probably one of the best training for these people, Hong said. Luo Feng and Thunder God both nodded. Makes sense. The virtual universe company organized this to pick out the most pinnacle of geniuses, hence making them fight against each other and picking out the most exceptional was a very normal circumstance. Third brother Hong emphasized as he looked at Luo Feng, the first to third battles, you shouldn't have any trouble right now. Your only opponent is the fourth match where you'll meet Savage Rong Jun. I've seen his strength. Personally, it's extremely terrifying, much stronger than your groups. Pushkin. I've exchanged blows with him, he finished me in one shot, Thunder God said. He is very strong, especially his slice down from his blade, it feels extremely heavy. I know, Luo Feng nodded. If he wanted to get a slot in that name list early, he would have to defeat Savage, and from that Savage's arena war battle, he had watched as a spectator. It was indeed terrifying. Who asked you to perform so fearlessly? Thunder God laughed. It's because your performance was too strong and you killed the other geniuses like they were dogs. The virtual universe company values you, hence, they arranged Savage to battle you, letting the two strongest fight it out. China year 2066, July 23. Virtual universe, in the space that belonged to the huge Axe Dojo on island number 29,904, the arena duels were about to begin. Attention all, standing in the center of the arena right now is the genius from the Dragonhorn Starfield, Sai Weiluo, following the loud announcement. Throughout the entire arena, the audience immediately erupted in a wave of cheers and roars. The over 100 million spectators from the Dragonhorn Starfield were incomparably excited, all shouting as loud as they could. Sai Weiluo. Sai Weiluo. You are the strongest. Over 100 million excited cheers could be heard. The two sides, from two different starfields, were both given 100 million tickets. Hence, today's match had 1 billion spectators, of which 200 million were separately from the Black Dragon Mountain Starfield and the Dragonhorn Starfield. The next to take the stage is the one you've all been waiting for from the Black Dragon Mountain Empire, an absolute genius, Luo Feng. The commentator's voice was even louder than the first time. Obviously the commentator was a little more biased towards Luo Feng. Luo Feng. Luo Feng. Luo Feng. It wasn't just the Black Dragon Mountain Empire's over 100 million people cheering loudly, more than half the people from the other 800 million from the other starfields in the Ganwu Universe country too were cheering his name, even though both had made it through the arena wars. Obviously Luo Feng, who had dominated his group, had won over the support from many in the Ganwu Universe country. While a trillion eyes were watching him, Luo Feng followed the same pathway and walked into the center of the arena. The cheers got even louder. Countless human ladies of different races all shouted and screeched, some even fainting. The 100 virtual simulation had such an effect, even bodily functions were simulated. There were two youths standing in the arena, one with a dark golden long rod and dressed in dark gray armor, the black-haired youth Luo Feng, the other who was standing on a large board, smiling, and with a gentle aura, Sai Weiluo. Luo Feng, all the best. Sai Weiluo bowed respectfully, displaying his manners. Luo Feng just stood there, completely immersed in his mental state, like a volcano, without any reaction at all. He didn't know why, even though Sai Weiluo before him seemed very courteous, it gave him an outrageous sense of discomfort. As for why he had that feeling, he couldn't explain it. You too. A tall, sturdy, and handsome commentator smiled. This will be very similar to the arena wars. As the battle progresses, the space you have will continue to shrink. It'll only require 5 minutes before the entire space will shrink down to only a diameter of 1 m, hence, your battle will at most last 5 minutes. Thanks. Sai Weiluo smiled and looked at the commentator. Luo Feng only made a noise to reply. Alright, let the battle begin. The commentator smiled the moment he said begin, his entire being vanished, leaving only the two participants. So Sai Weiluo stood on his huge board, swiftly flying into the distance, as quick as lightning. Escaping. Luo Feng creased his eyebrows. The soaring shuttle immediately became a beam of golden light, obviously faster than Sai Weiluo before. The original size of the arena was a diameter of 30 kilometers. As time passed, it shrank more and more with Luo Feng and Sai Weiluo's speed. In the blink of an eye they were already at the edges of the space. Now's the time. Sai Weiluo could feel their distance closing. He suddenly turned and simultaneously Luo Feng, who was rushing over, decreased his speed as they grew dangerously close. Sai Weiluo's eyes had a gleam of madness. Go kill him. The huge board beneath his feet shot out a silver light. This light wrapped itself around his green energy flow. Around it moved autonomously and separated into 9 silver arrows, shooting at Luo Feng at the same time. Xiao xiao xiao. 9 silver arrows. It was like 9 shooting stars shooting suddenly and swiftly at Luo Feng. Even though the Nanshan armament is powerful, it does have its weaknesses. Sai Weiluo's eyes were filled with a strong anticipation, one for victory. That is its defense, its weakness is its defense. Your power is only so much, and you dare split it into 9, Luo Feng snorted coldly. And you really think I have no methods for defend myself? Luo Feng's thoughts moved. The soaring shuttle below him immediately shot out beams of light, swiftly forming 16 peculiar shields surrounding him. These 16 shields had golden threads weaving through them. The surface of the shields, 8 of which were facing outside while the other 8 were facing inwards, revolving both internally and externally. The speed was swift, as all of them were infused with some origin laws. This moved the sword array. The soaring shuttle's second form, its defensive form, the sword array. There were a total of 3 forms for the soaring shuttle. The first defensive form was the mountain bulwark. The defensive form was the mountain bulwark shield. The second form's offense was the golden swordfish. The defensive form was the sword array. As for the third form, one had to reach the universe level to use it. Hence, the current Luo Feng could only use the swordfish formation along with the sword array. The 8 shields floated about his surroundings. The other 8 formed an outer layer. Inside and outside, covered with shields, which revolved about and moved up and down, with golden light connecting them, an outrageous energy emanated from it, infused with Luo Feng's comprehension of the golden origin laws. Its defense was simply perfect. The 9 silver arrows shot over, and the 16 shields slightly altered its speed, leaving no openings at all. Dang, dang, dang clashes could be heard. The power of the 9 silver arrows wasn't strong in the first place. It couldn't even move the 16 shields' defense. Actually, normal spirit weapons weren't like the soaring shuttle, which had many formations and uses under normal circumstances, the stronger ones. Spirit reading power was, the more focused the weapon would be. A pure attacking spirit weapon. A pure defensive one. A pure flying one. Gold represented strength and piercing power of the sun. This Nanshin armament was a purely offensive spirit weapon, extremely tyrannical. Offense, when it is condensed, it's very powerful. When it is separated, it gets weaker. And this Iwalo knew that if he did not risk it all, he couldn't kill Luo Feng, hence he gambled on Luo Feng not having a form of defense with his spirit weapons, hence he controlled the 9 silver arrows by dispersing his spirit energy through these 9 arrows. It made his energy and power divide by 9, making the power and strength drop. He was gambling it all on this one attack chance. Against the 9 silver arrows, Luo Feng, using his Nanshin armament, could at most block 2 or 3 of them. That way, Saiwalo would have a chance of victory. A pity. Luo Feng had a defensive spirit weapon. It was the soaring shuttle. The soaring shuttle had flying and defensive capabilities along with offensive powers too, because Luo Feng had trained rigorously and studied it. Using the soaring shuttle's defensive form, the sword array, was the best option and choice. Maybe there were better defensive spirit weapons, but Luo Feng didn't have the time to study them. It's over. Saiwalo's expression changed. Chi. The golden long rod became a golden rainbow and pierced right through his spirit weapon and straight through his forehead. First battle, Luo Feng was victorious. Second battle. Luo Feng, I know I'm not your match, but I still want to compete with my all. Luo Feng's second opponent admitted it the moment he stepped on the arena that he wasn't a match for him. Very quickly. Second battle, Luo Feng won easily. Third battle. The third opponent's strength was very strong, comparable to Pushkin. Especially, the strength of the huge axe he used was shocking. However, against the 9 silver arrows from before, Luo Feng's Nanshin armament couldn't fight at all. However, against this huge axe, Luo Feng easily controlled the golden rainbow to fight force with force by using the soaring shuttle. He stood at a distance and controlled it from afar after 6 continuous attacks. That huge axe, wielding tall and sturdy man's arms, were ripped and broken with blood spewing from his mouth, without any strength left in his arms to defend. The third battle, Luo Feng won again. 3 battles, 3 victories. Black Dragon Mountain Island, 9-star Bay District, Luo Feng's home entrance. Luo Feng sat face to face with the silver-haired old man, Buddha Asaka. You have achieved 3 victories in 3 battles. Right now the entire Black Dragon Mountain Island is filled with discussions about you. The silver-haired old man laughed. Within this virtual universe network, many entertainment programs and newscasts are all keeping an eye on you. Luo Feng laughed. Even while sitting at home, they could hear the people's cheers from the bars outside. These were all from the victories of Luo Feng. Due to these victories, there were large drunken celebrations all over. Lord Buddha Osaka, I'm pretty sure you came here not just to tell me these. Luo Feng smiled as he looked at the silver-haired old man. I bring word from His Majesty. The silver-haired old man looked at Luo Feng. In tomorrow's fourth match, as long as you win, you will receive a slot. His Majesty is hoping that you will prepare well and not get careless. After all, your opponent is very strong. I know. Luo Feng nodded. An image of his opponent appeared in his mind. That messy-haired, barefooted, savage youth. Defeat him, Luo Feng thought within. Ganwu Universe Country, within a vast starfield. A D6 disc-shaped universe ship was stopped on the moon of a mineral planet. Within one of its resting rooms, a barefooted, messy-haired, 3-meter-tall man, carrying 2 short blades sat. Cross-legged on the alloy surface ground within the room, he looked up. A photo hung on the wall. It was a black scruffy-looking punk with arms around the shoulders of a tall and sturdy man. Father. This savage youth was quietly looking at the photo, muttering, even though you aren't my birth father, however. The savage youth gritted his teeth, saying softly, I, too man, swear I will. Definitely kill that bastard. Definitely. His eyes were filled with a bone-chilling gleam, almost like a hungry, mad lone wolf. He is an undying. He is the emperor that built an empire. However, I will definitely kill him, father. Just watch. I will rush into the top 1,000 in this genius battle and enter the virtual universe company, even becoming the strongest within my generation in the virtual universe company. Savage said softly, and on the day I kill him, it will be the day I will regain the name 2 man. It's madman. That madman has come. Quickly flee. Chi. The black-haired youth in the dark gray armor walked coldly down the alley. A golden swordfish recklessly slaughtered a group of geniuses. Their bodies flew about, fresh blood staining the silent alley. The elimination stage footage of Luo Feng slaughtering were continuously played. Him, the absolute genius that has struck fear among countless geniuses, so much so they call him Madman Luo Feng. He had been hiding his strength all the while and only unleashing his true weapon, the Nanshan armament, in the arena wars and winning every battle. Only one word could describe him: invincible. Savage. I admit I'm not your match. I don't wish to battle against you. Even if you don't wish to, you still have to. A thick, powerful voice resounded. That barefooted, 3 m tall savage immediately closed the distance between them. The blade in his hand seemed light as he swung it. The blow, however, seemed to conceal the weight of heavy mountains behind it, immediately blowing away the opponent's defense and killing him on the spot. The savage Rong Jun's every slaughter scene too was constantly broadcasted. Him, relying just on his strength, has caused countless warriors to tremble. The one called Savage Rong Jun, from the elimination stage to the arena wars, wielding the battle knife, killing all targets. Till now there hasn't been anyone capable of resisting him. The two of them, Madman Luo Feng and Savage Rong Jun, in this 4th round of the arena duels will engage in a much-anticipated fight on island number 00001. One madman, one savage. Who's stronger? Will it be Madman continue his winning streak, or will Savage kill this Madman? Everything will be decided then. The highly anticipated match of the 4th round, the 2 pinnacle geniuses fight. A broadcast of about 15 minutes long appeared at the top of the virtual universe company's Ganwu station page. Only the virtual universe company would have been able to get such footage from that first round. The moment that broadcast came out, it immediately resulted in countless in the Ganwu universe downloading it and swiftly spreading it throughout the universe country. Eruption. Countless people from the Ganwu universe country rushed and fought to buy tickets for the battle, even though the fourth round of the arena duels had many matchups. The one that people were truly waiting to watch was this 49th match. This 49th match was a battle between geniuses who had stepped through the gateway of the origin laws and terms of power. The madman Luo Feng and the savage Rong Jun were both well known. Their battle was arranged to be on island number 00001. The ticket prices were extremely expensive too. However, the number of people who were actually trying to buy these tickets was an enormous number as well, especially since that special broadcast was released. The names Madman and Savage spread immediately throughout the trillion galaxies. This video had made countless people anticipate the battle. The time had finally come. China time year 2066, July 26th. Within the virtual universe where the huge Axe Dojo had opened a space island number 00001, a battle between absolute pinnacle warriors was about to happen. The participants were Madman Luo Feng and Savage Rong Jun. Madman, Savage, Luo Feng, Rong Jun. The entire dojo's 1 billion seats were filled to the brim. The battle hadn't even begun, but the footage broadcasted on a big screen in the center of the arena had already caused the countless spectators to cheer and roar for the warriors they supported, especially the Black Dragon Mountain Empire and the Golden Sword Empire. The spectators from these empires were shouting with pride for their own empire. Simultaneously, within the preparation room, Luo Feng was again wearing the dark gray armor and carrying a dark golden long rod. There were only 2 seats in this preparation room. A passionate staffer appeared beside and pointed at a seat as he spoke. Mr. Luo Feng, please rest. Here, the battle is about to begin soon. Luo Feng nodded and walked towards the seat and sat down. In his ears, he clearly heard the roars and cheers that resembled a tsunami. Who? A human silhouette appeared. Luo Feng opened his eyes to look. It was a tall and sturdy, still barefooted, messy-haired man. However, just from him standing there, he gave off a formless energy and strength. It was almost as though he was the heavens and land itself, and this natural abundance of power and energy made Luo Feng crease his eyebrows. When I saw him before, it was from a distance in the arena, and from footage I didn't expect that within his person, the energy and aura is that strong that strength itself directly affects his character. Living beings had auras. If one's aura became incomparably strong, it would make others detect it easily, and it was strong enough to be called energy. Energy, this was a very broad term. For example, the normal people on Earth, with their thin and frail bodies, if they met a tall and sturdy and intimidating bandit, they could feel the pressure the enemy brought. Strong willpower, solid determination, strength, etc., all this contribute to the energy. Like Luo Feng, if the current him were to quietly train in the wilderness of Earth, he would naturally emit an oppressing willpower. No matter how powerful the beasts were, they wouldn't dare approach him. Mr. Rong Jun, please rest here. The battle is about to begin. The staff quickly received him. The savage youth sat directly opposite Luo Feng. The two faced each other, sitting The savage youth's tiger-like eyes stared. It almost seemed like two beams of lightning were shooting out, making others not dare to make eye contact. Luo Feng, however, sat there like a dead volcano, silent, cold, emanating killing intent. This made it hard for others to even touch him. "You are Luo Feng, madman." Luo Feng, the savage youth's voice, was thick and powerful. With his eyes shut and silently seething, Luo Feng suddenly opened his eyes and looked at Savage. If anyone compared Luo Feng's appearance to the golden-horned beast, they would realize their eyes and gaze were almost identical, cold yet filled with killing intent. The savage youth felt shock within. This madman, his killing intent is heavy. "Something the matter?" Luo Feng spoke. "Yes." Savage nodded, his eyes staring at Luo Feng. "The loser circle matches. I'm very interested in the 9,374 matches. This sort of high-density matches will be useful to my training. I will definitely go participate." Luo Feng creased his eyebrows. This savage Rong Jun just said he wanted to take part in the losers' circle matches. What did he mean? "You are admitting defeat?" Luo Feng looked at Savage. No. Savage stared at Luo Feng. "I've never had the mindset of admitting defeat. However, I will first defeat you, then I will commit suicide and go participate in the losers' circle matches." "Defeat me, then suicide?" Luo Feng squinted his eyes. "To obtain a slot in the name list is not difficult for me at all." Savage curled his lips, giving off a powerful battle aura. "I require battle, many battles, constantly training myself and improving. Hence, Luo Feng, I hope you don't disappoint me. Don't let me defeat you in an instant." Within the preparation room, Luo Feng closed his eyes and said coldly, "Relax, I will kill you directly and send you to the losers' circle." "Ah, I'm looking forward to it." Savage smiled. With his eyes shut and hearing these words, Luo Feng too revealed a smile. Just from a few simple words, Luo Feng and Rong Jun already had a good feeling of their opponents. They were two people who were similar. They had absolute confidence in themselves, never admitting defeat, and indomitable in spirit. Battle. Battle. Luo Feng and Rong Jun both felt each other's powerful fighting spirit and their absolute confidence. "Mr. Luo Feng, Mr. Rong Jun, please head to the alley to prepare. The battle is about to begin." The staffer came over and spoke carefully. Luo Feng and Savage stood at the same time. They exchanged glances, feeling each other's fighting spirit from within, following which they both headed directly to the alley. The entire arena was completely full. The people were like the ocean. All races of humans from the trillion galaxies were all cheering loudly. From the Black Dragon Mountain Empire, the madman Luo Feng; from the Golden Sword Empire, the savage Rong Jun. The two of them are walking out now. The commentator was a man, his voice extremely loud. "Madman! Madman! Savage! Savage!" The spectators from the hundreds of millions of galaxies were incomparably excited. Compared to their actual names, their nicknames were actually much more accepted throughout. Within the arena, Luo Feng and Rong Jun faced off. "The both of you should already know the arena duel rules." The commentator faced the two of them. "This battle will determine who gets the slot on the name list. The winner between you two will get a slot, while the loser will have to fight in the loser's circle, engaging in a long, tedious amount of battles. The two of you should understand already. Then right now, let the battle begin." With that shout, The sound reverberated throughout the entire dojo. The commentator immediately vanished and the 1 billion spectators suddenly became silent. Everyone stared at the large arena, which contained the only 2 participants in the center. The moment they heard the word begin, the 2 who had been suppressing themselves immediately exploded and unleashed their energies and auras simultaneously. The strong usually had to suppress their energies, just like how Luo Feng could not randomly explode and release his energies in presence of his family. As for someone like a sector lord to suppress his powers even after suppression, with one look anyone could tell that his gaze gave of an extremely strong willpower, causing normal star-level warriors' souls to not be able to withstand it and crumble. Battle. The first fight was between beliefs and willpower. Using strong auras and energies to pressure and cause fear in the opponent, affecting their state of mind, this was naturally beneficial to one in battle. Whether it was Rong Jun or Luo Feng, they had never met such a powerful opponent before, hence, the 2 of them simultaneously released their energies, wanting to use it to affect their opponent's mental state and to cause fear and doubt within him. Only with that sort of mental state would the opponent's strength potentially be reduced to only 60 or 70 of their full powers. Hong Luo Feng's eyes became ice-cold, a formless heart-palpitating killing intent spread throughout, infused with Luo Feng's willpower and energy, immediately rushing at the opponent, a power that made people get distracted. Luo Feng was almost like a cold-slaughtering absolute beast, standing upright and surveying the enemy. Ha ha ha! Savage let out a carefree laughter. Beneath his messy hair, his godlike eyes were locked on Luo Feng. Luo Feng, let's battle in. Incomparably strong killing intent and energy immediately spread from him, a powerful fighting spirit infused with Savage's willpower. Incomparably solid. Immovable. The auras clashed, the willpower and energies clashed, feeling each other's strength. Rumble. Rumble. Beams of glaring and razor-sharp golden energy flowed out. Beams of heavy, mountain-like ground yellow energy flowed, and these energies covered both Luo Feng and Rong Jun, circling them as the centers. Battle. Savage was like a war god from the universe, roaring, and his eyes were gleaming red. Under the opponent's influence, Luo Feng's eyes were completely ice-cold. His entire demeanor was like a beast being suppressed. Clang. Brandishing of blades. Savage was barefooted. Every step he took had the strength and weight of 10 million kg. Even the arena, with its diameter of 10 kilometers, trembled as he took his steps. With just 2 steps, the tall and sturdy Savage had already reached right before Luo Feng, and that blade infused with ground yellow energy sliced straight at him. Stepping on the soaring shuttle, Luo Feng fiercely retreated, his eyes staring hard. Gritting his teeth, he squeezed out the words, "Kill." Xiao. A golden light shot out from the dark golden long rod on his back. The 9 golden blades, with complex engravings on them, swiftly moved. Threads of gold weaved through the entire body, swiftly forming a golden blade, compared to the blade from 2 months ago during the elimination round. The current golden blade Luo Feng had formed was much more stable and formidable. Rumble. A golden rainbow shot towards Savage. Break. Savage's expression struggled. He roared softly while brutally slicing straight at the golden rainbow under the pressure of his yellow energy flow, along with Luo Feng's eyes gleaming ice cold. The golden rainbow almost seemingly wanted to dodge this blade. Dang, even though it seemed like it was about to dodge it, that blade seemed to move a few inches and directly sliced that golden rainbow, causing it to be smashed away. The entire golden blade trembled for a bit, almost as though it was about to fall apart. Savage couldn't help but take a few steps back too. His grip on the blade too seemed to have weakened. Big brother and second brother were right, this punk's attack is extremely heavy. There hasn't been anyone so far who was able to almost break apart my golden blade with just one slice from far in mid-air while controlling the golden blade. Luo Feng's expression changed slightly. Gold, as strong and piercing as the sun. Savage stuck out his tongue and licked his thick lips, following which he violently roared, as though he was extremely excited. Savage! Savage! The 1 billion spectators and the countless people were caught up in the moment, all roaring with all their might. Within the arena, Go and Dai Luo Feng was still cold and not affected at all as he coldly snorted. Immediately the golden blade floated again and accelerated, becoming a golden rainbow and rushing towards Savage. Savage let out another roar and rushed straight towards it. His pace fluctuated. His silhouette became peculiar, dodging time and again. It was completely erratic, swiftly closing in on Luo Feng. No matter what, I cannot let him get close. Luo Feng stood on the soaring shuttle and increased the distance between them. The golden rainbow once again rushed straight at Savage. Dang, 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 dang. Clashing with him time and again, almost like moving the ground and shaking the mountains. However, Savage seemed to be borrowing the energy from the clashes to change his direction and swiftly closing in on Luo Feng. One had to know that at his level, one flash was a few hundred meters to kilometers of distance. And Luo Feng couldn't go too far, since with too much distance it would be extremely taxing to control his spirit weapon, which in turn would allow Savage the chance to draw close and attack. Luo Feng was after all a controller, a long-ranged fighter and not proficient at close combat. Incredible movement. Luo Feng worked hard to dodge time and again. It was extremely dangerous. Luckily, relying on the comprehension of the gold origin laws, using the soaring shuttle had gotten much easier and his speed and flexibility had improved much more than before. This Luo Feng is really quick at fleeing. Savage started to feel nervous. Normally I'm able to immediately close in and kill a controller, however this Luo Feng's board spirit weapon is extremely nimble and flexible, dodging me every time. The spectators in the arena, all 1 billion of them, were all stunned by this scene. These two, one strong and brutal even though he was charging head first, his movements were very peculiar, almost like an invincible war god as he chased down Luo Feng time and again. The other was like an exceptional master, floating and dodging time and again against the opponent, making him unable to attack at the same time. Controlling the spirit weapon to attack over and over. It was two completely different styles of fighting. One was a brutal fighter, while the other was a long-ranged attacker. Savage is too strong. If this madman slows down even just a little, just one slice would probably finish him. This madman is really strong. Every time he clashes against that attack, that Savage's body will definitely feel the tremors. In fact, he may even be already injured. If this goes on, Savage will definitely lose. Whether it was the 1 billion spectators in the arena or the countless people In the countless galaxies watching the broadcast all over, it did not matter. What they deduced and concluded Luo Feng and Rong Jun in the arena knew best about the predicament of their opponent. Lightning-fast attacks were exchanged over and over. This carried on for a minute before stopping. Savage stood in the arena and stared at the distant Luo Feng. Luo Feng, too, had stopped, not continuing his attack. My hand. Savage creased his eyebrows, feeling soreness in his entire right arm. The area between the thumb and the index finger had already ripped apart, matching force with force time and again. Every attack was extremely terrifying. If it were a normal genius, just one clash would have broken his entire arm. During the previous matches, when Luo Feng used the golden blade, with just one attack, he had broken the opponent's entire arm as one of the 9 godly weapons, using the Nanshan armament while combining origin laws and attacking. Just how terrifying was that power, and Savage was well known for his brutality as well. Every slash he threw had cut right through every opponent. 2 incredibly strong forces had clashed head-on continuously for about 10 times. I can't go on like this. If this goes on, my right arm will become useless. Savage stared hard at Luo Feng. I have to bear the brunt of every clash yet. He's just a spirit reader. The clashes don't even affect his body at all. I'm definitely losing out. In mid-air, dressed in dark gray armor, Luo Feng was shocked. Even after 10 continuous clashes, he's actually completely fine using the Nanshan armament. And going full force eats up a lot of my spirit energy. These 10 attacks have used up more than half of my spirit energy. If this happened in reality, everything could be provided for with his core. He didn't have to worry about his spirit energy running out at all. However, in the virtual universe world, his body was designed according to the virtual universe's standard. Every person's body and spirit energy was the same, even though he could recover his spirit energy naturally every second. This speed and level of recovery of a star level 9 paled by far in comparison to the golden horned beast's core. He had met with a difficulty. Savage's right hand was injured. He couldn't carry on meeting force with force either. Luo Feng's had less than half of his spirit energy left. He didn't dare keep dragging this on. What to do? Bated breaths. The entire arena went silent as 2 of them held their breath and stared at each other from afar. Even the 1 billion spectators were silent as they watched. And the Ganwu universe country, the trillions of universe humans watching this pinnacle fight broadcast, were all incomparably nervous and waiting in anticipation. Virtual universe, Ganwu continent, the largest construct in one of the buildings on a floating island above. Within that construct was a large hall. The entire floor surface of that hall was made of a dark greenish-black, peculiar-looking crystal stone. On it were 64 slashes, which gave off a flicker that enticed people's souls. It made the entire hall give off a natural and yet a dream-like peculiar aura. Countless thrones were separated in there, dispersed in an orderly fashion. In front of the big hall was a large screen. On it was the broadcast of Luo Feng and Rong Jin's battle. Virtual Universe Company actually placed both of them on the 00001 island. These 2 punks, their strengths are really not bad. However, they still can't be considered as the top of our Ganwu universe country's level. This little bit of strength can't make it to the top 10. However, the top 100 or so, that's more like it. Blurry and scattered throughout the thrones were a bunch of men and women. Some tall while others tiny, some old and some young. The one thing they had in common was that their auras were all incomparably strong, some blazing, while others ice cold. This group of people, with their incredible lifespans, held the top positions within the Ganwu universe. Country sat together and discussed. Not interesting. I still thought there'd be some surprise. Same level as the previous years, just average. This group of great existences talked very casually. Within the arena, Luo Feng and Savage had been silent for a total of 20 seconds, finally breaking the stalemate as the arena duels at most lasted 5 minutes. The longer time dragged on, the space would shrink more to the point where Luo Feng, who needed to dodge constantly, would be at a disadvantage. Under the continuous attack from the Nanshan armament, you can still block. Luo Feng's eyes gleamed with madness. I respect you, hence. Luo Feng raised both his arms and pointed at Savage. Wang. A golden light shot out from behind Luo Feng's back from the dark golden long rod, swiftly forming in mid-air. This scene caused everyone in the arena, and everyone watching the broadcast, even the group of great undying, to stare with their eyes gleaming. What Savage's face could barely contain his shock. Second golden blade. Right in front of Luo Feng was a floating golden blade which had formed early on in the match, yet, right now in mid-air, a second blade was taking shape. Form. Luo Feng grit his teeth. His expression was grim as his consciousness had split, having to use his full strength to control both golden blades. Nanshan armament, also known as the 9-level Han Tian Yin, had a total of 9 levels to unleash. The first level was Golden Blade. The second level was the sky-piercing form. The first level itself was the easiest. Even domain lords who didn't understand the origin laws could use their strong spirit energy to form it. Of course, when one's spirit energy wasn't as strong, they had to rely on sufficient willpower and law origin comprehension to form it. The first form, during the elimination stage, Luo Feng was already barely able to form it in reality. The second form, sky-piercing form, was hundreds to thousands of times harder. The sky-piercing form required unleashing 9 golden blades and later combining these together, forming a golden true blade different from the illusionary form of the first level, as it condenses the energy and forms a 1-inch long golden true blade. This golden true blade's power was extremely immense. At this time it had the right to be called sky-piercing. Hence, Luo Feng had been trying from early on to bring out 2 golden blades. After all, only through unleashing 9 golden blades did they actually gain enough power to condense and become reality, making the sky-piercing form. In reality, I'm only a star level 7 spirit reader. My spirit energy strength isn't strong enough, and I'm unable to unleash 2 blades. However, in the virtual universe, my spirit energy is star level 9, much stronger than in reality. My spirit energy is much stronger than reality. I have a higher guarantee of unleashing it. From the elimination till now, over 2 months had already passed, during which time I've been training rigorously. Even before this arena duel, I already had a guarantee of unleashing 2 blades. Luo Feng looked at Savage, roaring loudly. Savage received this. Rumble, rumble. The 2 golden blades, one on the left and one on the right, became 2 golden rainbows and rushed straight towards Savage. Luo Feng. Luo Feng. All the spectators on site, along with the countless humans from the hundreds of millions of galaxies, all cheered excitedly. There were many articles and Details regarding Luo Feng and Rong Jun, which had been shared previously with many experts, to analyze both their strengths. Naturally, the Nanshan armament was discussed as well, hence, many of the audience knew of how hard it was to unleash the Nanshan armament Luo Feng. Unleashing just one golden sword was already enough to make him invincible. Yet, right now, he had actually simultaneously unleashed 2 golden swords. It was simply too intrepid. Ah! Savage let out a low roar while taking a big step and closing a distance of 1 kilometer with just that step. Rumble, rumble. Supporting the energy wave, 2 golden rainbows shot out. Breakaway Savage had a struggling expression while slashing as fast as lightning at the golden rainbows. Dang! At the instant of the clash, the direction of his blade slightly changed. At the same time, Savage immediately turned and used the shockwave from the impact to add on to his rotation, dang, blocking even the second golden rainbow. Chi! Fresh blood was spit out. Savage took 2 steps back as his expression paled. Regardless, his eyes were still burning with a stronger than ever battle spirit, shouting, Luo Feng, the 2 golden blades are indeed very powerful. However, you having to disperse your energy evenly to control both of them. The power of each of these blades is only about 90 or so compared to the previous one. Even with 90 power with the both of them combined, to be able to block it even once, I consider you powerful. Let's see how many more times you can block it in mid-air from a distance. Luo Feng squinted while shouting back, come again. Ha 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 ha. Savage suddenly laughed loudly. At the same time, he violently threw the blade in his hand. Xiao. The blade became a blurred image, almost like a secret weapon shooting towards Luo Feng. Luo Feng creased his eyebrows. In mid-air, the golden rainbow became an arc and blocked the blade. Dang, that blade was knocked away and landed far away on the ground within the arena. What's he up to? The entire arena was noisy. A fighter throwing away his weapon. It was like a fighter cutting off his own arm. He must be insane. What's the matter? Why did he throw away his weapon? This savage has admitted defeat. That madman Luo Feng from the Black Dragon Mountain starfield. Ever since he took out 2 golden blades, that savage knew he couldn't win, hence, he admitted defeat. That's not strange at all. Not even fighting it out and admitting defeat. The spectators were in an uproar of discussions. Within the arena, however, the 2 of them were silent. Floating in mid-air, Luo Feng creased his eyebrows, coldly looking at Savage. On the ground, even though they hadn't met for too long, just from the simple exchanges of words and willpower, Luo Feng was very sure the savage before him had absolute confidence in himself. Even if he was about to lose, he would still fight it out till the end, and never admitting defeat. Luo Feng. Standing in the arena, Savage stood there with blood still on his mouth. His eyes, however, were gleaming, and he laughed loudly. I never once cared about the internal selection with the Ganwu Universe country. What I expect of myself is to at least enter the top 1,000 in the entire universe. Having said that, my true aim is to be number 1 in the entire universe. Luo Feng was shocked. The 1 billion spectators were all shocked. Even the countless humans watching the broadcast were shocked at this moment. The entire Ganwu universe country's countless humans were all stunned. Entire universe's number 1. His baseline is to enter the universe top 1,000. That was a place where Countless geniuses from many universe countries fought to enter on average. There wasn't even one per universe country. He actually dared to say that his baseline was to enter the top 1,000, and his true goal was to be the number one in the entire universe. This was no simple arrogance. It was simply madness. Within the arena, Yu Luofeng couldn't help but be shocked too. On the ground, Savage flipped his hand and brandished a new battle knife. This was a huge, pure black battle knife compared to the one before. This new knife was twice as large. I never expected that, to gain a slot in the Ganwu universe country, I'd be forced to take out this earth-splitting blade. Savage's entire energy had changed with the huge knife in his hand. Savage suddenly seemed to become like a wild war god, causing Luofeng, who was in mid-air, to shout out, "Whatever tricks you may have, take them out, and then we'll speak." Rumble, rumble. The two golden rainbows pierced straight towards him. Haha! Savage laughed loudly. Wang. In an instant, there were suddenly two savages in the arena. The two silhouettes rushed towards Luofeng with terrifying speed. What Luofeng, who was controlling the two golden rainbows, was extremely shocked. A spirit reader controller's greatest fear was being unable to pinpoint the target among these two savages. One of them must be fake. However, with my spirit energy scan, both of them seem to be real. How can that be possible? Creating a phantom image was extremely simple. In truth, if normal people of Earth with their visual abilities were to watch Luofeng's level of warrior, with their shocking speed, they would often see after images almost as though there was another silhouette of the same person present, and in truth, no matter how fast one moved, it would still only be one person. Even with a spirit scan, it was not easy to uncover. Arc light, Luofeng roared, shocked within. The golden horned beast's two great techniques, one of which was the absolute space. The first level of absolute space was arc light. The moment it was established, one's movement could cause the space to warp, creating a second body. The second level of absolute space was 1,000 forms. The moment it was established, one could even create a 1,000 to 10,000 bodies within an area. The third level of absolute space was teleportation. At this point, one would even be invincible amongst the undying. Even Luofeng's teacher, the master of the Yunmo planet, had never reached the point of teleportation. Even among the many generations of golden horned beasts, very few of them ever made it. This technique was actually a secret technique for the origin laws of space. For those who have some comprehension of the space origin laws, they too could replicate the effect of arc light when their bodies followed a peculiar arc line, and under the influence of extreme speeds, they could create the effect of two bodies, and that instantaneous acceleration in speed was extremely shocking too. Virtual universe, within that large construct in the floating island above the Ganwu continent. In the huge thrones, all the great undyings were in a seated position. Initially, they didn't seem to really care about the battle. However, at this point, space origin law. It's space. And his comprehension is pretty high as well. It doesn't even seem any lower than his comprehension of the ground origin laws. He's actually able to cause the space to warp and create a second body. This punk. Within our Ganwu universe country, there hasn't been a genius like him in a very long time. Mad, this punk is definitely mad enough. No wonder he dared to say that his baseline was the universe top 1,000. while his true aim is to reach number 1. Amongst all ground and space, comprehension of these two laws at such a level with his domain reaching level 9, just who trained and nurtured such an absolute genius. The group of great undying were all shocked. Because, for a universe-level warrior to step through the gateway of the origin laws, they were already considered outstanding geniuses. However, these belonged to the galaxy-level geniuses, while others, like Nabini or Hong, they belonged to the category of Starfield geniuses. By unleashing one golden blade, Luo Feng had belonged to the universe country level of genius. However, unleashing 2 blades, that was the pinnacle of a universe country level genius. As for savage ground and space comprehension, and such a deep comprehension at that, and this is only a star-level punk, he's really close to the peak. He belonged to the category of geniuses for the entire universe of humans, and amongst them, he was still at the very peak. Arc-light Luo Feng, who had been rigorously studying absolute space, only understood then what was going on with his opponent. Go and die. In mid-air, Luo Feng pointed at Savage and roared. Rumble, rumble. 2 golden rainbows respectively shot in 2 different directions, one at each Savage, one who can be seen with the naked eye, and the other who was picked up with a spirit scan. It seemed like there were 2 savages, however in truth there was only one, only because he warped the space around him. He created the effect of a mirror image of himself. Haha, Savage laughed, seemingly not caring about the 2 golden rainbows shooting at him, while he still aimed directly at Luo Feng. Break. The distant Luo Feng roared. Having been studying absolute space all this while, he was very clear about that first level and its power, and because he was clear of it, Luo Feng knew that even if he shot out the 2 golden rainbows, they would be dodged. Hence, the best thing to do was break. The 2 golden rainbows immediately dispersed into 18 golden little blades and madly engulfed his surroundings in all directions. Show, 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 show. Immediately they dispersed and shot out. Immediately 2 of the little blades that were shot hit Savage's body. Even though their power was weaker after dispersing, they still affected his movement. Die. Luo Feng surveyed below him at the same time the 2 soaring shuttles beside him shot out 2 beams of golden light, forming 2 golden swordfishes. Dispersing the golden blades and using the swordfish formation. Simultaneous exchange. The 2 golden swordfish shot towards the Savage, whose movement had been affected. What Savage was shocked instantly, with my comprehension of the space origin laws and movement, my instantaneous acceleration is shockingly fast. If his golden blades were a bit further away, I would have been able to easily dodge them. Even if there were 2 or 3 little blades that got close to him, it wouldn't have meant anything. After all, there were a total of 18 little blades. Instead, they completely affected Savage's speed and acceleration, breaking his momentum. Chi-chi. The 2 golden fish had already closed the distance. Dang, dang. Savage waved the huge blade before him. It was almost like space itself was being suppressed, as it split the 2 golden fish, after which, he raised the blade high and sliced it straight at Luo Feng. Go. Savage slashed down with the combination of his domain and the space origin laws. He had completely suppressed Luo Feng. Go and die, Luo Feng roared. Rumble, rumble. The 18 little golden blades, which were separated at a distance, swiftly formed back into two golden blades behind Savage during the time Savage slashed at Luo Feng. The two golden rainbows shot towards Savage even though he had sensed the danger through his domain. Savage not only didn't bother to dodge it, but instead roared, "Go and die." Peng. His blade was fast as lightning. Luo Feng gripped his shield. He was feeling as though an entire mountain had come crashing down on him with a huge rumble. At the point, he lost his consciousness. Peng after Savage's slash, he tried to dodge, but he had already missed his chance. Xiao. Due to inertia, the two golden rainbows continued their motion. One brushed past his body while the other shot right through his chest, creating hole as big as a bowl. His internal organs were all ruptured and fresh blood were spewing from within. Boom. Savage landed on the floor as fresh blood was flowing from his chest wound. Like a heavily wounded war god, he still stood there and stared at Luo Feng's body. And at that time, the two golden blades once again separated into 18 little golden blades and dropped, clanging on the floor of the arena. Dang. Dang, 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 dang. Continuous clanging could be heard, loud and clear, resounding throughout the arena. The 1 billion spectators were all silent. All of them were watching the two absolute geniuses in the arena. One stood there. The other lay on the ground. Savage stood there silently, looking at Luo Feng's corpse on the ground. Luo Feng. Savage muttered, "My earlier plan was to defeat you and then commit suicide and after go engage in the loser circle matches. However, your power far exceeded my imagination and what I expected. Without unleashing my full strength, there was no way I could defeat you. Compared to the effects of the long training in the loser circle, defeating you was more important. And with you risking it all, I couldn't defeat and spare you." Savage recapped the scene before, still shaken from it. This Luo Feng's reaction was too quick. According to his expectations, the moment he unleashed his true strength with both ground and space origin laws unleashed, just that instantaneous movement, which produced a mirror image, would make Luo Feng too shocked and distracted. Even if he used the golden rainbows to attack, Savage could easily dodge it. At this point, he would close their distance immediately and slash at Luo Feng, who wouldn't be able to resist and would be heavily damaged. And after that he would withdraw and commit suicide. Everything would have been very simple. However, in reality, it didn't go at all like how he had imagined at the time. He unleashed his powers. Luo Feng chose the least fatal attacking path, as the two golden blades that separated into 18 little blades and revolved around him. These 18 little blades shot out in all directions together, covering the surrounding space and immediately breaking his formation and movement. Simultaneously, he used two golden fish to attack. The battle of these two. In an instant, Luo Feng controlled these 18 little blades to swiftly reform the golden blades and attack from behind, returning one move after another. From the time I unleashed my strength till the end of the battle, it wasn't even 0.1 seconds. The dispersed golden blade actually broke my formation immediately, using the soaring shuttle to attack and then using the reformed golden blades again to retaliate, and the timing was very precise. If he had hesitated for just a little, allowing me to use that space to attack, he would have been done. For to be able to think of everything within that short 0.1 seconds, but also execute everything perfectly, calm and collected. Absolute calm. Savage looked at Luo Feng's body, filled with respect. I could never achieve your level of calmness. Indeed. Luo Feng and his brother Luo Hua, the calmness was engraved deep within their bones. And on earth, Luo Feng had experienced many life or death experiences. Especially during the possession of the golden horned beast, he had already thought he would die. These experiences allowed Luo Feng to maintain his calm despite any dangers, and the bloodline of the golden horned beast affected him too, as the specialty of the golden horned beast was to slaughter coldly. Add on his big and second brother's mental state training. In terms of calmness, amongst the 100 or so geniuses that stepped through the gateway of the origin laws, Luo Feng was at the top. Actually, all three of them from Earth were exceptional in that sense in terms of perfect harmony between man and nature and spirit. Luo Feng couldn't compare to his two older brothers. However, the absolute ice-cold calmness, along with the influence of the golden horned beast's bloodline, allowed him to measure up to the highest level of ancient studies and training from Earth, which were comprehended by Hong and Thunder God. Hong and Thunder God had purely studied the Chinese and Indian cultures to their highest levels. Even though Luo Feng was weaker within, he was still much stronger than any genius within the universe who hasn't trained his mental state at all. That, added on top of the bloodline of the golden horned beast, in terms of calm, he could compare to his brothers. Congratulations to Rong Jun. The loud and clear voice resounded throughout the arena, and thanks to Luo Feng, the two of them have delivered such an exciting match to our trillions of people within the Ganwu universe country. This was definitely this time's genius match's most exciting match till now. However, there will always be a victor and a loser. This battle, Rong Jun is the victor. Rong Jun also receives a slot in our Ganwu universe name list. He has the right to represent the Ganwu universe country and competing against the geniuses from the other universe countries. Let us anticipate the matches Rong Jun will be fighting in with the other geniuses from all over the universe, eventually grabbing even more honor. Rumble. The 1 billion spectators erupted in cheers, some cheering for savage Rong Jun while others still cheered for madman Luo Feng. This match was definitely a lot more exciting than a lot had expected. When Luo Feng's strength was unleashed, many actually expected Luo Feng to be the victor. Who would have expected Rong Jun to be so sick, to be able to actually produce a mirror image? And finally, that final slash was even more brutal. Luo Feng was dead, while Rong Jun was heavily injured. Virtual universe, Ganwu continent, within a large palace. Within one of the large palaces, close to 1,000 youths were gathered. All of them were looking up at the screen, and on it was the battle between Luo Feng and Rong Jun, which had just ended. Amongst you all, some have already acquired a slot in the name list, some are about to participate in their fourth match. Below the screen, a tall and sturdy green-horned, single-eyed man roared softly, "You are our Ganwu universe country's most exceptional of this generation. Many of you think you are really something. Look at this, look at these two, all of you look carefully." Finishing up, the green-horned, single-eyed man walked out of the palace. Within the palace, a group of youths, men and women, all had complex expressions, pained expressions. Stronger than me, both of them are stronger than me. A handsome cat-eared youth shook his head. That madman, those two golden blades of his, I wouldn't be able to block it. Too strong. To actually be able to unleash two golden blades, I can barely even manage one. These two That Luo Feng, I still have confidence to beat him, but that Rong Jun. According to teacher's assessment, he has a comprehension of the origin laws. And that movement, that slash an at least 8 m tall and sturdy wild giant. Youth muttered softly, shaking his head. Ganwu continent, floating island, within that huge construct. The blurry images of the thrones, the great and eternal undying, were all discussing the battle. How long has it been, in the history of our Ganwu universe country genius duels, since such a level of battle was held? Prior to more than 300 genius competitions, back then the Iron Head General was a star level 7, only his battle could match up to this. Right, over 300 genius competitions before, in the blink of an eye, close to 2 million years have passed. Haha, my match back then could barely compare to this 189 million years. Have passed since then, and I've already become an undying. However, back then my opponent wasn't weaker than me. It was a pity that when he became a domain lord, he went to the battlefield outside the starfield and died. A resounding voice infused with a metallic feeling boomed. The path of an undying is incomparably difficult amidst the way. It's filled with dangers. The number of geniuses that have fallen along the way is already countless. The fallen geniuses, many of them, can only be deemed geniuses within a galaxy or a star field, and geniuses like Luo Feng and Rong Jun, these two punks, this level of absolute geniuses, the chances of their death are much lower. True. If it were in the Ganwu secret area, these pinnacle geniuses would be incomparably respected, lowering their chances of death the most. However, if it were in the virtual universe company, there are too many pinnacle geniuses there, hence, the competition is intense and the elimination rate is even higher. The number of geniuses who die there compared to our secret area is much more. They require only the true absolute strong among the geniuses. This time, this Rong Jun will definitely rank at the top of our universe country, and becoming the top 1,000 in the entire universe wouldn't be a problem either. As for whether he's able to make it as number 1 of the entire universe, I think the chances are extremely low. Instead, if it's top 10, there's still a possibility. Right. Rong Jun is definitely the number 1 in our Ganwu universe's geniuses. Luo Feng should be able to rank in the top 10. That Luo Feng punk was very calm. I really like him, that calmness. His chances of dying in the future are very low too. Luo Feng didn't know that this group of undying from the Ganwu universe were ranking him and Rong Jun by their strengths. He was still thinking of his previous battle. Nimble and flexible Luo Feng's consciousness returned to reality within his Earth home study. My flexibility still isn't enough. A spirit reader controller stepping on a spirit weapon should originally attack from afar the moment a fighter closes. And that's just suicide. Luo Feng creased his eyebrows. As long as I'm nimble enough, making that Rong Jun unable to even touch me, at least I wouldn't be at a disadvantage immediately. Space origin laws. I haven't even touched the door. However, the long periods of training in absolute space, my instantaneous movement speed has increased. Luo Feng thought, when I return, I have to find a flying spirit weapon that suits me best. As for the soaring shuttle, it's too dispersed, not concentrated enough. Reflecting on every battle, this was the habit ingrained into every student of the Dojo of Limits. Luo Feng reflected on the battle for over a half hour before entering the virtual universe network. Virtual Universe Network, Black Dragon Mountain Island, 9-star Bay. 30. You've only returned now. Where did you go after the battle? Thunder God stood in the grass patch of Luo Feng's villa. He was waiting there, along with an entire group, including Su Xian and others there. Daddy. Daddy, you were too powerful. Little Hai and Ping Ping rushed over to hug Luo Feng. Big brother, that was a beautiful match. Luo Hua revealed a happy expression. Right now the entire Ganwu Universe country has been shaken. Countless people are debating about you. You can go into the virtual universe company's page and take a look. Many people are leaving messages saying you and Rong Jun definitely belong to our universe country's strongest geniuses. Outside's gone crazy. Su Gang nodded and sighed. Brother-in-law, you lost the match, but the entire Black Dragon Mountain Island won an incomparably exciting bustle. Indeed. Actually, many people from the universe couldn't even understand the little details of the battle between Luo Feng and Rong Jun. However, once the battle ended, Rong Jun was already deemed unanimously by a large amount of sector lords and even undyings as Ganwu Universe country's #1. Not only that, he was also considered to be the strongest out of hundreds of geniuses competitions before. #1 out of hundreds of competitions before this match was naturally roaring like a raging flame. Rong Jun and Luo Feng's reputation immediately soared. Where's Big Brother? Luo Feng asked, curiously. Big Brother and Luo are in his house. Thunder God pointed at Hong's house. About 10 minutes after your battle, the founder of the Three-Axe Mountain, named the Time Sector Lord Luo came. Time Sector Lord and Big Brother. Luo Feng couldn't help but feel nervous. Within the living room of Hong's house, the old man with a head full of white sat opposite Hong. You don't regret it? Luo looked at Hong. Following me means you won't be able to return for 20,000 years. Hong nodded lightly. His eyes were calm, without any hesitation. Can you tell me why you've suddenly decided to take me as your teacher even? Though the deadline hasn't been reached, the Time Sector Lord Luo looked curiously at the youth from Earth. Does it have anything to do with your third brother's match that just ended? Yes. Hong nodded and sighed. Yes, that match made me realize I didn't expect that. In the blink of an eye, my third brother and I had that much of a gap in power. He knew Luo Feng was strong, but he never expected him to be that strong. If I continue on my own isolated ways without the teachings of a teacher, I think the difference between my third brother and I will keep getting larger. I will get left behind even further. Hong shook his head and laughed. Actually, it's not just my third brother. I can feel the stress coming from my second brother too. Ever since he received the inheritance, his strength has been growing at an obviously much faster rate. The Time Sector Lord Luo smiled and nodded. It's good you feel the pressure. How about this, you get ready, then take a universe ship to meet up with me. I'll give you a day's time to say your goodbyes with your family. Okay. Hong nodded. Not long after the Time Sector Lord left, Luo Feng and Thunder God entered. You are here. Sid. Hong pointed at the two seats beside him. Big Brother, what's going on? Thunder God stared at Hong, that founder of the Three-Axe Mountain, the Time Sector Lord. Why did he suddenly come? Didn't he give you 10 days worth of time to think about it? There's still another 2 to 3 days left. Luo Feng looked at Hong, feeling nervous inside. I looked for teacher myself, Hong said. Teacher? Luo Feng and Thunder God's expression changed. You've really decided to go with the time sector, Lord, Thunder God said. Nervously, this will be a trip that's at least 20,000 years, can you imagine? What 20,000 years is our China's recorded history and culture is only 5,000 years old. In an instant you'll be leaving for 20,000 years, this is. Simply. We can still meet in the virtual universe, Hong smiled. It's different, Thunder God shook his head. Luo Feng looked at Hong's expression, saying softly, Big brother, have you decided? Hong looked over and nodded, yes. This trip, you won't be seeing Earth for 20,000 years, won't be seeing my home, and you won't be able to smell the air of home for a while. Luo Feng looked at him. Since I've taken this path to reach the pinnacle of strength, what can I not sacrifice? Hong shook his head. My children have long married and I have no attachments. If needed, I can just meet my children in the virtual universe. As for my home, the place that raised me, I'll leave it in my memories. I have to sacrifice some things to gain some. When my wife died and my children married and had their families, the most important thing in my life became martial arts. Wandering the universe, seeing the many weird and peculiar things within. Chasing after the pinnacle of life, that's the sort of life I like. Hong's eyes had a glimmer of light. In the vast universe, the strong are as numerous as the clouds. My aim is to not just become strong within that universe, but to become one of the most outstanding and strongest. Luo Feng and Thunder God exchanged glances, feeling their big brother's absolute confidence and aspirations. To be able to reach a high level in the path of martial arts, one first had to have an absolute level of aspiration. Only then will he work towards that dream. Second and third brother Hong turned to look at both of them, laughing. You two should be happy for me. Both of you already have your own inheritance. Can you bear to look at your big brother isolate himself and train alone? Thunder God was shocked, following which he laughed loudly. Big brother, well said. 30 and I both have our inheritance. You go and follow that time sector, Lord. We will then be able to compare just which of the three brothers will be stronger next time. Bring it on. Hong laughed too. Big brother and second brother, I'll take the lead for now. Luo Feng laughed. You better be careful and maintain your lead, otherwise your second brother and I may just catch up in the blink of an eye. Hong looked at Luo Feng. Thunder God said too, yes, 30, your big brother and I didn't have a good teacher in the beginning. Now that we have proper guidance, our strength will immediately soar, and your big brother's comprehension is incredibly high. I don't have to speak much about it, hence, you better be careful. If you have the skills, come chase after me. Luo Feng laughed loudly. The three brothers of Earth laughed happily. However, unknowingly, the corners of their eyes were a little wet. Milky Way, Earth, Asia continent, Hongning base. China time, year 2066, July 27th, evening about 5 p.m. The sun had yet to set behind the mountains, and the sky was red, a dark blue disc-shaped universe. Ship was floating in the air above Hongning base, the entire dojo of limits. All the upper echelon along with Hong's family had all gathered. After saying goodbye to his family and friends, this special, ultimate warrior of Earth finally left alone in that universe ship. Goodbye. Haha, don't be like that, I'll meet you in the virtual universe. With a laugh, Hong flew into the universe ship. Rumble. The universe ship fiercely accelerated and flew into the sky. Big brother, all the best. Thunder God stood in mid-air. He couldn't help but shout out. Similarly, standing in mid-air, Luo Feng raised his head to watch the universe ship leave, muttering, "All the best." On this day, year 2066, July 27th, the ultimate pinnacle of warriors of Earth, Han took the universe ship and left his home. This trip was going to be a very, very long one. The day of the fourth round of the genius duels after the battle between Luo Feng and Rong Jun had ended. That same day all the other matches had ended. A total of 625 victors were chosen. As for the other 9375 who entered the loser's circle, they had 3 days of rest before they had to begin a high-density, tedious round of fights. Every one of them had to battle 9,374 times just to get a slot in the remaining 275 of the name list. Earth, Jiangnan Base, Yangzhou City. Big brother is gone. Luo Feng sat on the balcony of his castle. He was lying alone there, lifting a cup of tea. He's gone with that time sector lord to wander the universe in his mind. He reminisced about every scene from the past clearly in his ears. He could still clearly hear the laughter the three of them shared yesterday along with their vows. In a few thousand years, even tens of thousands of years, we three brothers will compete again. Right, we'll compete. We'll compete, who's afraid? This was the vow of the brothers. Whether it was Hong, Thunder God, or Luo Feng, they all walked this path to reach the pinnacle of life itself, and this path was filled with twists and dangers. One could fall easily if he was careless. Peng Luo Feng put down the cup, his eyes gleaming. Big brother, you work hard and I won't relax either. Babada, enter the virtual universe. Luo Feng split a thread of his consciousness to enter the virtual universe in terms of consciousness strength. The universe level golden horned beasts consciousness level was completely capable of splitting apart to maintain consciousness in reality, while the other part was in the virtual universe. Virtual universe, within the slaughterhouse slaughter space. This was a vast space. Luo Feng stood in space. Waha, the demon Babada jumped about and shouted, Luo Feng, the arena duel just ended. You have 3 days of rest. It's only the first day, and you've already entered the slaughterhouse, so hardworking. Speak, what kind of opponent do you want me to set up for you? Haha, I love training you the most. I want a spirit weapon, Luo Feng emphasized, a spirit weapon, specialized just for flying. It should also be good for twisting about in small spaces. Since the battle with Savage Rong Jun, he had obviously felt his own flexibility and speed was insufficient in the face of the opponent's speed. Ah. You found the weakness. Babada rubbed his chin with his small hand. Floating above, he looked at Luo Feng. Luo Feng, are you looking for a long-term or short-term effect? Long-term and short-term. Luo Feng creased his eyebrows. The little demon nodded. Right, short-term is to increase your nimbleness as much as possible in a short amount of time, requiring only 10 days to half a month. As for long-term, that would mean working from the basics one step at a time. At the same time, picking a spirit weapon that would accompany you for a very, very long time. Long-term, Luo Feng emphasized. I don't lack time. Very well. The little demon pointed his finger and raised his head. Your choice is very wise. Then I'll pick a flying spirit weapon for you. The most suitable for gold and space origin laws would be a level 5 spirit weapon, the Dark Cloud Shuttle. The little demon smiled. Of course, during the beginning, you'll probably not even be able to match up to the soaring shuttle's efficiency. However, there's No rush, I will train you well. How long do you think it'll take for my speed and flexibility to increase? Greatly, Luo Feng asked. Depends on your comprehension. The little demon said, the higher your comprehension, the comprehension of the origin laws will be faster too. With my sequence of training, I estimate you'll qualify in a year. If your comprehension is poor and you don't work hard enough, even 100 years won't be sufficient. A sequence of training. Luo Feng creased his eyebrows. Hee, the little demon curled his lips and smiled. Slowly, what we have is time. I will train you well. From the year 2066, July 30th, the loser's circle matches began. In terms of density and truth, one had to battle 10 times in a day with Luo Feng's speed. He was able to finish a match in 1 minute, hence, every duel may be taxing for his opponents. However, for Luo Feng, he was completely relaxed. After all, he was ranked among the top 10 of the Ganwu universe country. Geniuses. As for this loser's circle, including him, there were a total of 49 others who had stepped through the gateway of the origin laws, and of which only 2 were capable of matching up to Luo Feng. Hence, the loser's circle matches were very easy. In fact, they became the grounds for Luo Feng to test his battle strategies. Within the slaughterhouse, it was a large grass patch, and on it was a blur of countless bloodbirds, covering the skies and flying towards Luo Feng. Dodge, 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 don't even touch them. Damn, faster, you have to be fast. This test, there's a possibility of scoring a 100. The little demon roared. And Luo Feng stood on the black peculiar shuttle spirit weapon. This dark cloud shuttle naturally extended black skin that wrapped about Luo Feng's boots. Luo Feng's entire being had already become a blurry image, dodging constantly under the attacks of the countless blood birds. Chi. As soon as he was hit by one bird, he was subsequently hit by others. When he was hit by 3 of them, rumble, all the blood birds vanished. You failed again. The little demon stared at Luo Feng with his red eyes, roaring angrily. Continue your basics training. I have never seen you so stupid. With a wave of his hand, immediately the surrounding grass patch vanished, and became a large machinery factory. Within it were many complex apparatus. Begin. The little demon roared. Luo Feng remained calm all the while. Babada's words didn't seem to affect him at all. Under Babada's constructed hell training, Luo Feng instead seemed to become even crazier. The little demon's words too slowly changed from the initial stupid to average to very weak, and finally, still passable. And the golden horned beast was spending all its energy on the deities of the world and absolute space, along with the training of the gold origin laws. This way, time passed. The loser's circle duels didn't take much of Luo Feng's energy. In fact, they became a place to test his strengths. Babada's hell training, however, was something that took up all his energy every day. Time passed. Even the great beings who had completely grasped the time origin laws may be able to shortly stop or reverse time. However, the universe itself had automatic recovery abilities. Even the most powerful beings were unable to strongly warp or affect the universe's flow. The broadcast of the loser's circle duels were like a television series, being broadcasted non-stop. After all, there were over 9,000 participants. It was hard to avoid special situations where the battle times had to extend or delay a few days. China year 2069, March 2nd, the final day of the duels. Virtual universe, floating island above the Ganwu continent, in a luxurious living room of a large construct. Dressed in a simple white robe, an old man stood there while politely bowing. Sword deity beside him was an intrepid man dressed in golden armor. His face was filled with gold scales, and on his forehead was a curve, like an arc. Blade golden horn, his entire being was like a ground and sky-splitting golden battle blade. Even in the virtual universe, that powerful consciousness and pressure from it was enough to make even a universe-level warrior's consciousness crumble. If it were Luo Feng who saw this person, he would be shocked. Someone who looks so much like Bai Cao, only that his green scales have turned gold. This is the Luo Feng you speak of. The golden armored man looked at the screen. On the screen was a broadcast of a match that was about to happen. Yes, today is the last day of the duels, and this battle should be the last day's most exciting one. The old man dressed in a simple white robe smiled. Ah, if you are introducing him, you think this punk has the right to enter the universe top 1000? The golden armored man asked. Sword deity, you'll know the moment you watch it, the white-robed man said. On the screen, dressed in a dark gray armor, carrying that dark golden long rod, Luo Feng was facing a dual-blade-wielding dwarf youth. Rumble, the dwarf youth, turned into a bolt of lightning and rushed forward. Immediately reaching close to Luo Feng, however, with a poof sound, the expressionless Luo Feng on the dark cloud shuttle, who had golden energy wrapped about him, immediately became a golden light and easily escaped. Go! Rumble! A golden blade appeared in mid-air amidst the golden energies, swiftly emanating about it, immediately attacked that dwarf youth. The dwarf youth roared as a green energy was emanating from his body, and the two blades were brandished, almost as though his entire body had become a huge wave to receive the blows of the golden rainbow. Just as the golden rainbow drew close, it actually did a perfect S-shaped arc and brushed past the side of the blades, immediately slicing through the opponent's head. Luo Feng, victory. Within the living room. What do you think? The simple-dressed old man smiled. Not bad at all. The golden-armored man nodded. This little punk already has a grasp of the spirit reader controller's essence. His level 5 spirit weapon dark cloud shuttle, its use is actually relaxed and perfect. And his instantaneous dodging ability is extremely fast and obviously relaxed. That Nanshan armament, when infused with the golden origin laws and unleashed together, it is as strong and piercing as the sun. Normally, the users have difficulty changing its direction, however he actually managed to, in short distance, doing an S-shaped complex maneuver while relaxed. He's already made great progress with the first form. His basics are exceptional. The golden armored man nodded, following which he creased his eyebrows. However, from my estimate, with this amount of strength, he should at most make it into the ranges of 3,000 to 5,000 of the entire universe. 1,008 universe countries, a million absolute geniuses, gathered. To make it into the top 1,000 was too difficult. Haha, watch this one. The white-robed old man pointed at the screen, swiftly picking out the battle of Luo Feng and Rong Jun from that year. Rong Jun, I've heard of him. I heard he's your Ganwu universe country's most outstanding youth. The golden armored man looked until the end and said softly, this Rong Jun is indeed strong. However, for him to get the number 1 spot with his level of strength, there's no possibility at all. Although making it into the top 10 of the universe, there's still some chance in that. No chance at all. The white-robed old man was shocked greatly. In this genius battle, there's a super genius, the golden armored man. Couldn't help but exclaim, even more powerful than the number one geniuses. From previous competitions, his space origin laws comprehension exceeds a large amount of sector lords. The white-robed old man was shocked. As for Luo Feng, I know why you've shown me this footage, the golden armored man exclaimed. The most shocking thing is, when he competed with Rong Jun, his flying and dodging speed back then was obviously taxing. The control was rough, purely relying on spirit energy to control the directions compared to that, having taken a look at that broadcast, his control of the dark cloud shuttle is already very perfect. The control of the Nanshan armament to his improvement is very shocking. His comprehension of the origin laws has risen quite a bit too. Right, how long does your Ganwu universe country's internal selection, the loser circle matches, last? The golden armored man asked. Not even 3 years, the white-robed old man replied. Not even 3 years, the golden armored man couldn't help but say, this. Luo Feng, was he hiding his power during his battle with Rong Jun? No, through his 9,374 matches, in every battle, his improvement was very obvious. The white-robed old man exclaimed. Before these matches, he was at most the top 10 of our universe country, and now, with less than 3 years passing, probably only Rong Jun is his match. Many of the undying in our Ganwu secret area are all watching him. His improvement speed is too shocking. And in the loser circle duels, his opponents aren't strong, hence, they haven't been able to force him to use his true strength. I even suspect his true strength is even greater than what he's been displaying, the white-robed old man said, and from right now to the final duels, there's still quite a bit of time. He can continue to improve. The golden armored man curled his lips and smiled. If he continues to improve up to the pinnacle duels of the geniuses from the 1008 universe countries, he may actually make it into the top 1000. However, it's still hard to say. When the two undyings from the Ganwu secret area and the virtual universe company were discussing Luo Feng was in the preparation room of Arena 00001. Within the room. That Luo Feng. This Luo Feng, how is his improvement so fast? The teacher from the secret area said that Luo Feng is able to be ranked as the number 2 genius of our universe country. When the black-haired youth dressed in dark gray armor appeared in the preparation room, it immediately aroused many soft discussions. The duels had lasted a little less than 3 years. Luo Feng's shocking improvement speed had attracted the attention of many strong warriors. Madman, a strong thick voice resounded. Luo Feng turned to look. It was an almost 1-story tall, savage Rong Jun. His hair was still messy as always, and he was still barefooted. Savage Luo Feng shouted too. Ha ha ha! Savage laughed loudly. A smile too appeared on Luo Feng's face. These two had always addressed each other with their names before this sudden nickname call was also a joke. Luo Feng, your improvement is huge. You haven't relaxed at all in these 3 years. Savage said very respectfully to Luo Feng. No matter how powerful a genius was, it was mostly his natural talent that was high. If he didn't work hard, he would ultimately still be eliminated. Luo Feng's huge improvement, one could only imagine how hard he worked secretly. I don't dare to relax. Luo Feng shook his head. With you in front, how could I dare? Attention, all enter the arena. The organizer from the virtual universe company shouted immediately. The 1,000 geniuses followed the pathway into the arena. Today there weren't any spectators. 1,000 absolute geniuses from the different galaxies of the Ganwu universe. Country stood there, looking at the giant before them, before the 1,000 most exceptional geniuses of the Ganwu universe. Country was a giant who was at least 8 m tall. Beside him, even Savage would look like a little doll. This giant was wearing a scaled battle robe and a helmet. His entire being emanated a bloody energy. His eyes seemed like the death god gazing at the group of geniuses. Bated breaths. 1,000 geniuses, they couldn't help but perspire from their foreheads. In the virtual universe, just his aura alone is that terrifying Luo Feng. Two couldn't help but control his body's nervousness, his forehead naturally perspiring cold sweat as well. Under this pressure, perspiring cold sweat from the forehead was a body's natural defense mechanism. Congratulations to you all. An ice-cold voice resounded throughout the arena. You 1,000 are our Ganwu universe most exceptional. You all have the right to represent our universe country, to compete with the other universe countries and fight it out with their geniuses. However, these pinnacle duels, the difficulty will be much greater than the battles before. 1,008 universe countries. Some universe countries have even wider and more vast territories, with many more galaxies. Because each universe country's situation differs, the internal selection time is different too. Hence, the entire human race, final genius pinnacle duels, will only begin a year and a half from now. This 1.5 years is your chance to improve yourselves. Luo Feng returned to Black Dragon Mountain Island, 9-Star Bay. It finally ended. The loser circle duels have ended, Luo Feng exclaimed. The duels may have ended, however your training still hasn't. On his shoulder, the fist-sized little demon shouted, Luo Feng, your Nanshin armament at this moment, at most, can only produce 5 golden blades simultaneously, and it's still very forced. You should rather use 3 blades. Only by doing so, your current strength will be at its strongest. A person could force himself to lift a 100 kilograms knife, however, his attack may be the strongest by using a 30 kilograms knife instead. 1 logic. Controlling 5 golden blades, every blade would become clumsy and awkward. Understood. Luo Feng nodded, following which he laughed. Reminiscing these 3 years, indeed his improvement had shocked many people. In truth, back then when he first joined the elimination, the golden horned beast had just reached the universe level for a little over 2 years. Meaning a level 5 domain and stepping into the gold origin law's gateway. These were the fruits of his labor between the years 2064 and 2066, and right now, with close to 3 years passing, it wasn't weird his achievements had increased by a high margin. The nurturing of my second clone is almost done too, Luo Feng anticipated his second clone, the Mo Sha clan's birth. When the internal selection of the Ganwu universe had just ended, in the distant universe country far from the Ganwu universe country, the barbaric universe country's internal selection was still ongoing. The barbaric universe country got its name for this one reason. The reason being that there were 2 very fearsome human races there, the Menka and the Huangshan races. These 2 were bloodlines that ranked in the top 10 of the humans of the universe even without any training. When they reached maturity, they would easily become powerful domain lords. To be able To have a bloodline that reached an evolution of such a stage. The ancestors of the two races naturally had many undying. Although the population of these two races was extremely small, the core of the entire barbaric universe country had a very powerful imperial family. There was once a sector lord who snatched away an infant of the Menka race as soon as he was discovered, the Menka planet sent out a group of undying to destroy the entire organization that the sector lord was in. Even the two undyings in that organization were killed. As for that sector lord that actually dared to snatch that infant, he was tortured for millions of years until his lifespan reached its end and died. Tragically, anyone who dares to touch the infants of the Menka race will die a horrible death. Anyone who dares touch the infants of the Huangshan race will also be killed mercilessly. The Menka and Huangshan people regarded a death in battle as the greatest honor. However, should anyone ever snatch their infants and use their bloods, they would have in turn offended the entire race. The Menka planet, as the home of the Menka people, was covered in an extremely vast god country. Within Menka planet itself was an oval-shaped castle. The guards at the entrance were all universe level. "Congratulations, Your Majesty, congratulations." The two sector lords smiled as they looked at a youth casually sitting at a dining table and eating a feast. This Menka youth had the traditionally good looks of the Menka people, dressed in a silver armor, black hair, eating heartily, muttering, "What's there to congratulate about? It's just a slot in the name list, utterly simple." The two sector lords exchanged glances and laughed. "Your Majesty." The chubbier of the two sector lords smiled and said, "The Ganwu universe country's internal selection had already ended." Ganwu universe country. The Menka youth looked up, creasing his eyebrows. "From what I heard, my royal father said that the country leader of the Ganwu universe country is very powerful. However, in the past 100 genius competitions, they haven't produced anyone worthy at all. There's one in this competition that you have to pay attention to." The fat sector lord said respectfully. "Ah, speak." The Menka youth lowered his head and quickly finished the food on the dining table. The two sector lords exchanged glances and laughed. This royal prince had the good qualities of the Menka people's tradition, which was that he loved to eat, he loved to battle, he was loud and boorish. However, even though the Menka people were loud and boorish, their mental capacity was extremely high. Hence, they were very intelligent, and only because of that they were able to work together with the Huangshan race and govern over the barbaric universe country. "Your Majesty," the fat sector lord smiled, "the Ganwu universe country has produced an absolute genius, called Rongjun. His achievements in the ground and space law origins are high. He's already reached a point where he can leave a mirror image of himself." "Mirror image?" The Menka youth shook his head violently. "Right," the two sector lords nodded simultaneously. "That's troublesome." The Menka youth slapped the table and stood up, leaving a mirror image in space. That's not due to some simple explosion in instantaneous speed, and he even has made progress in the ground origin laws. With the two combined, his attack must be incredibly fierce and powerful, to the point that it would be almost unblockable. Yes, the two sector lords nodded. This Menka youth was the current Menka planet's most exceptional genius of this generation. From young, he had received the guidance of many of the undying. Hence his vision and knowledge was extremely high, having heard a little of The information, he was able to already imagine the battle styles and strength of his opponents. Of course, even though he was the most exceptional genius, in truth, the number of star-level youths on Manka planet wasn't even 1,000. Your Majesty, according to the information we've gathered and along with our deductions, this youth called Rong Jun has the power to make it into the universe's top 10 also. From the information, we are able to conclude that he's been hiding his true power all this while. Even during that last battle, he may not have used his full strength, the Fat Sector Lord continued. He even said his goal was to become the universe's number one. Top 10 number one. The Manka youth stared hard. How come they are all so arrogant? Although their powers are not bad either. There are too many universe countries. However, this group of arrogant punks, they'll all get wiped out by me. The number one position is mine. The two sector lords smiled. The battle spirit of this Majesty was definitely sufficient, but this was, after all, a pinnacle fight between the best of the entire human race. There were geniuses who came with superior bloodlines, while those with weaker bloodlines usually had very large populations, picking one out of the tens of billions to even trillions. Normally they would be even stronger than those picked out of hundreds. Your Majesty, in the Ganwu universe, besides Rong Jun, there's another, called Luo Feng, the Fat Sector Lord said. Another one, the Manka youth stared. No, the Fat Sector Lord shook his head. His strength is much weaker than Rong Jun's. However, the thing we have to take note of was that compared to 3 years ago, his rate of improvement is incredible. I guess he definitely has the chance to make it into the top 1,000. He is also extremely calm during battle. He may even kill those stronger than himself. Hence, Your Majesty has to take note of him and not get careless. I say, my fat uncle. The Manka youth was restless. For someone who has the chance to make it into the top 1,000, don't talk to me about these sort of people. They are of no challenge or threat to me at all. The top 1,000 of the entire universe has no difficulty for me at all. However, from that top 1,000, the treatment for their ranks are different. My aim is to take one step at a time to reach heaven, immediately making it into the upper echelon chore of the virtual universe company's primal secret area. Hence, I asked you to take note of those that are able to make it to the top 10. As for that person called Luo Feng, don't bother, I'll settle him in one move. The two sector lords exchanged glances and smiled. Then we'll await the day Your Majesty enters the primal secret area. Within the vast universe, the human race was one of the top pinnacle of races. They took up a great amount of the universe itself. And at this time, the internal selections for the geniuses of the 1008 universe countries, many of which were still going on, there were many that had ended. To the absolute geniuses that were ranked first or second, or any that had any decent ability or stood out as a threat, were all being researched on by the many universe countries. Ganwu universe country, in a vast space. A giant stood within that space, and the space around him was completely warped. It was impossible to even make out his appearance in that space. Wu, I made you stay in the Ganwu secret area to nurture the younger generation from the entire universe country. You picked out the top 100 million geniuses and trained them in the best place, with the best facilities. However, Wu's universe country's most exceptional were separately Rong Jun and Luo Feng, and both are not from the Wu Ganwu secret area at all. The voice was booming. The surrounding space almost seemed like it was about crumble. The three undying, dressed in simply white robes, all bowed, cold sweat beating profusely from their foreheads. "Do you all still have any use?" The thick booming voice was like a huge axe, cutting into the souls of these three undying, causing them to go completely pale, kneeling down simultaneously. To be able to be even stronger than those from the Ganwu secret area means that they are both exceptional, especially that Rongjun. He has the strength to make it to the top 10 of the entire universe. That's a good thing too. I hope he can enter the primal secret area for the Wu Ganwu universe. Country that would be extremely beneficial to us in the future. The thick booming voice's rage within was obviously lesser than before. Nurturing these younger generations has wasted a lot of your time. The three of you should go train properly first and raise your own strengths. As for training the younger generation, we will arrange for others to take over. The thick booming voice seemed to have no obstruction at all in this space, immediately reaching the ears and souls of the three undyings. "Yes, country leader," the three replied simultaneously. "Go on." Only at this time did the three undyings let out a sigh of relief and left respectfully. The top 1,000 of the Ganwu universe country had won 5 years of time to rest. Naturally, no one actually dared to relax at all within this 5 years weather. It was Rongjun or Luo Feng, or even the others suppressed by these two, and also the geniuses nurtured by the imperial family of the Ganwu universe country. They were all training extremely hard. Rongjun wanted to become the strongest. Luo Feng was even more unwilling to go to battle and lose. As for the geniuses of the Ganwu universe country imperial family, they were actually beaten by both Luo Feng and Rongjun, who didn't have as good facilities to train in. Naturally, they were even more unhappy. They were all working hard. "Lost. Luo Feng, you lost again." "I still lost." "Alright, your 3 matches with Rongjun today will end here, in the desert of the slaughterhouse." The little devil, Babado, waved his hand and immediately the savage Rongjun, who was standing beside, vanished. This was the Rongjun simulated by the slaughterhouse. As for his power, knowledge and experience, these were all based on reality. Luo Feng stood in the desert, creasing his eyebrows. "I still lost." "Luo Feng, don't be discouraged. Compared to Rongjun, the main thing is that your origin law comprehension difference is too huge. You've only had comprehension of the gold origin laws, and have even improved quite a bit, but that Rongjun, his ground origin law comprehension is not below yours, and his comprehension of the space laws are deep too. The absolute difference is too huge. It's not strange at all that you've lost." The little devil, Babada, said. Luo Feng nodded. For the simulation of an opponent in the slaughterhouse, one could set his experience and knowledge to be very high, because that simulated Rongjun knew some of Luo Feng's moves, understanding himself and the enemy, making his victories even more clear-cut and simple. His defense is too strong. Ground origin laws emphasizes defense, Luo Feng exclaimed, and space origin laws, when fused with his domain, allows his control strength in the area to increase his defense. "Even with my 3 golden blades, I still can't stop him." He was originally very confident. However, just this Rongjun had stopped him. "Right, Luo Feng, the Masha clan clone should be coming out in just 3 days," the little demon said. Right, Luo Feng's expression revealed that of anticipation. The Masha clan was known as the strongest assassination race in the universe. To be able to Gained such a title amongst countless races, that was quite a feat. Just the damaged skin of a dead Masha clan could be sold for such a heavenly price. This Masha clan being must be incredibly powerful. Earth, Asian continent, China, Yangzhou base. Early morning, Luo Feng stepped on the dark cloud shuttle and became a beam of golden light and immediately vanished into the east horizon. In mid-air above the East Sea, Luo Feng stood on the dark cloud shuttle and looked east. The red burning sun began to slowly rise out of the horizon. This level 5 spirit weapon is indeed different from a level 3 spirit weapon. Luo Feng lowered his head to look at the dark cloud shuttle below him. This was bought from the latest Ganwu auction. The Ganwu auction was held once every 3 years. The first time was at the end of 2065. He spent quite a bit of money during that time. And at the end of 2068, there was another one that was held. During that auction, he was engaged in the loser's circle duels, hence he specially requested for 10 days of rest to attend the auction. The loser's circle duels were able to be rescheduled, as there were over 9,000 people, and within those 3 years of time, special events may happen unexpectedly, hence the timings were more flexible. There should have originally been 100 matches that day. However, back then, he had discussed with his opponents earlier on, and they had come to an agreement. It was only due to this that the organizing party agreed to the request and allowed him to attend the Ganwu auction. 1 dark cloud shuttle and 2 portions of swelling water fruit had cost me 1 mixed element, Luo Feng exclaimed. Luckily, I still have the money my younger brother invested during the 2065 auction, because he purchased the Masha clan skin, the Nan Shan armament, and the swelling water fruit. He had only a few $100 billion universe dollars remaining after that. This was not even worth 1 mixed element. These 3 years, he hadn't been earning any money. Luckily, after the end of the previous auction, his little brother already had over 2 trillion universe dollars after the past 3 years of investment. Even though he had lost money past his capital before, he still managed to increase it to a total of 6 mixed elements in these 3 years. His earnings were close to 200 of profits. Usually the higher one goes up the ladder of capital and wealth, the harder it got to have such high turnovers. Even the large organizations like the Universe First Bank or Universe Galaxy Bank's specialized investment departments had invited and consulted his younger brother Luo Hua. By working for myself, I get to call all the shots. That's the best. Working for others and going to those departments, I still have to listen to the orders from above. That is just too troublesome. I won't go. This was something he had said to himself before stepping on the dark cloud shuttle, standing above the East Sea. The amount of money I have is still not enough, Luo Feng thought. The golden horned beast, the cloud contact vine, even the Moshong clan clone, they will all require a large amount of money to nurture, and even myself, I require money too. From a theoretical point of view, the golden horned beast should be considered Luo Feng's main body. However, in his subconscious, Luo Feng still thought of his earth body as the main. The golden horned beast is at the universe level right now. I don't even have enough money for the metals it requires to swallow. However, the deities of the world training is simply a bottomless pit. When speaking of the cloud contact vine, the higher up it evolved, the harder it got. Right now the swelling water fruit is very effective. However, as it grows more, the money poured into it would be a bottomless pit too. Back then, when Hu Yanbo made his cloud contact vine reach the undying level, the amount of money spent on it was simply terrifying. As for Masha clan clone, he still knew very little about it. Luo Feng's Earth body, just the Nanshan armament, the Dark Cloud shuttle and the nutrition cabin had cost a lot of money, and this was only the star level. As his sights and boundaries grew, the cost may become even more terrifying. Luo Feng had already seen a few absolute treasures at the auctions, just one of these would cost several thousand mixed elements. However, these were treasures that Babata was too lazy to even explain to Luo Feng at the moment. The golden horned beast is at universe level 7, cloud contact vine is at universe level 6, my body though is still at star level 9, Luo Feng thought. From now on, my own body's training will stop. The golden horned beast's universe level 1 to 3 required 15 years, 4 to 6 required 20 years each, a total of 60 years, and the 7th, 8th and 9th level required 120 years each. As for reaching the domain lord level from the universe level, that required 500 years, the entire process of the universe levels was supposed to require close to 1,000 years. From year 2055, while entering the universe level 6, till now 2059 October, it had already been about 4 years. Using the optimum metal groupings to nurture and let it swallow, its efficiency was raised to 56 times. This was comparable to a total of 224 years, and Luo Feng, stepping through from level 7 to 8, required 240 years. Right now it was still at universe level 7, a little more, and it could reach the universe level 8. As for the cloud contact vine, back in the world within a world it was already at universe level 2 and back, then it hadn't completely digested the powerful life fruit plus, it had eaten over 100 swelling water fruit with all these. And with enough time, it had long grown to universe level 6. The only thing was the jump from level 6 to 7 was quite a bit harder. It's about to be born, Luo Feng creased his eyebrows. Rumble. In mid-air, a triangular black universe ship suddenly appeared. Luo Feng entered the ship began to accelerate into the sky, piercing past the Earth's atmosphere and headed to Mars. Solar system, Mars surface, in a large ravine, the universe ship descended. Within the ship's resting chambers, Luo Feng sat cross-legged, his entire consciousness entering his internal world. Within his internal world, the entire golden continent was enshrouded in the golden mist. Laying flat along the large land, the golden horned beast, which was at least 10 li long, raised its head, its dark golden eyes looking at the oval golden egg in mid-air. Almost the golden horned beast's cold eyes had a sense of anticipation. Ka ka ka. The incomparably thin oval-shaped golden egg began to crack open, following which it descended down, revealing an extremely peculiar black crystal. This crystal had a total of 10,081 surfaces, and on each surface was incomparably complex golden engravings. The engravings were completely fused with the crystal. This was the core of the Masha clan demon, the life crystal. A sound resounded throughout the large golden continent. Hu Hayu. Black energies swiftly flowed from the life crystal before condensing together. A naked yellow-skinned, black short-haired man appeared. It was a naked Luo Feng, who was similar in appearance to Luo Feng's actual self. Mars, sand filled the entire land and surface. Luo Feng, who was dressed in a dark red armor, along with the Luo Feng dressed in black cloth, were with the enormous mountain-like golden horned beast on the surface. Interesting, interesting. The two Luo Fangs and the golden horned beast exchanged glances. As for the true life core, the core itself was able to immediately appear. Within the true body, or within the golden horned beast's body, or even within the Masha clan's body. Return, the golden horned beast vanished and only the two Luo Fangs remained. Return, the dark red armored Luo Feng vanished. Return, the black-clothed Luo Feng vanished too. All three of them entered the internal world, leaving behind only a transparent crystal ball. In the external world on its surface were incomparably complex golden engravings, glimmering with gold light. So, the black-clothed Luo Feng appeared. Leaving the life core alone in the external world is very unsafe, the black-clothed Luo Feng thought. As for this Mozhan clan demon change, all that could be seen was the black-clothed Luo Feng's energy flow seemed to change, swiftly becoming the tall and powerful Rong Jun, and later changing into a 10-li-long golden horned beast. Finally he even changed into a thick and sturdy tree, and back to the black-clothed Luo Feng. Energy life forms are indeed special, Luo Feng smiled. The Masha clan were energy life forms. They didn't have a fixed external appearance. They could change it at will, of course, if they wanted to change into an enormous giant, maintaining their body's defense of at least a universe level 2. The energy usage would be huge, hence normally they only changed to forms which weren't too big. Masha clan, named the strongest assassination clan, so it's because of this Luo Feng could feel the difference and special properties of the Masha clan's body. It's indeed true that they are favored by space itself. After obtaining the third body, the Masha clan's body, Luo Feng naturally grasped the natural abilities and talents of the Masha clan. Its natural secret techniques cloning. In life form terms, the Masha clan, when compared to the humans or golden horned beast, was completely different. At least humans and golden horned beasts were still under the category of flesh and blood life forms. However, the Masha clan, as an energy life form, it didn't even have a soul. Accurately speaking, that life crystal was its soul, and its source of energy. Hence, the Masha clan weren't afraid of spirit attacks. At the same time they are unable to use any spirit attacks or control any weapons. Hence the Masha clan all walked the path of fighters. And its natural abilities, such as cloning, allowed the Masha clan demons to be able to clone the life force and spirit energies of their target. Their own body could transform, and the moment it copied the target's soul energies. Even undying beings, unless they used their spirit energy to enter their bodies and scan, from just the outer appearance or energy, they were completely undetectable. This was no longer just a disguise. It was cloning. Natural technique cloning. You'd never expect that your favorite grandson, I have already become one of the Masha clan. It may seem like an extremely simple ability, however it allowed the Masha clan to become the most fearsome assassination clan of the entire universe. They were able to transform into every kind of life forms, copying any kinds of life energies, of course, once the target suspected something and used spirit energy to dig and scan, they would be revealed. Favored by space itself. So special Luo Feng felt the energies of the Masha clan. He could vaguely feel the space about him rippling. But his earth body and the golden horned beast body were both unable to feel this absolute space. Luo Feng fiercely unleashed his technique, simultaneously the black crystal, with 10,081 surfaces, began to slightly revolve, its complex golden engravings On its surfaces rippled, almost as though it was answering to the universe. Space. Schwa. All that could be seen on that sand-filled Mars surface was the sudden appearance of 2 Luo fangs, and gradually another 3 Luo fangs, 4 Luo fangs, 5 Luo fangs. Schwa. Luo feng stopped. Too special, this is just marvelous, this Masha clan's movement and flying is so relaxed, it's simply too unbelievable. Luo Feng's expression was that of complete shock. I only have very little understanding of absolute space these years. I've only managed to touch the door of the space origin laws, and did not even consider entering. However, even with that little comprehension, using the Moshan clan body to unleash it, my speed is faster and even more unpredictable. I can even feel the ripples in space. Luo Feng was extremely shocked. Switch. The Masha clan body vanished and the dark red armored Luo Feng appeared. The earth body of Luo Feng looked at his surroundings. The peculiar feeling was totally gone and everything felt normal again. This Mars was like Mars from before. The universe was still like the universe, no longer having the special feeling from the universe. Space ripples like before. Rumble. Luo Feng began his movement. His movement became shockingly fast and unpredictable. However, it was just that. It didn't cause the space around to warp or create mirror images. It feels as though the Masha clan demon in space is like a fish in water. Luo Feng thought. Humans swimming in water, their speed could never compare to their speed of running on land. And a fish's speed hopping on land could never compare to its swimming in water. One theory was that the Masha clan was naturally one favored by the space origin laws. In the universe space it was like a fish in water. Even if his own comprehension was low, using the body of the Masha clan would amplify his powers by several times. Sick, totally sick. Luo Feng couldn't help but exclaim. Do you even have to say that this is the strongest assassination race? Energy life forms, flesh and blood life forms, automaton life forms, metal life forms, plant life forms, etc., among all sorts of life forms with trillions of races, to be able to gain the reputation of strongest assassins in countless amounts of life forms. Would that be a joke? Babata said. Natural ability cloning, even though it's only one ability. However, in truth, the amazing thing about the Masha clan is they are able to feel the ripples of space. They are a natural complement to the space origin laws. By allowing them to unleash any space techniques, the power will increase greatly. Simultaneously, comprehending the space origin laws will be much easier than compared to humans. Hence, any Masha clan demon who steps through the space origin laws door, their movement would be unpredictable and ever-changing. They can change to anyone, any form, because their disguise ability reaches the pinnacle of perfection. Their attack too is extremely strong. After just one attack, they can swiftly dodge far away. The most scary thing is, it's not just one of the clan that's strong, it's all of them. Hence, they are known as the strongest assassins. Babata said. Luo Feng took a deep breath. No wonder the damaged piece of skin of the Masha clan sold for such a high price. The normal changes of the Masha clan, there were no engravings on the surface. And after being killed, most of them die from their crystals shattering. Their bodies too would disappear, leaving only a damaged crystal. Not even the skin would be left. Only under a special circumstance can one allow the space Origin law engravings within the life crystal to appear on the skin. Those were true space origin law engravings, hence the skin was incomparably valuable. However, in my genius battle, I can only use the body given to me by the virtual universe. To battle, I can't use the Masha clan body. Luo Feng thought. Right now, it's October, there was less than a year to the final battle with the 1008 universe countries. What you can do now is to use the Mozhan clan clone to take the form of the golden horned beast and go research on absolute space. Babata said, the training process of absolute space is only suitable for the golden horned beast form to unleash. Of course, any training on comprehension of the space laws will have benefits to all bodies. After all, you are all one consciousness. Luo Feng nodded. Not even a year. Luo Feng took a deep breath. Right, Babata, I should use the Masha clan body to go retrieve the third bank account left behind by my teacher. The Yun-Mo planet master left 3 separate accounts. They were separated for when the disciple was star level, universe level, and finally domain lord level to retrieve the funds. The difference between the 3 accounts was extremely huge. The one with the most was the account he was able to acquire when he reached the domain lord level. Within that account is all of his teacher's remaining money in that 5-star account. I am very sorry, but that is not possible, Babata said. My Masha clan clone is a universe level 2. Luo Feng couldn't help but say. No, Luo Feng, have you forgotten the 3 accounts your teacher left behind? Not only have strength requirements, they also require you to personally go open the account, and during that time, there'll be a scan of spirit energy. It has to be the spirit energy of the Yun-Mo planet form before the account can be opened, Babata said. Luo Feng creased his eyebrows. The Mozhan clan clone will be using my energy. It can easily use my spirit energy. Wrong, the Masha clan is an energy life form. Its true form is that life crystal. It doesn't have any spirit energy at all. How can it use your spirit energy? Babata said. Ah. Luo Feng was stunned. Flesh and blood life forms, whether it was humans or beasts or space beasts, as long as they walked that same path, they all had a soul and spirit energy. Spirit energy was a part of the soul. After all, energy life forms, however, were totally different. Their core was the life crystal, not spirit energy at all. Just like the automaton race, they were in essence living AIs. They did not contain any spirit energy at all. Hence, back within the Yun-Mo planet ship, when the Yun-Mo planet master, Hu Yanbo, and his undying underlings all died, only Babata survived, because he was a living AI. The life forms were different in many ways, even the lifespans were different. Living AIs, even if they didn't become undying, they could still continue to live on, just like that Lord Wu. Damn, Luo Feng shook his head. I still thought. This really disappoints me. Luo Feng was helpless. You punk, don't get too greedy, Babata said. Your body is that of a golden horned beast, the most elite bloodline of the entire universe, and you have the Mozhan clan, the strongest assassins in the universe. You've already gotten so many advantages, yet you are feeling disappointed over such rubbish. I have never ever met anyone with such a sick combination before. Haha, Luo Feng laughed. The golden horned beast and Masha clan, both were really rare even in the entire universe. Many undying had yet to even see one before, and Luo Feng managed to get both bodies. It was a huge advantage altogether. Alright, I'll continue to practice my flying, Luo Feng laughed, becoming a beam of light and headed towards a crevice on the surface of Mars where the universe ship was. He entered the ship and connecting his consciousness to the virtual universe network. Virtual universe, Black Dragon Mountain Island Slaughterhouse. Appear. The little demon, Babata, waved his hand and immediately the space around warped. A large machinery factory appeared. Within that factory were countless blurry machine traps all prepared. Beforehand, with just one look, the entire factory looked like a bee's nest. As it was densely packed, with just a bit of carelessness, one would easily knock into some of the machinery. This is the test for the first level of the 10,000 threads technique, the one thread movement. Babata pointed at what seemed like an inescapable net of machinery before them. If you are able to grab the 3,189 red balls within this factory without touching any of the machinery or getting hit by any of their attacks, then you'd be considered reaching the one thread level. Already. Understood. Luo Feng nodded. Yes. Since his failure with Rongjun before, Luo Feng had considered hard and realized that as a strong spirit reader controller, he had to be incredibly strong at flying. Man's energy had a limit. One couldn't be both a spirit reader and a fighter. Normally, they would focus on one naturally. Since he emphasized the spirit reader side, he had to emphasize flying. Battle had its own techniques. A magician's techniques in battle, like the soul imprint, was an example of that side. For the controller, the Nanshan armament's 9 levels were a form of training techniques. Defense had its own techniques too. In terms of soul, the Void Pagoda, and physical defense, he could rely on weapons and armors to defend. As for movement, the fighter's way of movement had different techniques too. A spirit reader, stepping on a spirit weapon to fly too, had its own techniques. Even to the point where taming beasts, possession, enslaving, and other different techniques, etc., had their own best or optimum techniques. The number of origin laws themselves were only that few. However, the origin laws were akin to culture and knowledge. By gaining the knowledge about these different cultures and knowledge, some are able to get strong while others may just remain ordinary. One theory was that these techniques are ways to unleash the full strengths of the origin laws. The Nanshan armament is able to unleash the origin law's greatest battle abilities. Soul imprint is possible too. The Void Pagoda is possible too. Absolute space is possible too. The 10,000 threads was capable too. Back when he was defeated by Rongjun, Luo Feng had first asked the opinion of Babata. Hence, he finally chose the level 5 spirit weapon, the Dark Cloud Shuttle, and also chose the spirit reader's flying technique, the 10,000 threads. His teacher, the Yun-Mo planet master, as a powerful spirit reader, knew many flying techniques. However, Luo Feng picked one that was different from his teachers. His teacher Han Yanbo trained in the flying technique space control back then. In terms of power, the two were comparable. In terms of how common they were, however, space control was much rarer, while 10,000 threads was a widely spread skill. Many Undying knew it. However, it being widely spread didn't mean its power was weak. This 10,000 threads technique, after hearing your explanation, why do I feel that the absolute space is very similar? Luo Feng had asked Babata back. Then, Babata answered, it is very similar indeed. Your absolute space training second level, the infinite changes, is akin to the 10,000 threads. Final level, and it was said that the 10,000 threads actually even has a higher level of teleportation. However, no one knows the training method. Absolute space was split into 3 levels. Level 1 was arc light, level 2 was infinite changes, and level 3 is teleportation. The 10,000 threads technique was also split into 3 levels. First level, 1 thread. This is comparable to the absolute space's first level arc light. The second level, 9 threads. Third level, 100 threads. Third level, 10,000 threads. At this time, it was comparable to the second level of absolute space infinite changes. It was said that there was another higher level, teleportation. However, from the information that was spread about the technique outside, no one had the final training methods. This was also the reason why Babata was so shocked when he learned that the complete training of absolute space included the teleportation level. After all, the path of comprehending the origin laws was a hard one, but, with a clear path ahead, it would save a lot of time and energy. One valuable technique, even if people were willing to spread it, the most valuable parts still remained incredibly valuable. Alright, what you said makes sense. This 10,000 threads technique and my absolute space follows the same path even though the training is different. The path is ultimately the same, they will complement each other, and my training itself will also be easier. I'll pick this. This was back then when Luo Feng decided to pick this flying technique. After these 3 years or so, Luo Feng had already completed the basics of the 10,000 threads. Stepping on the dark cloud shuttle, his flying was already very perfect. However, he had yet to finish the 1-thread movement. A steel wire just touched Luo Feng's back. 3 needles were shot out and 1 touched Luo Feng's calf. Failure! Babata shouted. From the secret weapons that covered the entire ceiling, Luo Feng became a peculiar image and flew immediately down to Babata's side, shaking his head. The test of the 1 thread is too difficult. If I used the Masha clan body, I would be able to dodge easily. Luo Feng laughed. 1. The virtual universe company supplies the same body to everyone too. The Masha clan is an energy life form and not human. It's unable to participate in this genius battle. The little demon raised 2 fingers. I'll give you a suggestion. Return to reality and make the Masha clan take the form of the golden horned beast to train absolute space. Okay, Luo Feng nodded. Solar system, Mars surface. The black-clothed Luo Feng stood within the red sandstorm that engulfed the entire desert and immediately transformed. His entire body became energy, transforming into a 12-m-long golden horned beast. Its appearance was completely similar to the golden horned beast. This form could be said to be a golden horned beast infant. The black crystal with 10,081 surfaces within slightly revolved, its incomparably complex golden engravings melding with space itself. It's too wondrous, this feeling. The little golden horned beast's eyes were excited. It could clearly feel the ripples in space, that familiarity, that peculiar feeling, almost as though it was returning to its mother's embrace. Begin. Rumble. The little golden horned beast immediately worked according to the instructions of absolute space. As it began its training, its scaled wings, claws and tail all had to be used, especially its long tail, which could easily do minuscule and quick changes in directions. 2 golden horned beasts, 3, 4, 5. Little golden horned beasts appeared all around. At this time, 9 little golden horned beasts had appeared. With the golden horned beast structure, it was really suited for the training of absolute space. This Masha clan, using my human form, could only produce 5 images, while using the golden horned beast form, it can actually make 9. The little golden horned beast was completely immersed in the training of absolute space. This technique was created from an earlier powerful golden horned beast from before, specially crafted to fit the golden horned beasts. Even if humans acquired it, they couldn't train it. Because they didn't have tails, they didn't have wings. Wonderful immersed in the training of absolute space, the little golden horned beast seemed to grasp the space origin laws easily. Time passed day by day. The golden horned beast focused on comprehending the gold origin laws while the Masha clan body was in the little golden horned beast form training absolute space. Luo Feng himself was training on comprehending the 2 laws, melding them together. He was focused on studying the Nanshan armament, training hard on the 10,000 thread flying technique. With such high training efficiency, his strength continued to increase almost every day. November, December, January. Finally, China time 2070, September, the gathering of the entire universes. 1008 universe countries, over 1 million geniuses. The start date of the pinnacle fights was in this month. China year 2070, September 5th. Morning, Luo Feng stood on his own home's balcony. He was gazing at the east. Red sun rising from afar. Even though it was summer, the morning was still pretty chilly. Getting up early onto the balcony to watch the sunrise in her pajamas, Su Xian walked onto the balcony looking at the current Luo Feng. Even though this man had reached the peak on Earth, almost all his energy was still spent on the long and arduous unpredictable path of the strong. To this, Su Xian wasn't in the least unsatisfied, as she had eventually come to terms with it. It was only at certain times, when she would feel forlorn and lonely, as Luo Feng would immerse himself in his training and isolate himself for 10 days, or even half a month at times. Of course, normally Luo Feng still cared a lot for his family. Right, Luo Feng looked at the distant east horizon, watching the sun, smiling and nodding. These past few days you've been spending all your time in the dojo. It seems like you haven't seen the sunrise in a long time, Su Xian said. You should take some time to relax once in a while. Don't overwork yourself. Luo Feng looked at his wife, extending his arm to gently embrace her, saying softly, "My wife, I'm sorry. We are already an old couple, you don't need to get so mushy." A hint of red appeared on Su Xian's face. Hee, Luo Feng laughed. Tomorrow, it'll begin. Luo Feng looked at the distant rising sun, exclaiming, "That's where the million geniuses from all the universe countries will gather according to the situation of the Ganwu universe country. Among these million geniuses, over half of them have stepped through the entrance of the origin laws. In the huge axe dojo, even a universe-level warrior who had stepped through the origin laws entrance was considered invincible. However, in truth, in the universe, there were many star levels that had stepped through those doors. Within the entire human race, there were only about hundreds of thousands of these sort of absolute geniuses. However, with 1008 universe countries, on average, with about a 100 in every universe country, the Ganwu universe country leader ordered the Undying to specially get these absolute geniuses to enter the Ganwu's secret area, it goes to show just how special these seedlings were. These absolute geniuses, how could they send them to the huge Axe dojo to gamble their lives? The probability of death there was too huge. Black Dragon Mountain, Island 9-star Bay District. Daddy. Dad, all the best. Two similar-looking youths looked at Luo Feng, their gaze filled with respect and worship. This pair of twins were Luo Feng's sons, Ping Ping and Little Hai. In terms of age, they were both 11 years old now, as they received excellent nurturing. From birth, even when they were toddlers, they had already reached the student level 9, and by now they've become star travelers. This caused their body structure to resemble that of Earth's ordinary 14 or 15-year-olds. In terms of looks, they received Su Xian's good looks, as both of them were handsome, unlike Luo Feng, who looked ordinary. The older brother Luo Ping had a better temperament. His character was gentle. His change since young was much more prominent. The younger Luo Hai, however, was noisy. After all, they grew up in such a household, with the teachers being people like Di Fan and Bai Cao, these two universe level 9 warriors. Ever since Bai Cao received from Luo Feng the Yun Mo planet training techniques last year, he broke through to the universe level 9. The staff and helpers in the house were all star levels too. Along with Luo Feng's glory, it caused Luo Ping and Luo Hai to worship their father since young. With such a father to be proud of. Growing up in such a household, Luo Ping and Luo Hai may have their deficiencies in character. However, in their bones they still shared one point, which was that they wanted to become strong. The special thing about these twins, however, was they both enjoyed battling in the virtual universe games from young, even though they later awoke their spirit reading. Their talent for it was weaker than Luo Feng's before. However, the two still chose to become fighters. This made their father, Luo Feng, somewhat helpless. Daddy is the strongest. Little Hai shouted loudly. Haha, Luo Feng couldn't help but laugh. 30. All the best. Standing beside, Thunder God waved his fists and shouted, "You are not only representing the Ganwu universe country, the more important thing is you are representing us, the people of Earth." Spoken well. Luo Hongwa nodded and shouted, his face gleeful. Little Feng, your second brother spoke well. You represent the hope of us people of Earth, even though there are trillions of planets in the universe countries. With all the 1008 universe countries added together, that's even more shocking. However, you have to do your best, fight for us people of Earth. Okay. Luo Feng nodded his head. In his mind, whether it was Thunder God, Hong or Luo Feng, their sense of belonging was like a strong flame. I'll head out first. Luo Feng took a big step and left. Within the virtual universes, many continents, islands, over 1 million geniuses from the 1008 universe countries all went through the teleportation to the gathering spot. Ganwu Floating Island. Shua. Luo Feng appeared at the teleportation spot on the floating island. Mr. Luo Feng, please head this way. Standing beside the teleportation spot was a universe-level warrior, dressed in work clothes, smiling and directing the way to a path beside. Thank you. Luo Feng smiled and nodded, following the path. At this time, Luo Feng could see in the not-too-distant plaza, surrounded by a beautiful array of flowers and greenery, there was a large group of people gathered. With just a look, there was at least 100, both men and women, all different looking. However, at least 1/3 of the group had features close to the humans of Earth. The appearance of the Earth humans was considered more mainstream. Luo Feng is coming. That madman. Many youths looked over. These 100 were those that got a slot on the name list. This time the Ganwu Universe country was sending out a 1,000 geniuses. Luo Feng. Hi, madman. Among these people, there were many that smiled and waved at Luo Feng since he had taken part in the loser's circle duels, hence he had dueled 1v1 against all these people before. Windmill. Pate Luo Feng waved back at those he was on good terms with. As time passed, the geniuses all arrived, with more people arriving every second, and Savage Rong Jun was considered one of the later few. Finally the 1,000 geniuses had all gathered. These 1,000 stood together, many of whom recognized each other either from the real world or had dueled before, were engaged in discussions and reminiscing about the past. Luo Feng, your strength has risen by quite a bit this past year. I know your improvement must be huge. Savage Rong Jun looked over Luo Feng. Luo Feng turned to look at the 3M tall Savage. Wait till the pinnacle duels. You'll know after you try me. That confident Savage's eyes gleamed. Suddenly, rumble of formless pressure covered the entire plaza. The 1,000 geniuses all felt their faces go pale, their bodies shivering unconsciously, after which they heard footsteps. A giant dressed in scaled armor and wearing a helmet walked over. The energy he naturally emitted was almost like the god of death approaching, emitting that bloodthirsty aura, causing everyone to fear him immediately. A 8m tall giant, this was that being from before. 1,000 geniuses from the Ganwu Universe country, according to the country leader's command. I'll lead you, the giant's voice rumbled, within the helmet. His eyes gave off an overwhelming sense of pressure. You all can call me Lord 13, understood? Understood. The 1,000 absolute geniuses couldn't help but answer in unison, including Luo Feng. What a terrifying pressure! Luo Feng's forehead had beads of cold sweat. In reality, his willpower alone would immediately make my soul crumble. Terrifying. 1,000 geniuses, before the scale-armored giant, seemed like weak little ants. They felt intense fear. This was a natural reflex, no matter how strong one's willpower was, they couldn't suppress such a reaction. Rong Jun, the scale-armored giant's gaze landed on the youth Savage Rong Jun. Lord 13, Savage Rong Jun bowed. You are the only one from our Ganwu Universe country that has a guarantee of not being eliminated. The country leader has a large expectation of you. You don't let our country leader down, you understand, the scale-armored giant said. Yes, Savage replied respectfully. The scale-armored giant gazed past the rest of the youths, saying coldly, as for everyone else, there's not much hope. Immediately a group of youths gripped their fists tightly. Among that group, Luo Feng creased his eyebrows too. Unsatisfied power doesn't come from the words you speak, it's displayed in battle, the scale-armored giant said coldly, except for Rong Jun, the strongest amongst you are only at Luo Feng's standards, and according to our information, there's an exceptional genius at this competition. If Luo Feng can make it into the top 5,000, that would be considered not bad. To make it into the top 1,000, the chances are however bleak. Of course, you all can create miracles in history. There have been cases where some began average but suddenly exploded into absolute geniuses during the pinnacle fights. The scaled giant's gaze swept past the large group, following which he changed the subject. All right, follow me. The group of absolute geniuses from the different starfields in the Ganwu universe country could only bear with it. Following which, Luo Feng and the other geniuses, under the leadership of the scaled armor giant, all reached the teleportation spot and were transferred to a brand new area the virtual universe had opened. This was a vast continent. Luo Feng and the others, including that scaled armor giant leading them, a total of 1001 people simultaneously appeared on that large continent. Ganwu Universe Team, there are 1008 skyscrapers ahead, your universe. Country's team has been arranged for number 0825 skyscraper. A middle-aged man dressed in a white robe bowed and said respectfully to the scaled armor giant. The giant snorted out of his nose, and led the team to fly towards the skyscraper. 1008 skyscrapers, one universe team for one skyscraper. Looking from far, the distant 1008 skyscrapers had formed a ring, surrounded by these 1008 skyscrapers. In the center was a beautiful plaza with birds and fragrant flowers. Within that plaza were many youths, men and women from different universe countries strolling and chatting in it. With just a look, there were at least over 10,000 people. Descend, the scaled armor giant's voice roared. The geniuses from the Ganwu inverse swiftly descended, landing beside the plaza, following a straight path towards skyscraper number 0825. The plaza had pathways to each of the many skyscrapers. Look, that skyscraper 0825 is the Ganwu universe countries. Looks like that's the genius team from the Ganwu universe. Rongjun, that tall one must be Savage Rongjun. Wow, his power is very strong. Which is Rongjun? Rongjun. Many geniuses from the other universe countries all looked over at the Ganwu universe countries team and began their own discussions. As the genius teams of every universe country heard the discussions from the other groups, they were very dissatisfied, yet held their hatred within to be able to make it into the Ganwu universe country's top 1000, who wasn't an absolute genius, a proud genius above many others, and right now it was obvious that the other geniuses from the other universe countries only respected Savage Rongjun, and did not even mention any of the others. Madman, did you hear that the other universe countries only know of our Ganwu universe country's Rongjun? The green-haired youth whispered in Luo Feng's ear. This green-haired youth was the absolute genius that was in the same city with Luo Feng in the elimination stage, the one that engaged him in a pinnacle final battle before it ended. Windmill was luckier than Luo Feng during the arena duels. He won 4 consecutive duels to get a slot in the name list. Luo Feng was very calm while following the large team ahead. He said softly, Windmill, you can't blame them. Rongjun is indeed strong. The green-haired youth nodded his head. I know that, I heard about it. Too, this savage Rongjun's strength is enough to make it into the top 10 of the entire universe, and us just trying to get into the universe top 1000 will be very hard. Top 1000. Luo Feng squinted his eyes. At this time, the geniuses from the Ganwu universe country followed the scaled armor giant into skyscraper 0825. The lobby was extremely vast, enough to hold over 1,000 people that were gathered there. Rumble. That strong pressure appeared again. These 1,000 geniuses, who were all under such pressure, turned and looked at the tallest scaled armor giant. That giant diminished his aura, and said coldly, over here, there are number tags from 1 To 1000, you've all been assigned one. Once you've acquired yours, enter your own room. This will be your resting and living quarters, following which the scaled armor giant waved his hand. The number tags began to fall, landing in front of each of the geniuses. Savage Rong Jun extended his arm and grabbed the tag. There was only one number on it. 1. Luo Feng extended his arm too and grabbed his tag. The number on it was 2. The 1000 geniuses all grabbed their tags. You are dismissed. You can rest within your rooms, or you can all go out to mingle with the geniuses from the other universe countries. The scaled armor giant gazed at the 1000 geniuses, saying coldly, when it gets dark, the virtual universe company's organizing committee will gather you all. Whether you are in this space or anywhere else, you'll be able to hear it. After he finished, the scaled armor giant immediately turned around and left. Only then did the 1000 geniuses from the Ganwu universe country let out a sigh of relief. The group started to disperse, with some staying behind to chat, while others looking for their rooms. The center plaza of the 1008 skyscrapers was extremely huge. Even with a million people in there, it still wouldn't be crammed. The plaza was surrounded by beautiful greenery and flowers, with little animals that could be seen occasionally. Scattered throughout the plaza, too, were large restaurants. A total of 99 restaurants could be found. The geniuses from the different universe countries could enter any one of these, all except for the first restaurant. Rumble the scaled armor giant became a beam of light and landed in front of restaurant number 1. Lord. The staff at the entrance of the restaurant bowed respectfully. The scaled armor giant immediately stepped in the first level of this restaurant. Alone had over 1000 seats. At this time there were already over 1000 great beings there. 13 is here. Auras and energies filled with bloodthirst or even volatility, more so than stars or ice chill, so cold it would freeze one's soul, were present. These auras were all spread out throughout the level. These great beings sat casually about. It was almost as though they were the land and skies themselves. The surrounding space was totally controlled by them. The scaled armor giant nodded slightly, sitting down beside another valiant and brave-looking god general. 13. I heard your Ganwu universe country has a genius called Rong Jun. This time, haha, your luck is not bad. It's okay. The scaled armor giant was not modest either. Te Luo Fu, your universe country has someone called Blood Axe, right? The white-robed man with a face full of smiles, as though he was in spring itself, said, yes, there is such a genius. His character is very similar to yours. 13. This time around, your Ganwu universe country may be able to produce 2 who might make it into the top 1000. Right, not far away, a tall and sturdy bald man with bare feet and skin which was completely golden yellow in color shouted, there's another punk called Luo Feng. His strength is still insufficient. The scaled armor giant shook his head. Seifel, everyone is saying that your Noah universe country can get number 1. The youth in Noah universe country is very strong. He is only at star level, and his space origin law comprehension has already reached such a level. Really unbelievable. The great beings were all discussing. These beings were all sent by their country leaders, like a gathering of the pinnacle of universe countries. The undying sent here were all considered very strong even amongst the undying. Like 13, that was one of the 18 god generals of the Ganwu universe country leader. His reputation alone was widespread. He was a being known for 1,000,000,000 years. Skyscraper 0825, room number 2. This room was extremely spacious. The bed alone was 10 m long and 6 m wide. Some geniuses may have huge physiques, hence the room was prepared for such people. Naturally, this room, which was at least 1,000 cubic meters, it was huge for Luo Feng. I'll head out and take a look. I'll have a look at the absolute geniuses from the other universe countries. Luo Feng's eyes gleamed with a strong sense of anticipation. He didn't have any hope of making it into the top 1,000. The words from the scaled armor giant was obviously based on the arena duels. Round in fact, from the end of the loser's circle duels to now, the Masha clan clone worked hard on absolute space, his 3 bodies, the golden horned beast, the Masha clan, and his earth body all hadn't relaxed for even a second. Till now. His strength had already increased at a terrifying rate, even though in the slaughterhouse he could already defeat the simulated Rongjun. However, from that battle till now, it's already been over 4 years. If I can improve that much, others can do so too within these 4 years. Who knows how much that Rongjun has improved? Luo Feng thought. What's more, when he battled me back then, he hadn't even unleashed his blade work. 1,008 universe countries, the geniuses are as numerous as the clouds. I'll give it a shot. We'll see how far I, Luo Feng, can make it. Luo Feng thought to have been suffering patiently for over 4 years, this gathering of absolute geniuses from the 1,008 universe countries was exactly the place for him to unleash his full power. Luo Feng walked out of the room and joined a few other geniuses from the Ganwu universe country, leaving the skyscraper and headed towards the plaza. The center plaza was even bigger than the planet of Earth. However, these absolute geniuses' bodies were all star level 9, with just one gaze they could see over 100 kilometers. When the geniuses from the Ganwu universe country entered the plaza, "Look, Rongjun. It's Rongjun. I heard he has the strength to make it into the top 10. He is a very strong fellow. His comprehension of ground and space origin laws are already very high. I hope to not meet him." Many other youths from the other universe countries were engaged in discussions. This made Rongjun and the other geniuses from the Ganwu universe countries uncomfortable, naturally dispersing once they reached the plaza. Luo Feng walked with the green-haired youth. Windmill. Luo Feng, look. The green-haired youth pointed at a complete beauty dressed in a white feathery cloth. This lady was almost like the legendary angels of Earth. She even had 2 wings on her back, and there was a crystal in the middle of her forehead. Her name is Ai Chen, from the Dream Shell clan. She has the power to make it to the top 10. Her nickname is Lightblade, and she is extremely terrifying. Luo Feng looked at the pure Dream Shell lady. Lightblade Ai Chen. Luo Feng gazed at the plaza. Prior to this, he naturally had gathered information on the strong opponents. Even though he couldn't get specific details, he still knew the reputation and information of the stronger ones. Luo Feng looked at a black-robed, skinny youth who was about 2'3" or 2'4" tall. Hearing the people beside discussing, "That's Haino, Jiao Laishi, he's from the Howling Gods clan, from the Pinggu universe country. I heard from the start till end he never actually made a move. He just looks at the opponent and the opponents all get hypnotized and die. He's a very scary hypnotist who is definitely able to make it to the top 10. Walking within the plaza, they were discovering the number 1 geniuses from the many universe countries. even though they were number one in their respective universe countries. Within the 1008 universe countries, only about 20 of them had the power to make it to the top 10. After all, even with powers matching up, one has to still factor in the condition during that day, etc., and everything was unpredictable. Until the battle actually happens. However, these 20 that had the largest commotion, Luo Feng, had already seen their tapes. The verdict: they all weren't weaker than Rong Jun. There were even 2 of them who were much more terrifying than Rong Jun. The prince of the Manka, Luo Feng, looked at the distant silver-clothed youth. That youth with eyes burning with a mad battle spirit was also another absolute genius, regarded as one able to make it to the top 10. There hadn't been such an exceptional young genius from the Manka planet in a very, very long time. Genius were all around him. This made Luo Feng's battle spirit burn with passion. Strong. This was the gathering of the geniuses from the 1008 universe countries. Just from the surface, there were about 20 able to match up to Rong Jun, and what's more, they were probably hiding their powers too, just like how when Savage Rong Jun battled against Luo Feng, he didn't even intend to reveal his space origin laws, and if he hadn't revealed it during that battle, who would know Rong Jun was that strong? One theory: 1008 universe countries, over 1 million geniuses. From the surface, one can see that the number of absolute geniuses definitely wasn't just 20 like Luo Feng. Ones who had the power to make it into the top 10 were hiding there. Their strengths, no one knew who these geniuses were until during the battle. Luo Feng creased his eyebrows. Silence. The entire plaza went silent. 100,000 geniuses from all over, all turned almost simultaneously to one direction. Luo Feng turned too. From the distant large skyscraper, a white-clothed youth walked out. He looked very handsome, except he had no expression. His entire being was like a frozen mountain, carrying 2 blood-red long blades. Walking towards the plaza, his ice-cold gaze swept over the 100,000 geniuses without even a ripple of emotion. Death God. Death God Bolin. It's him. This round's undisputed number 1. Finally, the discussions had unified and converged simultaneously. The howling god youth, clad in a black robe, that absolute beauty from the Dream Shell clan, that Manka prince in armor, that seemingly unstoppable savage, the one carrying blood-colored huge axes, a fat, strong-looking youth at least 6 m tall, with slit eyes, the green-haired youth, with peculiar green engravings on his face. From all corners of the plaza, the absolute warrior that stood above these over 1 million geniuses. Everyone stared at this white-clothed youth carrying the blood-red long blades. Amongst these warriors, naturally included, was Luo Feng as well. Death God Luo Feng stared at the distant silhouette, muttering, "Death God Bolin." Death God Bolin was the most unbelievable absolute genius of this genius battle between the 1008 universe countries. Even when compared to the earlier competitions from before, it had been a very long time since such a perverted existence like that had appeared. From the gathered data, this Death God Bolin had once created over 100 mirror images. That's just unbelievable. Luo Feng looked at the distant white-clothed youth, carrying the blood-red long blade on his back. He was very clear within that he wasn't a match at all for this genius that had long been regarded as the undisputed number 1 this time. According to the 10,000 thread levels, the third level was the 100 thread The fourth level was the 10,000 thread that was already the highest level of the 10,000 thread technique. The legendary teleportation was after all just a myth. And this Bolan's revealed strength so far has indicated that he was obviously close to the fourth level, to be considered as such an anomaly in just the star level. Looking at the previous number ones of the 10 earlier competitions, they all seemed to be stronger than Savage Rome June. However, none had reached such a level before Death God Bolan. He was invincible. Even Sector Lords. It was very hard to comprehend the space origin laws to be able to reach the fourth level of 10,000 threads. That only happened with one amongst the 10,000. If it was one amongst 10,000 for even Sector Lords, one could imagine for a star level punk just how scary that was. It was no wonder that even before the genius battles had yet to begin, many Undying had already concluded that the number one undisputed winner of the competition would be this white-clothed youth. How did he train? Just how did he train? Luo Feng creased his eyebrows. I rely on the Masha clan to train, and I've only broken through to one thread, still very far from the 9 threads. After all the space origin laws, that's one of the 2 hardest laws to comprehend, next to time. Big Brother, an elegant green-haired beautiful girl with her long hair curled up, her face covered with green engravings, said, "That's Death God Bolan." "That's the one, teacher," said the only one we have no chance of defeating. Right. Beside her was another youth with similar green hair and engravings on his face. He was nodding, while staring hard at the distant white-clothed youth. That's him, a star level who's reached such abnormal levels of comprehension with the space origin laws even in the recent million years of genius competitions number ones. There hasn't been anyone like him before. However, Qian Shui, the youth, lowered his head to look at the lady beside him. Even though we aren't any match against Death God Bolan, they're still second and third place. We siblings must grab them. Qian Shui understands, the lady nodded. This pair of siblings had terrifying reputations within this genius competition. They were from the mysterious place Augustus Planet. Within the vast universe, there were a few planets that were very mysterious, or had huge reputations. Like the Manka Planet, Augustus Planet, Muzu Planet, and so on. These planets all had undisputable power that made people's hearts tremble. They could very easily send out a group of Undyings. These planets could completely name themselves a universe country's core, like the Manka Planet was one of the 2 cores of the barbarian universe country. Within the center of the plaza, 100,000 geniuses couldn't help but look at the white-clothed youth, causing him to crease his eyebrows and enter a restaurant. Who? That's Death God Bolan. I really don't know how he trains. No matter how powerful the bloodline, he shouldn't be that abnormal. I suspect he isn't even human. Discussions were rampant in the plaza among the gathered 100,000 geniuses in the plaza, along with the beings in restaurant number 1. As time passed, the leaders of the 1008 universe countries of geniuses, the Great Undyings, all arrived here at restaurant number 1, be it in the first level or the second level. They were all chatting casually. This youth called Bolan, although he is only a star level, his comprehension of the space origin laws is that strong. Who knows, in 100 eras he might become a space knight. Space knight, that's too much. To become a space knight, that's still a long ways to go. Many Undyings have trained for trillions of years and still have been unable to become space knights. He's still far off. Becoming a space knight is not that easy to achieve. Hard, hard, hard. Even his physical body passing through space and teleporting is still far from it, much less becoming a space knight. That's excessive flattery. In our 1008 universe countries, how long has it been since we've had a new knight? That youth may be an exceptional rare genius from many generations of competitions. However, in terms of geniuses, if you had said he'd become like us as Undyings, I'd agree. However, to become a space knight, that's simply too space knight. These two words had aroused the objections of a large group of the Undyings, as all of them were rejecting the idea. Haha, what are you discussing? It's so noisy. A bright voice resounded throughout the entire restaurant. Number one's first and second floors. Immediately all the Undyings turned to look at the entrance. Was a man dressed in a very simple green robe. He had a gently smile, and his eyes contained a friendly gaze. His head was covered in purple scales. Although his entire being was standing there, it almost seemed like he didn't exist, almost as though he was in a different time and space from the other Undyings. Rumble. All the Undyings on the first level immediately stood up, including that scale armored giant 13, they all bowed respectfully. Sir Knight, the 100 or so Undyings bowed. This time, for our virtual universe company's organized genius competition. All your great universe countries have supported us. I represent the virtual universe company and express our thanks. The green-robed purple-scaled man smiled. That's what we ought to do. The first and second floor Undyings all resounded. The green-robed purple-scaled man smiled and nodded. Continue your discussions. In a bit, I will gather all the youths, after which, he turned and left. After he left, the entire first floor of Undyings, including many constantly coming down from the second floor, began their discussions. It's actually Sir Nine Blades. I heard that Sir Nine Blades was recently at the automaton territory, in one of their universe secret areas. I didn't expect him to host this genius competition. Speaking of which, about 100,000 eras before, when Sir Nine Blades was still at the star level, he took part in the genius battle too. Back then, he was the number one of that time, during which he had shook the entire competition. His reputation and show back then doesn't seem any less than this youth. Bolin. So what if one has good talent? Just the path to become an Undying alone is a very bumpy road, and large amounts of sector lords fall right at the final doorway. That Bolin has to go through a lot on the bumpy road to becoming Undying, much less the 10,000 times or million times harder path of a space knight. The group of Undyings sighed. These were all Undyings from the many universe countries, with high amounts of power and authority. All of them were important and authoritative people. Directly under their country leaders, they could easily destroy a few planets or stars with a flip of their hand. However, if they could become a knight of any path, that would be one with the ability to own a few starfields and create a universe country already. A space knight, with a wave of his hand, could turn the flow of stars and change the space altogether. A planet in front of them was akin to a glass marble. At evening, sipping drinks in one of the restaurants in the plaza, Luo Feng suddenly heard a voice invade his consciousness. Participants from the 1008 universe countries, please gather at the center plaza. Unconsciously, Luo Feng stood straight up. It wasn't just him, all the geniuses in the restaurant stood up too. 1,008,000 geniuses, be it flying from the sky or from the skyscrapers, all flew out, some even flying from the edges of the plaza, all gathering in the center. Over 1 million geniuses were gathered there. At this time, with 1,008,000 geniuses there forming a large square formation, stood in the center of the plaza, after which they all awoke. What happened? Luo Feng awoke. What's going on? Ah, why am I here? I was just within the house. The entire square formation of over 1 million geniuses had woken suddenly. Even that death god Bolin too had the same shocked expression. At this time, above the square formation, 1,008 undyings stood there. These undyings naturally released their auras and pressure, with the pressure of over 1,000 undyings. These caused the over 1 million geniuses to immediately go silent, not one daring to even make a sound. Welcome to all participants in our virtual universe company's Pinnacle Genius competition. A gentle voice resounded within every ear. Everyone turned over to look, and were completely shocked. The originally empty space in front suddenly had a green armored purple scaled man appear. He was all smiles, however standing in mid-air, he seemed like an ancient god. The aura he naturally emitted made the over 1 million geniuses submit unconsciously. Also, even though they could see him there with their eyes, all the geniuses felt as though this great being himself was almost like in a different space. Altogether, that time and space disorderly feeling made them feel extremely uncomfortable. 1,008 universe countries, 1,000 from each, a total of over 1 million geniuses. The green-robed man stood in mid-air, surveying the over 1 million geniuses below. His voice was gentle. Our virtual universe company is going to pick the 1,000 strongest from you all and absorb them into the core of our virtual universe company. The million of you will contest for 1,000 slots. The rules are as below. Tomorrow, all of you will separately enter a training space. Our virtual universe company has prepared over 1 million training spaces, one for each of you. There's a total of 7 towers within the training space. Every tower has 7 levels. From the first tower you will begin your battle, after finishing the first tower and all of its 7 levels. Then you can enter the second tower. If you die at any point, you will be kicked out of the training space. According to your training space results, we'll calculate the points. The top rankers in points from rank 100 will immediately be absorbed into the virtual universe company's core members, acquiring 100 slots. From rank 101 to rank 7,300, these 7,200 people will engage in arena duels and fight for the remaining 900 slots. As for those 7,300 and behind, they'll be eliminated. The green-robed man's words caused the over 1 million geniuses to be stunned. There were a total of 1,008,000 people this time, meaning that just from this training space, over 1 million were going to be eliminated. That mysterious being that represented the virtual universe company left straight after that simple announcement. Even though Luo Feng and the others were still curious, they could only return to skyscraper 0825 to rest. Daybreak of the next day. Everyone please get ready, we'll begin the group teleportation soon, which will send all the participants into their respective training spaces. A clear voice resounded within the entire space where the skyscrapers were. The geniuses within the 1,008 skyscrapers were up much earlier, awaiting the beginning of the elimination. First the elimination and later the duels. However, in terms of brutality of the round, it was obvious that the training Space round made their hearts tremble. All the best. Work hard within the large hall of the skyscraper 0825, the geniuses from the Ganwu universe country wished each other. It was too brutal. This first wave of elimination alone eliminated over 1 million people of the 1,000 geniuses in this hall. Less than a count of 10 fingers worth of people may be left. Madman, good luck. Windmill, all the best. Luo Feng and the green-haired youth Windmill encouraged each other. Suddenly, rumble. A formless peculiar energy descended on the space, causing the 1,008,000 geniuses within to immediately be teleported. As for the undying still in that space, along with the waiters and staff etc., they weren't affected at all. There was a large meteorite that was close to 100 kilometers in size, rectangular shaped, floating in mid-space. Shwa. Luo Feng appeared on the meteorite. As he looked around, there were distant little stars around him and not too far from himself, ordinary planets without any life could be seen. He couldn't help but exclaim, the virtual universe created more than million training spaces, just this one alone is so realistic. This meteorite, which was floating in the universe, had 7 towers. Every tower was high like a mountain, at least 10 kilometers tall and several cubic meters in area. The 7 towers were spread out in different locations on this huge meteorite. Luo Feng lowered his gaze to look at his wrist. On it was a screen, just like during the elimination back in the Ganwu Universe Country selection. Participant Luo Feng, Ganwu Universe Country. Points 0. Rank none. Training space location number 0279378. There were a total of 7 towers in a training space, and each one of these towers had 7 levels. The first training tower, every level alone, had a maximum score of 10,000 points. If one completed all 7 levels, they could at most acquire 70,000 points. The second tower, every level's maximum score was 100,000 points. Completing all 7 levels would gain one a maximum of 700,000 points. The fourth tower, every level's maximum score was 10 million. Completing all would give 170 million points. The seventh tower, every level's maximum score was 100 trillion points. After completing all 7 levels, one would acquire 700 trillion points. Note: the moment one dies, the training ends. There were 2 ways to get past every level. One of them was to kill all the targets within that level, acquiring all the points possible and being transported immediately to the next. The second way was, instead of killing all targets, if one still survived without dying after 10 days, he would be immediately transported to the next level and continue on. When all of the participants have died, the training ends. The final ranking will be determined then. Below shows the ranking. Madness. Luo Feng looked at the screen, shaking his head. When everyone dies, the training ends. What does this mean? Does it mean that there is a possibility that no one can actually make it past the 7th tower? Obviously, the difficulty of the towers were extremely high. The Virtual Universe Company had confidence in killing off every one of the participants. This is pretty similar to the elimination stage of the Ganwu Universe Country. However, that time it was just within that one world, and it was just a part of the Ganwu Universe Country's selection and ranking within that one world, and this time it's actually the pinnacle geniuses from the 1008 universe countries all gathered. The strong are numerous as the clouds, and ranking below 7,300, one would immediately be eliminated. Luo Feng creased his eyebrows and pondered. Obviously. The first tower was meant to be easier, and it got gradually harder towards the end. This states that there are two ways to get past every level. One is to kill all the targets and the other is to survive for 10 days, then he'll be automatically transported. Luo Feng's eyes gleamed. Doesn't this mean in every level, I can stay for as long as 10 days? Each training tower has 7 levels. Then, just in one tower I can stay for as long as 70 days. Luo Feng couldn't help but reveal an expression of excitement. That's great. This way the 5 towers will give me 1 year's worth of time. What did he lack the most currently? Time. The golden horned beast just broke through to the universe level. Its natural talents had just begun to flourish, comprehending the domain and studying the gold origin laws, and the Masha clan body had just been born last year. October, its training till now hadn't even reached a year. If he had 1 more year of time, he would definitely be even stronger. Right. This is it. Luo Feng made the decision. I won't rush forward anxiously at the start. I'll let the Masha clan body in reality work and train hard, maximizing my growth as much as possible. The stronger I get, then I'd definitely be able to go further in this training space. Till then, maybe my ranking will be extremely low at first, however there's no rush. The more important thing is the final rank. I'll shock everybody with a single brilliant move. Luo Feng laughed. Rumble. He became a beam of light and flew towards that first tower, that was at least 10 kilometers tall, with an engraving 1 foot on its entrance. This was the first tower. Luo Feng prepared his spirit weapons and armor, etc., and entered. The moment he entered, the words on Luo Feng's screen moved. First tower, first level, 10,000 ferocious beasts, hairy blood mammoths. Killing 1 beast would get 1 point, while killing all would give 10,000 points and teleporting him straight to level 2. If one didn't kill them all and survives for 10 days, he'll be transported immediately to level 2 as well. Death will mean the end of training. At the side of the screen, there was even a countdown timer. Obviously the moment the 10 days were up, he would be transported. Just like what I thought. Luo Feng smiled. Then let's begin. In reality. Solar system, Mars. A golden horned beast at least 10 m long let out an excited cry roar, after which images of the golden horned beast appeared about, continuing to study the absolute space as a being favored by space itself. The Masha clan clone was studying a space technique with total enjoyment. That feeling was wonderful. Virtual universe. Within that plaza stood the 1008 undyings, casually spread out. The training space elimination wasn't broadcast publicly in the entire universe. The only thing broadcasted were the rankings, and only the final duels would be broadcasted publicly. However, the undyings from the many universe countries had special privileges. They could watch the stream of every participant. This Bolin, indeed he's vicious. The moment he started, he has been ranked number 1. So fast. This Bolin's score is rising at such a shocking speed it far exceeds the number 2 ranker. 13. Your Ganwu Universe country's Rong Jun is not bad too. Right now, he's ranked 12. The 1008 undyings could easily watch the rank table and the situation of each participant. Right now they represented each universe country, and so naturally they'd wish for their own geniuses to be more outstanding. That way They'd gain more respect to these eternal beings. Face and respect was extremely important. Still okay, the scaled armor giant nodded slightly, sitting in an enormous chair, watching the screen. Rong Jun, he directly opened the stream of Rong Jun's situation. All that could be seen was the wild barefooted youth, with peculiar movement. Extremely quick, wielding a battle blade and slashing at the winged, three-eyed hairy lion-like creatures, ferocious beast, chimera. The scale-armored giant couldn't help but reveal a smile on his face. His eyebrows creased, his anger showing. This Luo Feng. He actually didn't notice that the rankings had Luo Feng's name from his expectations. This Luo Feng should at least be able to make it to the top 10,000, following which he opened his own name list of the Ganwu universe country and saw Luo Feng's name, Luo Feng Ganwu universe country, rank 1,006,891. This made the giant's eyes rage, his anger revealing itself. What's this idiot doing? The scale-armored giant opened Luo Feng's stream. Looking at it, he creased his eyebrows. He's not even working hard, this punk. He's using the training space to train. Exactly. However, the golden-horned beast and the Masha clan clone were both engaged in training, even if Luo Feng's earth body didn't train and just constantly absorbed the comprehension from those two bodies. Using it in battle, he would constantly grow even more. First tower, first level, second level. In each level, he stayed for a full 10 days. He waited till the last moment to go kill all the targets. Obviously, amongst the over 1 million geniuses, it wasn't just Luo Feng doing this. Many others had used the same strategy during the easier earlier levels to squeeze out more time to strengthen themselves. Hence, this resulted in Luo Feng not being the last. However, he was still almost the last, amongst the bottom 1,000 or 2,000. 60 days later. Rumble. Luo Feng reached the 7th level of the first tower. The 6th level before, what was in it was actually the space beast, Song Luo. Feng couldn't help but exclaim as he thought about the previous level. Simultaneously, he looked at the screen on his wrist. First tower, 7th level, Bug Clan Mother Nest. Killing the Mother Nest would give 10,000 points, immediately transporting to the second tower's first level. Bug Clan Mother Nest. In reality, even the weakest Mother Nest was still comparable to a Sector Lord, sometimes even comparable to many Undyings. This training space's Mother Nest was lowered in power to fit the participants' level. Suggestion: kill the Mother Nest as early as possible. The later it gets, the Mother Nest will produce more and more bug clans, and stronger ones at that. Rumble. The 7th level space immediately transformed into a vast desert. Within the center of the desert there was a patch of green, and there lay a huge round ball, with a diameter of about 60 m. The round ball had dents in it, simultaneously emitting some poison. Even its body itself was covered in poisonous liquid. Bug Clan Mother Nest. Luo Feng stared. Earth, Earth, Shenlong, Jia. Luo Feng thought of the 3 great dangers of Earth in Shenlong Jia. There was a terrifying mysterious ball there. Even Babada had forbidden him from touching that thing. So that's the Bug Clan Mother Nest. Luo Feng was filled with fear within. Right, fear. Bug Clan, they were one of the pinnacle of races, comparable to the human race. They were a very peculiar clan. The population of the Bug Clan, one could say they were shockingly many. However, from a different point of view, they could also be said to be shockingly few. One Bug Clan Mother Nest can produce trillions and trillions Of bug soldiers, their dominating strategy is that of using their numbers to overwhelm others. However, from a different standpoint, these slaughtering bug soldiers have very low intellect, even to the point of no intelligence at all. Only physical capabilities. Countless bug soldiers were all completely subservient and obedient to the Mother Nest's command. The Mother Nest could send them to their deaths and none of them would even resist. Hence, within the bug clan, only the Mother Nest had the right to be considered a life form with intelligence. With the number of Mother Nests around, the bug clan could be said to be extremely few in numbers. And within every Mother Nests, the weakest was comparable to a sector lord, while the strongest was comparable to Undying's one Mother Nest could produce countless bug races, enough to dominate one galaxy, even up to a vast starfield. Mother Nest on Earth. Luo Feng felt a chill within. Babata, that bastard. In reality, solar system, Mars. A small golden, horned beast's body suddenly became energy, swiftly forming a black-clothed Luo Feng. Babata, what's going on? Luo Feng raged. The golden horned beast was currently at universe level 8, hence he could preserve his consciousness both within reality and the virtual universe. What's more, the natural talent, Void Pagoda, allowed Luo Feng's earth body to be able to gather his focus to do several things with his consciousness, all this while maintaining a basic awareness in the body itself. What? Babata said unhappily. You can still ask. Let me ask you, that Shenlong Jia mysterious ball on Earth, what is that? The black-clothed Luo Feng raged. Luo Feng, I told you before, don't be anxious. When it's time for you to know, I'll let you know. Babata said, that thing is not something the current you can deal with. That's the bug clan Mother Nest. Luo Feng roared angrily. The moment it awakens, it can produce countless large amounts of bug soldiers. When that happens, countless soldiers will swiftly dominate the entire Milky Way, even spreading throughout the Black Dragon Mountain star field. This is a disaster. Disaster. The moment it awakens, Earth will be finished. There was such a big danger, yet you actually kept it from me. Luo Feng was a ball of rage. My God. The Mother Nest was on Earth. This was akin to when one went to bed only to know there was a bomb under the bed, one that could explode at any time. Oh, Babata was shocked. Humph. Luo Feng tried hard to suppress his anger. Speak, what do we do now? The Bug Clan, as one of the pinnacle of races comparable to humans in the universe, any one Mother Nest would be considered a great disaster. Hence, in the virtual universe network, any information with regards to the Bug Clan Mother Nest was all considered classified, not easily widespread or easy to acquire. However, the terrifying abilities of the Bug Clan Luo Feng knew long ago. The inherited memories of the golden horned beast, back then just gathering. All the memories alone took 16 days. The information contained within these memories was too huge. Luo Feng had only slightly organized it, and not looked at everything with regards to the Mother Nest. Luo Feng too had only briefly browsed through the basics. The basic introductions didn't have the picture of the Bug Clan Mother Nest. It stated, Bug Clan, the core lies in the Mother Nests, and the Mother Nests are lairs built by the Queen. The Queen's body is fragile and soft, yet it has a very powerful spirit. Reading energy. However, its physical body is weak, hence it builds a strong Mother Nest, that itself becomes its armor. The Queen can produce countless bug soldiers. The nest it builds is specially designed for its body, although its appearances differed. Luo Feng back then had only briefly organized the inherited memories, looking through only the most basic introductions. At this time he was shocked to discover that there was a bug clan mother nest on Earth. Hence, he had to go and look at the information in detail. The introduction of the mother nest only had so few words, however the detailed introduction had large amounts of pictures and tens of millions of words. The information contained the detailed scariness of the bug clan mother nests, the many types of bug soldiers it could produce, etc., along with large amounts of pictures. This made Luo Feng very clear. On Earth, indeed there was a mother nest. Don't be angry, don't get anxious. What are you worried about, do you think I'll harm your Earth? Babata said. I know you won't, but I still must know, what's the deal with this bug clan mother nest? Luo Feng's consciousness communicated, if you don't explain clearly, I won't be able to relax. Who could? A thing that could at any time destroy Earth and even the entire Milky Way, who could relax? All right, Babata said helplessly, I'll tell you, this bug clan mother nest was something your teacher brought back from the battlefield outside the starfield. Teacher? Luo Feng asked more. Let me ask you, within this mother nest, is there a queen? The mother nest was only a nest or lair. The bug clan queen was the true life form, because the body of the queen was fragile and weak. Any warrior could easily destroy its body, plus the difficulty of building a nest itself was very high. Hence the queens of the bug clan couldn't easily dispose of their nests and build others. Yes, there is. And it's still alive, Babata said. All Luo Feng's expression changed. However, you can relax, it poses no threat at all to Earth at the moment. Babata explained, relax, you can think of it as in a coma, and it's an eternal coma. As for the details, wait till your soul imprint reaches the level of your teacher, and you'll understand. Nothing will happen. Luo Feng still felt it was a ticking time bomb. No, unless an undying with soul abilities even higher than your teacher comes. Babata smiled. That level of undying, if he wanted to destroy Earth, he could do so with a flip of his hand. He wouldn't waste the effort to keep a living bug clan mother nest. Only then did Luo Feng relax, curiously asking, what did my teacher want to actually do with this mother nest? He even went as far as keeping it alive. The bug clan mother nest's potential energy is very huge. If one could enslave this mother nest, just like he does humans, and nurture it well, then your teacher would have a very powerful force with him. Just that endless bug army would be enough to save your teacher's life from that attack before, Babata exclaimed. Luo Feng nodded. The bug clan mother nest could produce tens of millions of bug soldiers. Once one could truly control a mother nest, that was extremely powerful. Against an endless sea of bugs, even undyings would have problems. If it wasn't that strong, the bug clan wouldn't be considered one of the elite races of the universe. Teacher's ambition was really wild. Luo Feng couldn't help but say. Babata said helplessly, however, the bug clan mother nest's life form itself is strange. Saying it's a pure life form is not completely right. However, its soul can be distributed into every single bug soldier's mind, and it can control all their thoughts. Your teacher's enslaving soul imprint is unable to control it, and before he could come up with a way to do so, he put it into an eternal sleep. Hence, he threw it onto Earth, Luo Feng said. Well, he can't leave it on the Yunmo planet ship, right? Babata replied. Luo Feng was speechless. The genius battle elimination was still going on. Over 1,000,000 training spaces, the massacre continued. The powerful bug clan mother nest had its strength lowered to such a level. Luo Feng's golden blades immediately slit open the mother nest. From within flew out a 6 m tall, with an entire body white and translucent crystal-like queen. It had beautiful translucent butterfly wings, its face covered with mist, emitting an unordinary charm. Peculiar and powerful music-like sounds resounded and entered his ears. Indeed, a queen that's proficient in spirit reading, its charm alone is that powerful. At the same time, a powerful spirit energy pierced into Luo Feng's consciousness. Rumble. The void pagoda stood there, the spirit attack pierced in and dispersed. Days passed one at a time. That beautiful queen thought and tried many ways to attack Luo Feng with its weak and fragile body. It could only rely on spirit attacks. As for Luo Feng, with his incredibly strong consciousness and willpower, also with the void pagoda training, it was akin to an ant trying to shake a tree. It didn't affect Luo Feng at all. Actually, if one was able to kill all the bug soldiers, usually the queen itself didn't have much resisting ability. The queen was strong, in the sense it could produce endless and many types of bug soldiers. Countdown, 10 days. Luo Feng looked down at the screen on his wrist. A few more minutes and the 10 days would be up. He stepped on the dark cloud shuttle, becoming a beam of light and shooting at the queen hiding in the distance, that didn't dare to mess with Luo Feng, that seemingly weak and fragile poor queen. Its dark blue eyes filled with resentment, looking at Luo Feng. The golden blade pierced right through its forehead. Still using its charm, Luo Feng pondered. The first-level bug clan mother nest wasn't strong at all. It could barely deal with normal star level 9s. Killing everything and finishing the first tower 7 levels, he was transported to the second tower. The shocking thing was, the opponents of the second tower were actually exactly the same as the first. The only difference was that their strengths had risen greatly. The same ferocious beast, hairy blood mammoth, in the second tower is much stronger than the first. Then the third tower, the fourth, how scary would they be? Also the back 5th, 6th, and 7th. No wonder the virtual universe company has so much confidence that everyone would eventually die. Luo Feng was shocked. This training space was very difficult. The aim of the 7 towers and the numbers were all exactly the same, only the strength of the creatures were different. First level, the ferocious beast, hairy blood mammoth, a total of 10,000 of them. Second level, it was the demon 9-headed python, a total of 10,000 of them. The difference between the demons and ferocious beasts was the intellect. Just like the beasts on Earth, in truth they belonged to the demon race. Third level, the metallic life form, to all Luo race warriors, 1,000 of them. Fourth level, was the universe mysterious being, flying monkey, 1,000 of them. They belonged to a special breed of the ferocious beasts. The fifth level, was the automaton race puppets, 100 of them. Sixth level, was the space beast song, 10 of them. The seventh level was the bug clan mother nest, just 1. The 7 towers were all arranged the same way. However, it was very obvious that the strength of the creatures in the 7 towers rose greatly with each tower.